including hype moments.
Can we get it? Thanks to the lifeline here.
Here's the tap.
It doesn't go through, and now, oh, is this really happening?
Dash with the gold knockdown shield comes back up. Roller in hand. He can do it. Cloud9 are down.
Spicy contests. Records being shattered.
Through the smoke, Dark Zero come for all of them. It's Sykes and Zero up against the last member of Legends, and Dark Zero go back to back to back.
And finally, a new champion being crowned.
As all of Rejectwinity find themselves at Red Evos, it's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for Apex North.
To begin the Split 1 playoffs, we start in the group stages as 07 wins the first set, picking up 32 points in Game 3.
I mean, Naski's having a monster game right now, by the way. He's got 8 kills. 8 kills to his name. And he's looking for more as well. 2 more shots with the crate. Oh, 252. It's another one for Naski.
This could be 07's game. Remember how well they were fighting earlier. They still are fighting with that momentum.
Now in this game, we actually do have a pause that happens in the final 2, and 07's IGL Naski stands up, but manages to get back to his PC in time to get the win versus Fnatic.
As we get a brief pause in the moment, just before all the action is going to unfold.
Wait.
They paused it, I think.
No. I can help it.
Remember, it could just be an observer thing,
Hey,
and
it
we
could
have
be
the
an
ability.
observer thing.
We
No,
have
we
the
don't.
ability to pause games. Remember.
Put it back on, Naski. Lock in, boys. Fnatic are locked in. And here we go, everyone. The 3v3. Hey, we like to build it here in the ALGS, right? Straight 3v3. Headsets on. The advantage with the height has to go to Fnatic. But Leica's gone down. It's Naski who gets the kill. Naski will fall as well. Amphi looking to move in now to clean up the damage. It would be a monster win here for 07 if they could do it. With the hip fire, it's going to be enough. And 07 will close out Game 3 of Stormpoint.
A little bit later in the day, we have a near 1v3 from Alliance's Effect.
Here unlucky, though, is incredibly low, leaving him 1. He gets taken down. E8 now moving in from right behind him, and that was going to be the pinch that we were worried about as Elevate leaves.
So this is the problem here, is that Legends Gaming, they weren't the one who downed him, so they weren't sure if it was time to push, but the scan reveals that they're trying to go for the reset, and just in time, do they push it? Effect, can he use these knockdown shields to pull off the clutch of this day?
No way, and even healing a little bit in their own smokes with that bang perk here too. Incredibly low, tries to work around the knockdown, but he can't clutch it. He left him 128 strafing flame survives, gets the evil shield swap, and Legend gets to see another day.
Now, as you can tell, some of the teams we've already talked about, EMEA teams, because instantly, day one, the theme is that North America does not look as strong as they once did, with Elevate being one of the highest placing teams in that first set at only 7. And speaking of the Europeans, in the second set came another EMEA powerhouse as Aurora begin their dominant warpath through groups, winning the set without actually having to win a single game.
One's already fallen as well. It's going to be O'Rain who's able to get the initial one. Now we're going to see Beast of the Hunt activated as MDYY say, well, we might have to send it, but Aurora say, no, we'll send it for you.
Aurora do not need to be asked twice, but are they going to look back on this as a mistake? The answer, we're going to have to wait and see. Another team is going to try and join. It's Omin who now go up onto the hype, but Lufka will go down. Light goes down as well, and Blast is now on its own, and somehow it looks like Aurora's still alive here.
Somehow still alive, as now it's just fists are swinging and Omen get eliminated. Now it's Aurora.
And to close out their dominant victory, of course, in the final game of that set, we're going to get a little bit of showmanship from the Grim Reaper.
It's still Hardeki, and for as good as he is, with all due respect, you have the feeling that even Hardeki knows, wait a minute, or he's saying, right boys, it's up to me.
Well, ladies and gents, here we go. This could be an I was there moment.
What have you got for us, Hardeki? Not enough.
Although North America as a whole to start the day hadn't looked as strong, there was one team that was not going to be denied, and that was Dark Zero, who, although they may have been overshadowed by Aurora in that second set, in our final series of the day, DZ drops 77 total points.
Breaking out through there as they will maximize their KP. SSG has fallen, and now Dark Zero full sending upon the remnants of Riddle.
It's a nice win from Dark Zero.
And right behind Dark Zero was a familiar face. Sharky and Virtus Pro show up big time, having a 70-point set themselves, showing that despite Sharky and Pricey's time away from the game, they're back in full swing and not to be underestimated.
That's right across from them instead. Tricky situation to be in here as Pricey takes the first shot. Sharky is going to be able to get the knock onto Tyler. Going to be able to follow up with Kaida, not being a lot of trouble. 3 spots left, but Dark Zero pressured with the ring right behind them. They got to get this follow-up.
He's still alive!
Are you kidding me? Furnace, bro! Gonna be gonna clean up the rest of this lobby!
On the day overall, another dominant storyline was Alliance. Although they didn't win either group, the new team was showing out, with their new fragger Unlucky going nuclear with 31 total kills, while both his teammates Effect and Hawkus were also finishing the day inside the top 10. Later in the groups, we see more teams showing up like Furia with an 18-kill game.
Flank from the other side. They're taking the multi-angle approach. Arteki takes a swing. Keon commits to the low ground. Takes down Arteki. Impulse has fallen. Furia from the high ground have one member left to deal with. Magnus is committed down low, however. They swing back up. It's a wild goose chase. The Furia win, taking game 3 in style.
As well as APAC North team Reject, and then 2 NA teams Moist and SSG, all bouncing back after having a mediocre first day to send themselves through to the winner's bracket. While that's all happening, Cloud9 develops a little bit of beef with Lifeline. But as we talked about earlier, Alliance had that massive day 1, which had already locked them into the winner's bracket, and so they decided to take day number 2 and use it to put some pressure onto DSG.
Wait a second, whoa. Alliance, they've abandoned Monument and have went to Thermal. You mentioned the last time on World's Edge. Well, here it goes. Designs already down. Effect with the longbow, making it work. Timmy on the Mozam, answering back. Last standing. We've seen this position before, just on the outskirts of Countdown, and the same result happens. Alliance, what are you boys doing over there?
But they're going to keep that momentum going and take the killing power to a whole new level, dropping a historic game.
Take. So this is not going to be easy. It's enough that Alliance needs to full send yet another squad.
But we just said it, Chip. Arteki has to stay alive, and the very fact that he's gone down, no matter the reason, means likely the end of Aurora. Alliance have very little resistance to
Anyone is? Yes.
Yeah. Fight this.
Careful, building. Building's looking. I'm pushing this. Push this.
Back cracked was.
Back cracked.
Bottom dead.
Back is cracked as well.
Top cracked.
All dead.
All dead.
I'm one. One HP on me inside. Crack. Dead. Outside, guys. I'm going.
Openings, and Effect does have the black hole. We finally bring it down. We talk about all the things from the heavens. No, bro, we are crawling out there. The demons that they wear you up in your dreams, they're here. Alliance.
This is the same effect that we saw in group stages of split shoot playoffs last year. The effect that took everyone by storm. It is a 24 kill game for Alliance. I know we talk about dropping nukes. This is a war that they just waged on the rest of the lobby.
Not only did Alliance drop a 24 kill game, but they killed the former record holders to do it. Legendary game. And similar to that surprise contest that Alliance did against DSG at Thermal Station, Space Station Gaming, they've been dealing with a contest against Red Rams over at Climatizer, and they've already locked their spot into the winner's bracket, while Red Rams, they're on the brink of going down to the Elim bracket. So they decide to drop at Lightning Rod.
Of course, we still need to see what happens elsewhere. Now another fight still going on. It's SSG this time, and it's great shots from the vault. The Hemlock comes out of the back pocket, and it is Red Rams eliminated, and SSG let them know who's boss.
We love a little box shooting, but the two biggest storylines coming into this LAN were obviously the two dynasties, the only team to have won LANs, TSM and Dark Zero. TSM was dealing with a contested Siphon versus Wonton Dumpling, which proved to be not much of an issue, but on Stormpoint over at Lightning Rod, Red Rams, an APAC North team, was proving to be one not to mess with.
We get up on you, Hal.
Yep. I got birded.
We're all doing it.
I gotta go bottom four.
They're on me. Two of them. I cracked their highest. Crossing to Jordan. They're gonna jump, maybe. Can we cross the stairs?
Yeah.
On your door. I'm going to the roof.
Okay. I'm with you.
No, on the left side. Both bottom floor.
You wanna peek it?
Left track. I'm peeking this.
Peeking it.
31. 101 on your right.
What is he's on?
Rising one. John Blood.
Rising one.
Plus one. Oh my god, man.
Let's play aggressive on them. We have triple blues. They're on white.
But on the flip side, while TSM was struggling, Dark Zero was dominating, and with a final set of groups, they took it to a whole new level, destroying multiple records along the way.
All towards 2R1C, giving Sweet the chance to stay alive for a bit longer. Jen Burton drops down, Vicey falls, Yarka falls, 2R1C and Dark Zero are really in it, but it gives Sweet the chance to third party, and he comes from the low ground. Can Sweet do it? Havoc in hand, turboed up, he takes the 2v1, drops, but man, was it good. Dark Zero taking fourth. What a statement it could be from Dark Zero to go back to back here, but they still have work to do, but that work currently being done in the kill feed. EA have just lost one. Boogie Boarders back up to a 4-3. The respawn is successful. The weapons are now being grabbed, and maybe the Boogie Boarders can take on Dark Zero.
As DZ drop down, it's our final two teams. Boogie Boarders must stand their ground now from on high. Zero slides in. Zero with the Havoc takes the win. And DZ do go back to back. Can Legends with Koifel fight back somehow against the monsters of this lobby? Player K is down. Koifel's going to follow. And through the smoke, Dark Zero comes for all of them. It's Sykes and Zero up against the last member of Legends. And Dark Zero go back to back to back.
But look at the difference between 1 and 2. That is a 90-point difference between our first team, Dark Zero, and Aurora.
I mean, we talk about the previous record holder sitting around 205. That was Alliance coming almost initially out of Stockholm here. We haven't seen a performance like this in literally over 2 years.
What is your statement to the rest of the world right now?
Where's the challenge? Where's the challenge?
For our ALGS Split 1 Playoffs Day 3, where we send 10 teams home right now. 10 teams in the afternoon. And of course, 20 teams to match point finals.
So with groups out of the way, teams' tournament lives are on the line, which means we begin with Elimination Bracket Round 1. South Americans Geared Gaming and APAC North's Kenotrope dominate early to secure their spots, moving on to the next round.
But even they had to wait maybe just another few seconds.
Kenotrope versus Oxygen right now. We see the knockball. Rufa does it again! Kenotrope with the back-to-back dubs on Stormpoint.
Heading into the final game, about 7 spots were locked in, meaning the final 3 spots were up for grabs, and we had some drama as Luminosity was on the outside looking in. But how did Luminosity fall to the elimination bracket? Well, they were terrible in groups, finishing 35th out of the 40 qualified teams, so clearly a very slow start. And if their tournament run ends here, not only would it be incredibly disappointing, but Sweet, one of the IGLs who has made it to every single LAN finals, would have failed to qualify for the first time. So in this final game, it's time to clutch up.
They're just surpass the points that a win will be gathering in this game.
Well, this is going to make all the difference. With the rings at their back, they take down Boogie Boarders. They find themselves into the top 10. Boogie Boarders, though, they're going home packing.
Sweet, one more tick of the ring could do it. Sitting on 50 HP, manages to find a little bit of safe space to play, but LG could be the ones next up on the chopping block. There we go, Slayer falls, Sweet goes immediately afterwards, and LG go down in 10th place.
That is not a safe place, knowing that Passion UA North Action so close to being able to jump over them, so you have to keep your eyes on Artico, Sonya, Max Strafe, because they'll be the deciding factors on if they send a Titan home.
Oh man, in a really sticky position right now as well. Have lost some members. WMNDY up against Passion UA on the other end of the screen. Passion UA is falling. Cloud9 are down, but WMNDY stay alive as Passion UA fall.
Passion UA, I swear, first time on land, 33 points, 1 point shy of making the move here.
North Action and Tom Young-Kung would need to kill almost everyone in the lobby and find the win to just beat out Omid, but LG is a lot less safe, Tiff.
I am not comfortable if I am Sweet Funk or Slayer. North Action has fallen. That means Luminosity may live to see another day.
And clutch up LG did, but not only did they, Chinese team WMNDY jumps up as well, knocking out Oxygen and Riddle, who both surprisingly fall out of the top 10, leading to the end of their tournament runs. But with 10 teams being eliminated and 10 more moving on to the Elim round 2, we've got to find out who will be locking in their spots in the finals and who will be joining those 10 for the last set of the day, and that's going to lead us into the winner's bracket. We begin with a bang as two of our dominant forces from the group stages, Dark Zero and Virtus Pro, begin with big performances in games 1 and 2.
Get a chance to push. They're forcing the narrative.
They're trying to force it here, and they're going to get that first knock. Jet Blood goes in and takes down Sangyu. Now the rest trying to follow up on that damage, but it's all down to Sykes. He's left on his own. It's a 1v1 to win it. The only thing they know how to do at the moment is win.
But the story of this bracket quickly becomes 3 APAC teams, as Serenity, Reject, and Fnatic begin to separate themselves from the pack. Serenity, a rather unknown team from APAC South, finishes with 3 second places in a row. The fact that they even made it through to the winner's bracket was surprising in itself, but then performing like this, they were taking the world by storm quickly. Meanwhile, Reject took second place in that first game, and they won game number 2.
Just going to be able to shoot the fish in a barrel as now they make their move. Reject Winity looking for another win here, and they will get it.
Storm Point continues to be Reject Winity's home ground here.
But the stars of the show was Fnatic. They decimate the lobby, 51 kills and 3 straight 20+ point games.
So as Suzuki here, as Yuka, can he hit the Graver shot? He gets the shield break. The follow-up, and he holds the high ground. Crack after crack with the Graver Leica, and Suzuki come in to clean up on aisle 3. Taking their time on this rotate, they lost out on Leica, now they're prioritizing the shield bats. Sliding in, the last one alive, and Fnatic with the patience. The safety protocol to take game number 4.
But it wouldn't be the bracket stage without some final game drama. So 07 currently sitting in 17th place heading into game number 6. Well, they're gonna go nuclear.
Fnatic are in the lead, but can 07?
07 on 25. They are 6 points away, and there's still 6 points left in this lobby. It could come down to a tiebreaker. They've been playing Godspot so well. We'll go to an 07. Listen in.
Please, please, no points. Please, 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 please.
Oh my God, have faith. We don't know. Lasky is praying right now as we wait for the confirmation. As I look to the leaderboard in the stadium here at the Galen Center, 07 was in 10th place. As far as I understand it, that means they have won the tiebreaker and will be going in. Nasky, he knows it, he believes it. 07 have done it.
But as mentioned earlier, 3 APAC teams at the top of this leaderboard, and well, that performance from specifically Fnatic, but also Reject, it got some people on high alert.
Yeah, I've just been loving seeing all the APAC representation. It's been really great. But one of my favorite things about at least today was that we saw that gods can bleed, and Dark Zero wasn't just running away with the whole tournament.
And speaking of which, many major teams, including TSM, are falling to the elimination bracket round 2, including Alliance, Furia, Legends, SSG, and E8. In the elim bracket round 2, we were going to send 10 more teams to the finals and 10 more teams home. And as I've already mentioned, one of the main storylines coming to this land was obviously our reigning champions, TSM. And in this elimination bracket round 2, they're going to be double contested, having to deal with Wonton Dumpling at World's Edge at Lava Siphon and the aforementioned Red Rams at Lightning Rod on Stormpoint.
And Wonton Dumpling is going to run with their tail between their legs, Greek. Wait a minute.
WTD picks up one.
No way. No shot right
Brothers
now.
PK is putting in work. Another max pump.
Nice. Barrels goes
1v1.
down. 1v1.
Peak.
It's a peak god coming in for the 1v1.
Wait.
Oh my god.
He's
Reps
so
jumps down.
weak.
Armor swap comes out. Reps is stuck down below. Are you kidding me? Reps gonna get the heal here. Peak god jumps out.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. TSM eliminated by WTD. What are we watching? No one in this audience can believe it, Greek.
But luckily for TSM, on World's Edge, they prove not to be trifled with, as Wonton can't handle the champions.
And TSM's off to a start already. That's going to dominate WTD.
Bro,
and there it is, baby.
SSG's late swerving.
Oh my goodness. Wonton Dumpling is eliminated from TSM. And TSM take down WTD.
Bro.
He's trying to stay alive. And there we go.
How should be able to clean it?
And WTD eliminated. We called it, Greek. Another win for TSM. Good job.
Apart from TSM's contest, we do begin the elimination bracket round 2 with a tense trials zone as Legends manages to come out on top over LG due to Player K's nasty Kraber shot.
And Player K has a Kraber, the game changer here, Greek.
I want to
Can he
point
get a
out,
shot?
LG just got
Oh! Oh my God!
got Bangle down though. I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Players gotta go big.
And there we go. Koiful rocks his world. And Koiful
1v1
in a 1v1. Slayer's gonna be 20 HP. Can Slayer clutch up here, Greek? Koiful needs to get aggressive. What is he doing? Koiful's scared. He's got to get in there, Greek. He's allowing for Slayer to full heal. What
he
is he
doesn't have
doing?
a bat. He only has small meds. Oh my God. Controller versus controller. Slayer versus Koi.
Here we go. And Koiful. Oh my goodness. Legends Gaming. Are you kidding me? Player K with an unbelievable shot.
Then in game 2, we get another trials zone.
All right, so another trials ending. LG gets
No
a
way.
very fast rotate.
Bruh,
Kinatrope.
what is this?
And the next game, wait, 3 trials zones in a row?
And we have another trial zone! What the?
We have a trial zone here over on the north side of the map yet again. 3 north zones, man. How much
Not only
easy-
north, but literally trials
Yep.
north. This
Why?
is all the way in the back.
So after these 3 trial zones, the one surprising storyline was that Alliance, the team who lands at SkyWest Trials, was not able to capitalize on them almost at all.
Alliance in shambles here.
Yeah,
And they have zone.
What is
You
Alliance
cannot
doing?
be dying here again with 2 trial zone. This is a gimme. Zach is the kill. Hawkins goes down. And Alliance, man. I mean, listen, bro, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but they get Sky West Trials. Arguably the best loot in the game on the map, and 2 trial zones, and they don't even get a top 5 on either of them.
After these games, Elevate, Kinatrope, and Legends were all largely locked in to going to the finals. And North America as a whole was starting to wake up as 6 of the top 10 teams were NA. But notably joining Alliance on the struggle bus was Cloud9 and Furia. Cloud9, they ran into their old foe Lifeline.
It's going to be well needed for E8 to get that early KP. Red Rams, no strangers to fighting. Full send into this building against Cloud9. That res on the wire. Can we get it? Thanks to the lifeline here.
Here's the tap.
It doesn't go through, and now, oh, is this really happening?
Dash with the gold knockdown, shield comes back up, Prowler in hand, he can do it! Cloud9 are down!
But Lifeline could not hold them down forever as C9 and Alliance finally wake up when we flip over to Stormpoint for game number 4.
Alliance eliminated.
C9.
Oh my goodness.
C9.
And C9 now walks out. It's going to be enemy.
It's a 1v1.
A 1v1. Can they do it? And C9.
Made in Heaven are eliminated. They will be going down, and maybe it's going to be disguised to Typhoon. Typhoon can't do it. And C9. Massive win for C9.
I think one thing that the man on the left of your screen, Naughty, is probably thinking is, thank God there was another Lifeline to ruin it for us.
And so through 5 games, the top 7 spots are locked, but the final game is going to be intense. We still have 3 spots up for grabs. But in the end, the one team that truly is putting on a performance and potentially going to steal a spot ends up being Crazy Raccoon from APAC North. In the end game of this zone, Alliance has done enough to make it inside of that 10th spot, and CR is in the top 5. If they can just stay alive a little bit longer, they might be able to jump Alliance and continue their streak of making it to finals lobbies and bumping Hawkus out for the first time.
It is Alliance who hold 10th position at the moment on 30 points. Now, Crazy Raccoon, 25, closing in on them. They are the only threat to Alliance is Crazy Raccoon in this top 5.
Absolutely unbelievable to see it this close in the final moments of this game. But look at Crazy Raccoon, they're inside a down beast, but do they have an exit?
If Crazy Raccoon die, Alliance are guaranteed to be into that grand final. That is the only way this can change here in the top 10. Every other team that's still alive is already grand final set. If you start to get eliminations and Crazy Raccoon can start to see placement points going their way, but LG, I think they know.
Oh, they know. They know.
Are well aware that Crazy Raccoon are here. But here we go.
This is all in. This is the play from Crazy Raccoon. They have to win this fight. 2 have already fallen. Yuzna's left on his own here. He's just going to try and heal and survive and hope, maybe, that someone else dies before the zone takes him down. Cloud9 still up on the height, raining down shots.
5
Biding
points
their
are needed.
time. Crazy Raccoon are out! He's trying to make a play that we're all going to remember, but Sorcerer won't let it happen! And C9 will be your champions! And as the elimination bracket comes to an end, you will see nothing but relief on those who make it to the match point finals.
But they fall just short. Crazy Raccoon narrowly miss out. Disguised in Cloud9, 2 North American teams stamp their way into the finals, and Alliance narrowly makes it into that finals lobby. And, you know, they had a little bit of fun with it on Twitter. And with that, the elimination stage is over. 20 teams have been eliminated. Their runs have ended there. But 20 more are heading into Championship Sunday with their eyes on the prize, looking to see, can they dethrone the dynasties? Or will TSM or Dark Zero once again reign supreme over the ALGS?
The question that everybody had coming into this week, as we start a new season, was, can anybody dethrone the dynasties?
Coming into this finals, things were obviously tense. And for our 2 dynasties, things were looking on the up. DZ was dominant throughout the whole LAN so far, and they were a pretty clear favorite to probably take the day. And TSM, despite their struggles, well, they were going to be uncontested for the first time this entire LAN on both maps. And you got to wonder, does that help TSM finally get back into the rhythm and the groove of things? But before we kick off, we did have 2 very special birthdays that we did celebrate for Nicewig and Onset.
Happy birthday, dear Onset. Happy birthday to you.
But back into the games, we start off with a bang as Elevate and 07 are going to be contesting on Stormpoint for Cedo Station.
Both teams are going to have eyes on it, but also this is taking a long time. 2R1C and Ome are close, but that's a good amount of damage. Well, this is where you need your conduit.
Well, it looks like the push is going to come in and Nasky will get down first. However, the trade will also be followed up as Nags with that Havoc is going to do a good amount of damage. Now, Amphi, Nax, trying to work together at the moment. But Amphi will go down, so now Elevate find themselves eliminated. And it will be 2R1C who come in for the third party. This took far too long, this contest.
That's what I said. 2R1C heard what was happening and they just moved north and said, actually, we will have that KP. It's free.
But after 07 takes the win, 2R1C ends up third partying the fight, and both of the contesting teams do die. Later in the game, it's a pylon pull, but too many teams have weird early rotations to the center despite it actually pulling to the southern hill, which Dark Zero and Virtus Pro predict perfectly. With those good rotations from those teams to hold the height, this allows them to get into the endgame relatively unscathed, and Virtus Pro wins.
And actually, it's advantage Virtus
Dark Zero swinging this. Dark Zero swinging this. They play for second. They think that this is their opportunity. Dark Zero will be eliminated though, and it will be C9 who somehow managed to hold it off. But this is just opening the door for VP to come in. Sharky's return to the finals starts with a win.
And look at Sharky, stone cold. He knows job's not finished. As we go into game 2, we're back at Cedo Station with the Elevate versus 07 contest.
So Cedo Station is the home of our first battle for the second time. This one starts a little bit.
Oh. 6 rounds of grueling lobbies have concluded here at the on day 1 of the ALGS New Orleans Open, and it's been absolutely fast and furious all day long so far. And a lot of the usual suspects that you'll have imagined will have made it through to round 2. Just to name off a few of them: LG, Virtus Pro, Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, usual suspects on here, Falcons, you know, Gaming Gladiators, it's all pretty typical stuff. But there are some new inclusions as well, and it's great to see some fresh, young and upcoming faces in the mix too. But this is a really daunting like mission for a lot of the teams, to be honest, because I gotta say, it's not a big, there's not many chances to do something like this, right? You won't have been to a LAN of this size. Many of the teams, this is their first LAN, period, right? But whether you've been to LAN before or not, this is a very, very challenging experience to come here, you know, accept that people can listen in to what you're talking about, and they've got like a window into how you play, what you're doing under pressure, and all these different cues that can allow people to get a win over you, which you don't want, right? So a lot of the teams here are just taking in the experience. They're coming in, some of them using subs, some of them coming using even the coach to play as part of the roster, and it's been very, very challenging. But it's been great talking to them, and everyone is extremely nervous, which just goes to show how important it is that they perform at this first massive LAN of the season.
Yeah, exactly right, Ryan. And the action still continues with over 140 teams. We'll be also covering the elimination bracket. We'll be sending home 19 teams up and coming. You know, we have some pro league teams like Kakoi outside, Leave No Witnesses, and of course some qualifying teams as well. And I'm going to say fan favorites such as Atlas, Movie Star Koi, and Source Gaming. And you know what? They're in for a fight of their lives, Ryan. But only time will tell. We've just got to get through this series.
Oh, no, indeed, totally. I mean, it's all to play for, right? The guys that don't get to play till tomorrow have a chance to look and see what happens in today's Winners Round 2 before they go into their Winners Round 2 tomorrow. But we're going to get into elimination matches, as Lisa said already. Man, that's absolutely crazy. Imagine flying all this way and then you're eliminated on day 1. That's absolutely insane.
I know, but I'm sure these teams are fairly happy to be a part of it. I know it's been absolutely crazy for us here in the pit, and amongst that with all the players having to do that, but they've got a goddamn fight for their life happening in the next couple of ones. So we have 2 elimination brackets happening at the moment, so there will be about 40 teams sort of competing just to find out who's going to be that last 19 that we send home.
I mean, that's the thing, you know, look, whatever happens here, this is an amazing opportunity for each and every individual that gets to be a part of this mix. This is going to go into their experience balance and make them stronger and better players. And this is what it is. Come to LAN, get the experience, take it home, play on the server, learn from what you see here. You know, there's going to be players that don't do as well as they expected. There's going to be players that get further than they thought they were going to do. And this is a great, great opportunity for the multitudes here.
Exactly. And you know what? I'm going to talk about some of the teams that I think in the elimination bracket that might do well. Like I said, we've got a couple of fan favorites and teams that, you know, should have probably made it without there, but you know, teams like Atlas that have Godolphin on there, you know, these are players that have been playing this game for a long time, and you know, they're used to this heavy hitting competition. Also, Source Gaming, I spoke about a little bit earlier, where they have Pana, who returned from Boogie Borders out of retirement. We pulled him out of retirement with Sub Designful. Obviously, Designful was on 100 Thieves, took a little bit of a hiatus. So we've just basically mixed this crazy team that are sitting in the elimination bracket. So I feel like they're going to be the top contender and definitely move forward.
Yeah, I think the experience palette is like there's an abyss of difference between some of the newer heads coming in and some of the experienced vets. I mean, look at someone like UKF on Fnatic playing with 2 fresh new players, and so are we going to see his final form? I don't know, you know. So depending on whether you're new or experienced, there's always a challenge for everyone here.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Now, I reckon let's kick things off. Ryan, I'm going to send you over to my main girl, Glitter, at the desk.
Take it away.
Thanks so much, Lace and Ryan, keeping us updated on all things happening over there in the pit. As they were mentioning, we are going to be sending teams home at the end of today. It's been a long day. There's still one more series in store. We've got a new desk as well. I'm now hosting. I'm Glitter Explosion. We've got Jumba joining us. And then, of course, we have Jamerson and Zephyr staying with us all day up here. Jumba, creator of the amazing Navi piece. Say hi to everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
What's up, everyone? You know, it's my second time being out here, and they got a couch. I don't know what I did to deserve that, but I got to thank someone, because now I get to sit.
Is that your doing?
It might have been. It might have been.
Thank you. Yeah, we've all been very comfortable.
You're right. You guys are welcome. It's
all right, now, Jamerson, we're now moving into winners round 2 here up here on the main stage. The teams that have succeeded, but like we said at the end of the day, there are teams going home in that elimination round 1 already. So talk to me about what we've seen so far.
I mean, what we've seen so far is that a lot of teams are just playing off vibes right now. And we were talking about it before the break, that Alliance are just going out there, absolutely farming lobbies, and they don't even care whatsoever about their placement points, right? They had something like, I think, a 4-to-1 in terms of ratio in kill points to placement points, and that's something you almost never see. I don't know if we've ever reached that kind of ratio in terms of points, but we're also seeing other teams just really fine-tune the playstyle that they're eventually really striving for. Furia in that last set did an amazing job, and honestly, I think that's how they always want to play, and so being able to get that confidence in the early rounds is so super important.
Yeah, I think we've been following so many different storylines here all day, and there's still much for us to follow here all weekend long, but we've talked about it quite a few times here today. The ALGS Open is a way for us to really open up the competitive pool to all of our players, to see what the new year of up-and-coming talent has in store, and to see who's going to be the next team to etch their name in the history books of Apex Legends. Obviously, all of the teams here this weekend are going to be striving to do just that, but at the end of the day, will it be one of our previously crowned winners, or will it be an underdog story?
Just being here, there's been a lot to take in. Definitely the size of the whole entire convention center, and then also just trying to pick out our friends. That's the main important thing for me, is just greeting everyone, saying hello. It's sort of surreal seeing all the players that we usually play against online and actually seeing them in person. It's going to be a different experience if we have to play in front of people like that. On the main stage, it's going to be completely different than what we're used to and out of the comfort of our homes, but it's going to be fun. I'm ready for it. There's so much to get used to. Just the noise from the crowd, that's the one thing, and then also just the heat from the lights, the atmosphere, the excitement, and just the pure passion out of everyone. I think that'll be something that I'm excited to actually feel and be a part of. The adrenaline spike is going to be crazy for the most part. It's going to be all new and it's going to feel great. I'm ready for it. Getting here was already a huge success on its own. It's always been a dream to make a LAN. Being a small kid from South Africa and always trying to make it to a LAN and eventually getting to one of the biggest ones in the world. Having to learn the game so far behind everyone else, but managing to get the right resources around me and catching up slowly and quickly with my dedication. So yeah, now I'm here. Being from South Africa as well, there's also load shedding. There's a lot of power issues and stuff, and obviously the ping is one major thing. It's just sort of proving to everyone that, we were able to play with all the training weights on us, and now that we're actually in America and everyone's playing on the same setup, the same ping, everything like that, training weights are off, and we can also do what they do and maybe even do it a bit better now that we're not held back. It's sort of setting the reality for everyone else back at home that it is possible to do something like this. If you put in the work and effort, no matter any of the drawbacks that you have, anything holding you back, you can still do it. You just got to keep pushing through it and just make it through. That's the whole reason why I'm here. The main thing for me is just not to get day one. That'd be great. Just getting through the initial rush and getting over that adrenaline. That sort of feeling is something you don't want ever going away. So coming back to that feeling the whole time would be pretty much what the goal is, yeah. Just knowing that we came here with nothing to lose and everything to gain. So just giving it our all. That's the main thing.
I mean, talk about such an amazing story, being the first South African team here. And your first LAN ever being this LAN, the largest LAN in ALGS history. That's just got to be such a core memory in your competitive career as a player.
Absolutely, and I got to work with some of the content team on the back that did that piece, and they said that as just Masuko was walking around the event, getting to see some of the other pro players that he's always competed against, watched, and everything like that, he was kind of a little bit giddy, to see them, and it got to a point where you could tell this is just a special event for him, and this event provided him the opportunity to compete with the best of the best finally.
Which is why we keep talking about just how special our ALGS Open is. But now that we've moved on to the next stage of the competition, let's take a look at our updated list of participating teams here for winners round 2. Okay, you're going to be seeing that this is the top 10 teams from 2 of our previously played series on the day. So Zephyr, tell me some of these teams that might be jumping out at you.
Well, right off the bat, we come off the tail end of at least analyzing what was Furia, Na'Vi, and NRG representing the top 3. But across the board here, other squads like Eternal, like VG, VK, they have also come through. Twisted Minds, notably. They make the jump to America if you haven't been paying attention recently. These are some huge entities that now have proven they've been able to play, get through the round 1 survival, but will arguably now continue to do the same in the second. I don't think they're quite out of the woods just yet. There is still this variance that they're going to have to deal with when we talk about the skill level and what else is there.
Yeah, we're absolutely still seeing some newer teams that are going to be playing here in this next stage of the competition. And coming off the tail end of that piece of content we just got to watch as well, Jamerson, talk to me about a team that you might be wanting to keep your eyes on here.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about Twerkaholics. It's been on the tip of everyone's tongues, but I mean, this is a CC team that made it here through the PSQ, and honestly, that is already tough work. And so they were able to make it here, and honestly, one thing I really do want to point out, Jumbo was brought it up for me, because as we were walking back from the stage, right, a lot of the first game was already happening, and by the time we got back to our green room, a team would be dead, and it was Reply Totem. And I was like, hey, what happened? Jumbo's like, you know what? It's Twerkaholics. They decided off the rip, they're on Storm Point. They're going to go for a quasi-contest, going over from Devastated Coast and just contesting a Pro League team. I mean, the Maggie Wrecking Balls on a team to be able to do that. And that's the kind of, gumption you need when you come into an open like this, right? Sometimes you need to respect your elders, and other times you need, you gotta let them know. You gotta earn that respect. And I love that they did that. And we do take a look at the results, and you gotta say, in that lobby where NRG, Furia, Na'Vi were doing amazing things, right? In their first match, they ended up getting 9th place overall, but 9 kill points in that lobby. So I'm glad to see that they were able. Honestly, if a team is going to go ahead and make their way into Pro League next season, right? That's the kind of confidence that you need.
100%. You're going to go still have an opportunity to make up for any potential mistakes. Didn't go that. So, I mean, right now I think that they're picking in winners round 2. Jumbo.
Go with SE Esports. Were 2 of the biggest up-and-coming stories. They finished top 12 at every LAN and almost won the Germany LAN alongside MT. This year they're playing with none other than the 2-time LAN champion Sharky. Amazing pickup for them to be here with. And the only thing is, in their last set, we didn't get to see it on main stage, they actually squeaked through at 9th. But 21 of their points, 21 of their points out of 35 came from kills. That could be some of the chaos that happens in these early lobbies. So in this next one, they're looking for something better. They're looking to be able to maybe have this better experience that they had from last year, take that and work against these lower placed teams that they struggled against maybe in the first lobby, and now be able to compete against better when it's a little bit tougher in this next one. I
mean, we saw just how important kills are even in that first series. We saw Fury the entire time not get the win until the end, but able to stay in the top 3 because of their slaying power. So if S8 already have the first half of that equation kind of figured out, able to get those kills on the board, it's just about settling into their role, kind of learning that consistency from there. So definitely a good shout for them as well. Zephyr, last one here on the list. Excited to hear from you. Who do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about Eternal. This is a team that is arguably not discussed enough, I would personally say. They come through kind of from the lower echelon, and it's one of the first teams that we've gotten to see out here in the Open that's actually popped off, right? First place recently in their last matchup. You'll recognize some of these folks, but people like Miles, they haven't played since Valkyrie back in the day and has been a coach for the time being. Of course, Buckle there, a prominent figure who was in the top 5 in KP for that lobby recently, who's been an absolute fryer. You can see there 72 points overall. And of course, I couldn't help but pick this roster because of Dallas. I hate that guy. That guy has ruined my life for the last year. I have an absolute bone to pick with Dallas. Shout out to Octane Collegiate League, where I myself coach Texas A&M. Dallas has made my life an absolute living. And it has been a problem, but if he can absolutely dominate, roll through these lobbies in the same way he delivers there, as well as he's shown in Pro League, I mean, this is a high chance for them to finish in the top 10.
I mean, we've seen them find success before, so I like the choice in EEC as well. Talking about a few other teams that we haven't gotten a chance to really highlight, because in that first series we were focused on some of our juggernauts. So really happy with that. But we also did have to eventually start talking about who we thought could win this next series. So let's start that discussion. Obviously, winners round 2. It's now a new lobby of teams, which could potentially change up your feelings on who you think is going to be taking this whole thing home for this series. Jumba, I want to get to hear from you on your thoughts on who could potentially be winning this one.
I'm going to be absolutely biased and pick Na'Vi because I got to spend a lot of time with them yesterday, and just getting to hear from them, honestly, those guys are coming in with so much confidence after winning Japan that I think they could go the distance at this one too. So yeah, I would say that they're going to be the ones here. And I mean, you guys saw it the last set. They had 3rd place overall, lots of kills, great placement. Yeah, I think Na'Vi's a really easy pick for me.
All right, I mean, I picked them last time, so I'm not mad about that pick. It's a great pick. I went with NRG, as you can see on there. Looks like Jamerson went with the Furia, as did Zephyr, so they've got a little bit of an agreement over there. And I'm going to get to that choice in a little bit, because first I want to highlight NRG. It's mostly because of the insane snipe that we saw out of Timmy. It's been on repeat, okay, but we're gonna take a moment to do a little bit of highlights on them and see exactly what that looked like in case anybody at home missed it. So let's check it out. Dive into these. And this is where it's going to be cool. We're starting things off right out the gate with their win, okay? And we saw how well they played this, because this was an opportunity for them to lie in wait, get the win, clean things up, and they did it well. They were the last team with that wall to slam down here, Zephyr, and they were able to claim it. But the Kraber in the hands of Timmy, we're never surprised that these are the plays that are coming out of him.
What I really like out of NRG coming off of this last set is the fact that, you know, we always have a lot of questions about how rosters come together and meld. And while it's fun to point out incredible moments where you're shooting someone out of the air, I'm more impressed to see Timmy lead the pack here as this IGL and start to take a figurehead role for the NRG roster in a way that now has proven itself in at least this first round, and what could potentially be a growing period for them as they make their way through the rest of these sets.
A little bit of NRG love coming from you here too, Jumba?
You know what? That was a really good celebration from Timmy. You know, the sleeve just to show for the camera. No, just love the you know, the fun that Timmy's having with this tournament right now.
And I think that's one of the cool things about this event too, is that these first days are kind of about that. You guys have highlighted a couple squads that have managed to get a lot of their points from killing, but that's because in day 1 or 2, they're highlighting that type of play style. They're specifically going for the kills just to make sure they're making it to the next stage of the competition. They'll worry about the more serious stuff later. And I said I wanted to get back to you guys and talk about that prediction. Furia was one of those teams that came out hot with those kills, Jamerson. So tell me why you think they could take this series home now.
Yeah, in particular, I want to say about how they evolved over that series. I understand, you know, it is early round 1, right? But you saw that there were some things that were holding them back, and they were so close on converting into multiple wins when we were on Storm Point. They were so close themselves multiple times, right? You saw that they were hesitant to make a lot of pushes, and they opted to play for second when honestly they could have just played for first and taken that coin toss instead. And then by the end of the series, we saw them being a little bit more bloodthirsty, being more aggressive in that regard. And once again, that's the playstyle they want to reach. That's the apex that they want to reach. And so I think that they found it there in game number 6, and they'll be able to continue on that trend.
Yeah, and you know, we had started that conversation, even got to talk to Keon at the end of it to, you know, see how they were feeling after being able to have such a strong performance. We've got a little bit more time before we get into the next series, so I want to take a look back at some of the Furia highlights as well, because they did a lot of things right. Even Keon said with the new addition of Noct, it was really helping with that kill play style that they were going for here, Zephyr. So talk to me about Furia.
I think you hit the nail right on the head there, and it's exactly what Keon was saying as well. For so long, this was a roster that failed to get the final nail in the coffin of so many teams when we talked about prior Furia. They make the drop back, Salon, and switch, and Noct gives them a sense of aggression, just even in decision-making, that has not existed alongside this team in such a period. You are right, though. We are a bit biased in our round 1 descriptions of a lot of these teams. The reason I pick Furia more often than not is because I know they can frag out. We've seen it in scrims. Now we've developed a result in this first round, and they're likely to do it again. That win at the very end, though, that is the cherry on top of the cake that we will all be continuing to wait and watch and see as we make our way through the rest of this competition, because delivering on that win is ultimately all that matters here. I have no doubts that we say hello to Furia coming into Sunday, but the question is, can they find their way to that trophy?
I love that. I absolutely love that. I think that the farther we get in the competition, obviously the harder these lobbies are going to get, the harder it's going to be for some of our newer squads to start making their mark, but that's exactly what they're all going to be striving to do. And doing it now and continuing on that upper portion of our bracket is going to make it a little bit easier, give themselves a little bit of cushion if they end up dropping down into that elimination bracket. But for now, we need to focus and see what's going to happen here in winners round 2. And I believe we have Vicky and Genome standing by. You guys are ready to keep these games going?
Of course we are, Glitter. I'm excited here. We've had a whole day of non-stop action, Vicky Kitty with Genome here, and I can't wait to see how some of these teams have already felt warmed up. We just saw them on the stage not too long ago. Keep the stride going.
Yeah, look, some of these teams have absolutely chewed through some cannon fodder with some massive games to start this tournament off with. But now we move into that second round. Things will get only harder and harder from now on, and the lobbies are getting more stacked, Vicky.
Yeah, it is, and it's exciting to also continue seeing different maps coming into play, right? You have to consider what our first 3 maps, or rather first 3 games, and the map that we're going to be playing on is going to be looking like too, on top of the different legend compositions that we've been exposed to.
Yeah, and that's something I've been having a look at as we've gone through that first phase of the day, Vicky. And all of these lobbies, they played out differently when you go through the 6 games and have a look at the legend bands as they progress throughout the different series that we've had so far. So here's a graphic I got the team to put together, and you can see how wildly different some of these legend bands are, right? So the really interesting thing that first sticks out to me is that Newcastle got banned either first or not at all. And that is just so wild to me, right? Because for my money, Newcastle is the best legend at a pro level in Apex Legends right now. So I think it's very normal and expected to see 4 of these lobbies use up Newcastle first. But the fact that the other lobbies haven't at all is wild, right? And I think where that comes from is that if you're not playing Newcastle, it means that you're playing a very aggressive composition. Maybe you're sticking to the crypto that we see go out a little bit later in some of these legend band sequences. And that might make sense, right? With some of the teams looking to farm kills in these early lobbies and get their way into the top 10 via aggression.
You know, another common denominator when you talk about legend bands, it's Catalyst. Well, I see like 6 bans on Catalyst throughout the course of these lobbies out of the 8 in total. So you talk about the Newcastle, we talk about the Catalyst, we talk about the reset opportunities. You also mentioned, you highlight the different maps that we're seeing these teams play on, their comfort levels, but also I think
think something else that has to do with a lot of this, you know, has to do with the regions and the way that these regions like to play into their strengths, right? Whether you want to be a lot more aggressive or much more passive here also kind of insinuates what kind of lobbies and compositions that you're going to be exposed to.
Yeah, you know, and Crypto's like one of the best examples of that, right? Throughout the history of Apex Legends at LAN and that meshing of the different regions, Crypto's always been one of those divisive characters where, you know, some regions, you know, typically APAC North in times past have really leaned into it, and others haven't been so keen to try out that play style because it is something that takes a little bit longer to get used to. I was talking to S8, the APAC South team, just earlier today, and they were saying how, you know, they've been trying it out in scrims, but it really is so hard to wrap your head around if you haven't had, you know, quite a bit of experience, because it just changes the pacing of the plays up so much. And they said, we would rather just try and shoot out the other team's drone, because if not, we're just wasting cells, wasting batteries as we trade EMP for EMP with other teams.
That's interesting, too, because we already got like a little sneak peek, right? Us in the green room watching the lobby play out within our second series, what to expect from our top 10 teams that have moved on through the winners bracket, our bottom 10 teams here that we, or rather other top 10 teams that we saw from another lobby elsewhere, and seeing how that's going to now combine together from what we've already witnessed. You know, we saw NRG really kicking up with momentum. We saw those Kraber shots from Timmy coming through. We saw the enabling from Guild and Yanya. Now, obviously, the same thing could be said here for Na'Vi, our another top 3 squad that we saw in our second series.
And yeah, I think, you know, Timmy feeling himself, hitting those shots is quite important here as we have a look at the map sequence here, which will of course be changing from round to round. So now that we're up to winners round 2, we'll start with the 3 World's Edge and then move on to the 3 E-District.
This is going to be so interesting. Obviously, you know, we had the POI draft come up here to look at where our teams are going to be landing on World's Edge, which is so important to highlight because this is World's Edge where World's Edge is not in Pro League right now, right? This is going to be something that we knew was going to happen for the ALGS Open. So I got to see a little sprinkle of scrims to see how the legend bands really influence the different play styles here on World's Edge. And I'm honestly looking at the fact that Fragment, not touched. Epi, not touched. We get to see, though, Liquid over by Dome side, and it really goes hand in hand with where are these teams, where do they want to go for E-District?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Unreal Nightmare get to take out Survey Camp and then no one picks Epicenter, that's a huge boon for them. Very, very lucky pickup there, I would say. Also interesting to see that, you know, I mean, staging. SA to pick that in number 37. How the mighty have fallen. That used to be such a priority, well, you know, not a pick, but a drop spot that people would fight over in days gone by, but now it slips to 37th pick.
You never would have guessed it, right? It used to have that gas salute, the gas rotations out here for them to work off of, but it's going to be going into Seoul and their 37th pick, even Na'Vi over being by Monument as well, being the 5th pick, but Furia being on that Skyhook West, playing up their strengths too, I would say, with the way that they play.
Having a look at T-Law down there at Dome, they're going to be so far away. Hopefully they've worked out how to play Dome. Some people have called it a very hard POI to tame. VKG have managed to make their way through here into winners round 2. One of the teams from Apex South with the highest average placement per LAN. I think their lowest placement at LAN is something like 12. It's actually crazy. There's a couple of teams like them, S8, that have come out of the Apex South region, and they just, you know, came out of the blocks just flying and have never really slowed down. And they often don't get put in that conversation for can they win a LAN, because it still does look like they are a little bit off the pace compared to some of our top teams like, you know, Shopify Rebellion or Alliance. But their consistency has actually been incredible, and I would say flies under the radar a little bit.
As we get ready to start off our final series of day 1 in the ALGS Open. Getting set up for World's Edge, our legends are seated and ready to go. Highlight some of the teams that may have had that opportunity, the bubble teams that may have had that breakout moment. This is the time to shine. World's Edge, we're going back home is what I always say. I love to see change up, but there's no place like home.
I mean, talking about change-ups, I've just seen VK Gaming decide to pick up Valkyrie in game 1. Now, obviously, we were having a look at our legend bands before. That was, you know, that was coming from a series where we had Broken Moon and we had the 4th map, which
You're talking about Storm Point?
Storm Point, thank you. That one, yeah. I remember that. And now that obviously this is going to change up how things play out here, right? So we got a Valkyrie right from the rip here. Okay, with VK Gaming, very interesting. The other thing we had was that it was either Newcastle or Catalyst banned right from the start. And of course, we are seeing both of those picks be very highly prioritized across the board here.
You know what's interesting? You talk about VK Gaming and Valkyrie. I feel like that's so in brand with VK Gaming, a team that really likes to play for the best position in that final zone, wanting to kind of find themselves safely where they know that zone is going to be pulling rather than being hyper aggressive that we see teams like Furia position themselves. We know that they like to split loot one member over by Trials. The rest of Furia is going to be able to get that ring console as well as loot up the other side of Skyhook before making their rotate and, you know, maybe not having to go too far away considering where the zone may be pulling next.
So one of the interesting differences we're going to see here, because we haven't seen World's Edge in Pro League yet so far this year, it's been a while, look at the amount of alters here. Okay, so having a chat to some other pro players earlier today, they were saying watch out for alter on World's Edge because it changes everything. They were saying there are some crazy rotates you can do with the Void Passage. If you go down to, say, launch site, you can go from outside one of those main buildings into the middle room, you know, the one that has sort of double doors on either side, right? Because that's 30 meters. So you could have players watching the front and the back, and all of a sudden, like a mole pops out of the middle of your building and starts an insurrection. I mean, so yeah, there's all these interesting opportunities. I mean, we're getting a Skyhook zone. Think about what happens to the buildings on E-District when you've got Alta in the pool, right? You're having to jump on bookcases and stuff to stop yourself getting, you know, to stop the abductions coming through from the Alta. Teams are going to have so many more options to the typical Skyhook zone that we're used to, where 18 teams will find a building each and sit there for a very long time. Aggressive options abound here in this new World's Edge.
I can't wait. I just imagine the kidnap opportunities out here, the multi-team building fights when you know that Skyhook zones always allow so many squads to coexist with one another. That's why you usually see on World's Edge, when you see Skyhook zones, you could expect so many teams to already still be there for Circle 4. So seeing how this plays out with a lot of the teams that have already gotten the information on where the zone's going to be pulling. And I love how we did highlight VK Gaming running the Valkyrie so that way they could go for those quick rotates. Well, guess what? There's really nowhere to rotate because you already know where that next zone's pulling. You're going to be sticking around by Skyhook, hopefully finding themselves in a great position. Same thing could be said about Fury, who have retracted right back to Trials before taking an evac tower, finding their place over on the north side of Skyhook, and the other teams that will be rotating from the south.
Okay, so Na'Vi, yeah, we see them taking up top position there in the Skyhook, rotating in from Monument. Of course, they did have Fragment to go with that to supplement their loot because no one chose that POI. That means they get to sit up there. They might be 1,500 off their purple Evos, Vicky, but they've got plenty of sight lines and ammo to work their way towards purple.
Theory crafting here about not only the altar plays that could happen here on Skyhook, but Newcastle, because we do have more Newcastle in this lobby, 15 Newcastles in total. So he will be the first legend band of this series, but combining the Newcastle and then the altar too when you're trying to bunker down with a lot of these teams that have this as a priority POI who won't really be able to get those Evo Harvesters, the best bet that they got is really shooting from afar and getting this poke damage.
I mean, you saw there that Keon was already up to purple armor when some of his teammates were on white. Okay, now obviously that's part of him starting over at Trials and having, you know, some of the only PvE available to teams on World's Edge.
And already starting off strong here. Timmy got beamed, but it's okay. Yanya was right there to help him out. That also goes hand in hand with the altar portal that you could get right on top of the high ground just as quickly. They weren't able to get that knock.
Yep, you can see Twerkaholics. What a name. Taking the Void Nexus back towards Lava Fissure here. So I think they might all get out. Yeah, I don't see an assist on the side of NRG here. So despite the fact that they've got a knock, they don't... they're not able to find that finish.
Can we talk about the Portal Nexus? And if you purposely plan out 2 Portal Nexuses to cover almost 2 POIs, that's 4 POIs that you could really cover depending on which Portal Nexus you want to take first. But it's also just a great get out of jail option because you know that they probably aren't going to be taking that Portal once they use that Portal Nexus. Great way to reset here, as we've already seen from Torkaholics. I love that name.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting names in this lobby. As we watch Young Black Ricky set up there. Obviously their name coming from partly Young Hong Kong, who's been the import from, I think it's Denmark actually, to APAC South. So interesting players going all over the world these days, joining one team or another.
Whatever it takes here as NRG looking at VC Go. Torkaholics are still right behind them by Mirage. They will be able to scan that survey, so NRG, if they want to commit to this fight, they have to be wary of the potential third party that could come up from right behind their 6.
Yeah, now the Torkaholics have got the reset, they hear the shooting, and they are actually making their way slowly towards NRG, and if they aren't careful, could get collapsed on here from both sides.
Some G7 shots. NRG keeping up the pressure.
Enough pressure to push VC Go out, right? So it seems like that danger is gone, and now they can think about the... He's walking up here. The fact that he's walking and almost catches them up on the survey beacon. A couple of good headshots here. A tether could be the end of Yanya.
And they were not expecting it. They did have that Portal Nexus. Maybe that's why they were feeling a bit more brave to try to extend here. But what timing it was for them to take it. You saw the drift as well. So Torkaholics noting that they could be right here around the other side of the rock, but it also means that NRG will be taking just a bit of circle damage.
I mean, even situations like that show you how much Alter literally does alter the game. I mean, Yanya was dead to rights there if he didn't have a Nexus as a get out of jail free card.
Trying to take some raw pop shots as NRG are going to be able to take the evac tower out of that craze. Saying, all right, VC Go, you could count your blessings. Torkaholics has saved you with that third party. We're going to be making our rotate through Lava Fisher. We already know that Crazy Raccoon have found that console beacon, rather that circle beacon right there by Countdown, so they'll have information on where that next zone is going to be pulling. But so many of the other teams have already made their way inside some of the squads, rather the buildings right here on Skyhook.
CTA pinging out a position. Oh, they actually fall off. Not because they've taken any damage. Sometimes teams will try and play it safe that way. I'm not sure if that was because they spotted out SGP2 ahead of them, or if they wanted to actually stick around for the next ring console scan. Seems to be the more likely option.
Torkaholics, though, it's been non-stop action. If they couldn't take the fight to NRG, well, they're taking it to VC Go instead. You see the Portal Nexus being activated, but they were able to get 2 knocks onto Torkaholics, only leaving 1 behind. Will Torkaholics be that first team to go out? I mean, with that Portal Nexus, Torkaholics have managed to go right back to Mirage Etoile and then over to their second Portal Nexus in Lava Fisher.
They know NRG's nearby, though. The reset has put them into the waiting arms of NRG. Have they heard this? Have they seen it? Seems like maybe they don't care. They might just prioritize the rotation here and start moving in towards Skyhook as the zone pulls ever deeper into the city itself.
I don't think they did actually see it. If anything, they just wanted to take that jump tower to just start moving into that next zone, leaving Torkaholics to play this out as a solo for now. Could be a replicator nearby here as we tune into the other squads making their rotate. Talk about T-Law, who've now made their rotate, exiting out of the monument side through the choke where the tunnel is.
And depending on how they decide to play this, it could decide the fate of SJP2 and Liquid Alien, where you can see they're coming right up on the back of them, and a nice fuse ult here. We'll probably just push Liquid back. So, you know, unless they really decide to get frisky with this here, it's really all up to CR, honestly, because they can decide to keep going further into the city, or they can decide to hold out Liquid Alienware and look for the KP in that way.
Even bigger from Liquid Alienware to recognize that they do not want to take that fight inside the tunnel with the Fuse ult kind of cutting them off and also staggering them a little bit. It's an opportunity for a potential third party to come in from right behind them. So they immediately backtracked and looked to see if any other squad could be rotating from Grandma's house. They did note that SJP2 are in Grandma's house. There could be a beacon there that they're trying to prioritize before going into the north side by Skyhook. But Liquid Alienware look like do want to try to take this fight versus Crazy Raccoon.
Okay, yep. Now that the Fuse ult has been expended, less opportunity for CR to push them back with utility. Still using grenades, but at some point they are going to run out of ways to tell Liquid to get out of the tunnel.
Off of that stick on the Arcstar, though, I really do like how they were holding for Kurev to just reset with the battery there.
By the way, Twerkaholics on their second or third reset have just found themselves a mythic bin. Okay. That's being rewarded for I don't know what.
Maybe just being Twerkaholics themselves. I mean, we talk about some RNGs is coming through for them here, really helping them out. And you know what?
They got the shrine set up.
Yes, exactly. And not only that, too, you could also bless the fact that the zone will be pulling more so over to the west side of Skyhook, too.
And if you have a look at this, I mean, Monster is currently split holding 3 different buildings, one of which Twerkaholics could easily take residence up in if they spot that out soon enough. Still 20 teams and 60 players alive, by the way. Zone 3, all right, we're getting some quality Apex here.
This is what I like to see. This is what I expect, though, in a zone like this on World's Edge. You could also see the survey beacon that was scanned up, so that team knowing how many players are within the vicinity, where they're playing, how many squads are stacked up on top of each other, sharing some of this building space as Twerkaholics slide down for free from the trial side.
And not only that, it's the Kraber ballistic combo, the infinite Kraber. Oh my, if they come out and win this, this will be one of the comebacks of all time.
The fact that that building was free too, they're gonna absolutely take that. CTE in some trouble though, losing out on Chase Bomb the moment that they try to find a position from underneath the middle console of Skyhook. Losing out a second one, Mav is able to get that shield swap, but you're dancing around the bullets. Good luck trying to get that res. They break down the Newcastle ult wall. But luckily he is altered. They still had that cat wall up so you could reposition, but they're not the only team shooting at them right now. CTE are dancing around bullets from 2 different teams.
Ugh. Kind of like my brother when we were 10, just not willing to share.
If anything, BKG wanted a CTE all to themselves. Everyone trying to take some shots at them. Circle now closing into the back. So many squads have already found themselves, though, in their own respective building over in Skyhook.
Where's it going? Goes west. Straight onto the market. Classic ending here in Skyhook. Advantage Monster. Twerkaholics, we were saying, you know, 3 buildings available. One of them is now out of zone. 2 of the others still being split hold, and they're kind of in the middle of nowhere. So we'll have to see if they can leverage that mythic loot to try and make their way into zone as they actually, I don't love this building. I mean, in this particular situation, it's a little better because you've got some of the angles cut off here. But my lord, if they had have, you know, found that option to go market or go the building even further north where Monster was split holding, it'd be so much better for them right now as they're trying to hold this 2-story.
Oh, but they're trying to force the interaction. I mean, they do have the Evil Shield advantage, but they lose that on 1. The P20 is just doing enough to take care of that squad.
Okay.
Spectre, Esports, and Zero Tenacity are eliminated in the lobby.
All right, so they get the win over Spectre Esports, and now they have to be really hopeful that they can hold this out against teams like NRG, who are currently scouting their building, but they're not the only team here who's cohabiting. We've got Liquid Alienware going up against Twisted Minds, 7T, as teams start to make their next moves. We've already lost 3 squads.
And this is Liquid Alienware who made their rotate outside of that tunnel that they were trying to originally take that fight versus Crazy Raccoon, went all the way around through Grandma's house, and now went from the east side of Skyhook, finding themselves in now a building, sharing the space with 7T. See them with the multi-floor building that they have that space to work off of, but they're not the only ones, with Mind also playing right underneath them. Here comes the EMP. Goodbye, Watson fences. We know how this goes. Crazy Raccoon now slide in, and it looks like they want a little piece of the action, playing from right underneath, and they're also one of the teams with the altar.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to point out, right? 7T, YBR, a couple of teams actually opting from the rip to choose Watson over Catalyst. Interesting choice for a couple of reasons. I mean, I don't know, maybe they picked up on the fact that not as many crypto teams in this lobby. Let's have a look here. We've only got 4 actually from lobby number 1. That could pick up when some other picks get banned out later.
Also floating with the Kraber shot onto Guild, does get that knock. Don't think you're going to be able to get that finishing blow though, considering that NRG are an isolated team on one of the buildings that are on the outskirts of this zone. So Twerkaholics kind of sending a message, you know, after the action that we saw earlier on in the game.
Yeah, meanwhile, we saw SJP there trying to set up in the middle of everything, a spot you usually wouldn't be able to play if you didn't have the Newcastle wall, and this is why we talk about it being one of the most transformative legends in Apex Legends, because you really can play so many spots that are otherwise unplayable with any other team composition.
Calm before the storm. See the pings. SJP2 playing right alongside Twerkaholics, but it's about getting visuals over the squads. What, 4 squads or so? 5 squads actually, that are in the middle console of Skyhook. And really, it's only Monster that have the sliver corner of the building still in that next zone. Gets another crack, but again, you can't really do much off of this damage that you're getting with the Kraber.
No, but depending on when they get the damage, they might be able to stop NRG from having time to get the reset, right? And we see NRG Guild go down as well, because S8 have noticed the Kraber ringing out. They've noticed this team getting knocked next to them, and S8, they're unsure about their next rotation, and they're saying, we should, at the very least, try and confirm some KP on either side of us.
And NRG is feeling the pressure with Yanya now going down, so Twerkaholics still putting in the damage that they need through that window. VG now make their way with the Wraith portal, but is it even safe to take when you're getting shot from afar? Zone closing in, Crazy Raccoon get eliminated. This is where we get to see all these teams collapse. 14 squads still left with round 5 closing.
This is about to be straight up chaos. Liquid Alienware move in, but remember that position right ahead of them, that's SJP2. Furia also looking for some kills, but they are surrounded by teams. Furia, go down.
And you have to worry about Ochako with that Kraber in his hand. Liquid Alienware, Kuriv cannot pop that shield, but he gets a shield swap instead. Look at the amount of teams that are dropping. 10 squads left. Haguanis gets beaten from the other side, though. Kuriv tries to go for the res.
SJP2, they get taken out of their little bunker position in the middle. Twisted Minds do not make the rotation, neither do Liquid Alienware. Twerkaholics, from their more isolated position, are able to survive for now.
Look at their positioning here behind the Newcastle wall too.
Incredible, the only team to survive through all of that on that side of the map. And as you see, they get, you know, it's a Newcastle wall. It's not their own, but they have that position to play.
Yeah, literally one of the teams not running the Newcastle out here, but thank you very much for the early gift. We'll absolutely take those, while Na'Vi had lost out on Harako, who had jumped down to put down that portal. VK Gaming now engaging in a fight too. And they find Eternal. 5 squads left. Here comes Na'Vi sliding in, trying to go for the opportunity to third party with their timing.
Okay, Twerkaholics now see an opportunity to make their move. Can they get back in on the Newcastle from behind? Yes, they can. VK Gaming goes down. Monster have been biding their time all of this game, and now they seize the opportunity to come up behind on Real Nightmare as Twerkaholics get more and more kills.
The third party for free from Monster to walk in as Twerkaholics are trying to reset, but good luck. The Newcastle wall actually coming really short here. Having to be careful and look behind you. You don't want to get fully wrapped on, and it's going to be that 1v1 between Monster and Twerkaholics, but Twerkaholics are also playing this incredibly slow. They had the portal nexus.
I mean, Monster had the opportunity to try and split them up there. It's good enough regardless. The Void Nexus will not save Twerkaholics, but they don't mind. They picked up quite a number of kills in that game. They end up with a sizable chunk of points available in game 1 there. An interesting start of the game from them, and an incredible conversion, honestly, considering how scattered they were from the start all the way over at staging.
Honestly, so impressed to see how Twerkaholics was able to survive the onslaught of teams collapsing on one another once everybody was funneled outside of their own respective buildings on the west side of Skyhook. But even more chaotic at the teams that had to also deal with the pressure from the middle console of Skyhook that had to drop down, give up that high ground, and I believe also the console wasn't even in that next zone too, so everybody was just forced out kind of close to the open.
Yeah, I think one thing that definitely would have worked in Twerkaholic's favor was that the teams were close enough to hear them constantly firing the Kraber, and any team on to their right as they walked in on that zone close would have been so scared of Twerkaholics that they all just sort of ran into each other. And in the end, that's why Twerkaholics came out with that side of the zone all to themselves and finish up with 16 points, a very respectable total considering the amount of respawns it required.
With 7 KP, I mean, KP across the board here for our top 10 squads in general, even going all the way down to Eternal with 6 KP, VK Gaming as well, as that is their POI, so they were able to pressure out some squads that were trying to find their space into some of the buildings over in Skyhook. But I like what we're seeing here, a lot more even to start off our first game, and I believe in our last series that we had here on main stage, Twerkaholics also started off very strong when they had played in their series.
Yeah, that's another great start from them. And as you said, everyone here, right, has at least gotten through that one winners bracket. So they've got something to hang their hat on for the moment. Having a look at a head-to-head here between a couple of our top teams, you can see it was a solid 4.8K coming out of Twerkaholics.
It's nice to be able to see how a lot of these teams have to make those adjustments on World's Edge, right? Because we have seen Storm Point, we have seen what E-District brings to the table, but also when you have a Skyhook end zone like that, being able to go over to Alter and then work around these buildings, being able to reset that we saw Twerkaholics do when they were originally almost pinched by NRG and that other team that we saw trying to rotate over from that side, but still being able to get that there, get the reset and the Mythic Bin is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, look, shout out to Monster as well, right? They won the game. It was a pretty slow one for them. As we said, they were split holding 3 different buildings towards the northwest of Skyhook towards the start of that game, and they played the waiting game. It was a patient game, and they come out with a dub for it.
And that's what you have to do here. You want to carry on some of that momentum going into our next 2 games here on World's Edge. We got a lot more action coming to you guys soon. It's been a great day here, our 3rd series of the day to really close this chapter here for the ALGS Open. You don't want to miss it. Game number 2 coming to you soon.
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
看一下我跟小队，右边，小心右边。
打一个，
左边。推吧，直接推吧，剩一个而已。在对面。
那来。TP 走，直接打。对，
我没做事，我没有做事。对，好的。
With a pop-off moment, Monster win game number 1 within our winners bracket 2A. The action has not stopped here in New Orleans, and it keeps going as we continue on World's Edge. Game number 1 providing a good insight on what a Skyhook zone could look like. Now I'm wondering with a diverse circle pool, what that could bring with the Legend Band into place. Of course, we saw the majority of these teams run Newcastle, so we will have Newcastle banned after our first game.
Yep. So continuing that trend of being either first or not at all. As we mentioned, a couple more teams playing Watson than perhaps we'd expected. That just could be a World's Edge difference. Teams who want to fast rotate, one of the big advantages of playing Watson is you don't necessarily need to loot for too long because you don't need as many bats and shield cells. You can just rely on the generator and Watson's passive shield regen.
Yeah, and then you have to also consider the altars that we have, right? Trying to kidnap you through the portal. If you take a portal nexus, you also have a Watson to just put down the fence. Or if you're in the case of Crazy Raccoon, you also have the EMP to start your engagement, as we saw the attempt over in Skyhook when they were actually sharing that building right underneath the team that was running the Watson. So a lot of possibilities out here too, playing into the favors of a lot of these compositions. I love seeing the crowd out here too, making their way over for day 1. A nice little kickstart here for our ALGS Open and our final series here on the main stage too, to see where our teams are going to be standing after this.
Pretty sure I just saw a wild Jayhawk in the audience down there. Good to see old mate back. Here we've got NRG, one of the newly formed rosters. Twisted Minds, my pick for the series. Let me just check for a second. How many points did they rock up with in the first game? Twisted Minds 7. Okay, not too bad. Let's have a look at the legend compositions that we saw in our first game. Number 1, 50% of the lobby going with Altar, Catalyst, Newcastle. Love this composition. It can do everything. A bit of aggro, a bit of defense. You've got ring scans. You've got the you generally go the recon perk here with Altar because you've got the support res already available with the Newcastle, and it just rounds your composition out very, very well.
Scan your ring consoles with the Catalyst, you get your reset opportunities, you get the res with the Newcastle support passive, allowing you to get the passive healing onto who you res as well. But I just love how big of a disparity this is. 50% of this composition pick rate, and then you look at all the other different compositions that we had seen from our squads.
Yeah, the more aggro crypto compositions. Ash Watson is interesting. I wonder who was playing the Wraith instead of the Altar. I feel like right now, Altar is just a better Wraith. Like it provides you so many different opportunities. I really would love to know why they value the portal from Wraith over Altar and her Void Nexuses.
I believe it was actually Na'Vi, and they gave up the high ground over by the middle console of Skyhook, and when Hierarchy was trying to put down the portal to help reposition his squad before that ring started pulling, he actually got sent down for it. So that's just something to consider here. See how that works out for this squad.
You are so right, and it was Hierarchy. Wow,
sometimes my memory isn't a goldfish. We take that. We take that dub.
Damn. That is just flabbergasting to me because I would have expected that from maybe another team who has a comfort pick. Maybe didn't have as much time to prep and scrim for this. Genuinely fascinated by that. I kind of want to go and ask them what was going on with that one later. Because, yeah, to me, Altar is just such a strong pick right now. Not even just in the head-to-head with sort of Wraith versus Altar, but just as a legend full stop.
Well, we fixed a little issue here on stage. I want to take you guys through that final zone because we also got to see Monster, who found their positioning rather early after making a quick rotate from, I believe it was Landslide, but they barely had taken any damage, honestly, throughout the course of that game. They only took 898 damage, the lowest in the entire lobby aside from the dub that they were able to get for this game.
So we highlighted the Valkyrie earlier from BK Gaming. What I missed was that they're also running Gibby first game. Double support here. You can see the bubble's a little bit shallow there. I guess they were trying to cut someone off with that. Doesn't quite work out, so that means BK Gaming go down quite quickly there. And at this point, we see Monster coming in for the sandwich. I thought this was an interesting move. It was a very shallow Newcastle wall as well, and it's like you want to boot people into the zone. You want to split people up. Do you have an
he-
idea why they went for that?
I think his teammate just ran in front of him and it locked onto his teammate when he used the ult. I've seen that happen so many times. It's happened to me too when I'm trying to polish up my Newcastles. But you know what? At least in the end, it did work out for them. I do applaud Twisted Minds, what we saw from Torcoholics, try to reposition with the Portal Nexus, but also they still took a bit of damage from the zone. They couldn't get the reset with the crates also being like the death boxes being in front of Monster in their line of sight. And then we also saw the graveyard of death boxes right underneath that middle console too. Like if I saw that, all right, you could keep that space. Obviously, it's not the best position to be in when so many teams are trying to utilize that ramp to get out of the line of sight of other teams.
Okay, so we get a 6-kill win from Monster. As we noted, they didn't really join the game until pretty late into that, so that's why we don't see a massive amount on them. Newcastle is banned off first. And all of a sudden, half the spots that we just saw playable disappear.
Unless we see something a little bit more creative for some of our teams. Obviously, you still got that Catalyst, you still have that Catwall, which would be so detrimental for some tricky rotates.
Yeah, I mean, I was also having a discussion before about whether Caustic might be seen on World's Edge because it is just so strong in a lot of buildings, a lot of certain, POIs in World's Edge compared to the other maps. If we were going into a game 4 to 6 on World's Edge, I'd say there'd be a much higher chance of that happening as we saw, Catalyst and some of the other ring console characters get banned out. I'd have to say it might be a little more unlikely in games 1 to 3.
I could absolutely see that, especially as we go down the list for more legend bans. But let's get started for game number 2. And a legend that I am seeing just one extra one of compared to our game number 1 is Valkyrie. We see SJP2 now running the Valkyrie alongside VKG.
Yep.
Something else that we were expecting already, looking at the way that VKG's playstyle really helps work into the enabling of the Valkyrie and the Rampart, as well as the Gibby. Almost getting a little bit of a taste of the deja vu, minus the Rampart being involved in that composition.
So what we see typically when you've got Newcastle banned out is a massive shift. Wait, hold up, what? How did they just get it?
Like off the rip with the Sentinel, by the way. Like,
oh my God, that was from Lava Fissure all the way to Mirage Trois. All right, well played.
It was a little personal, almost like a grieving play. It's like, how are you going to even cross the distance like that unless you immediately loot on the edge of your POI to then take that zip line? But I don't see that happening.
Okay, anyway, I didn't think they'll get the follow-up on that shot, but just a fun one. And now look, okay, so as we get a look at the team compositions, you can see a stark shift here. We've gone from 15 Newcastle picks and 4 crypto picks to Newcastle being banned, and now 16 cryptos in game 2. And it kind of highlights that there is essentially 2 main play styles if all the legends are unbanned. And one is the defensive Newcastle style. The other one is the aggressive crypto style. They're both just very strong. Obviously, a lot of teams, even if they prefer to play the more defensive style, just have to go with what works. And here we are seeing them pick up crypto en masse here. On World's Edge. So we are going to see that banned after this game, and from then on, we'll just go down the list.
And I love that you could get creative with that aggressive playstyle. While we do look at where that zone is going to be pulling over to that north side of Lava Siphon, by the way, you highlight the crypto, you could couple it with the altar, the ash. We've been seeing a lot of ballistic now making their way too for some of these compositions, so that way you could go in for an entry frag right after you get the EMP.
YBR. Holding one of these guys at chokes, hoping that maybe, a CTE dropping at Maud or SJP2 dropping at Stacks might come through and they can surprise them. But for now, not taking that rotation, actually. Where did CTE even go? I can't see them on the map. I'm blind.
I mean, there's...
Oh, there they are. They were hiding under Twisted Minds in North Siphon. Wasn't my fault. SJP2, however, are just going to be doing some scrap looting up through Big Maud. And, here we go. CTE trying to get set up in North Siphon. And it seems like that is likely where the zone is going to head, that sort of direction. teams already popping in through there. You know, interestingly, we've got the S-bends that go between Siphon and Harvester because we've still got Alter in. You've got to remember, you can get straight through those with a Void Passage, right? So it used to be, it was already actually quite a hard place to hold because you'd be trying to hold out one team, you know, behind you, and then another one would turn up. You had nowhere to go. Maybe now you could just be like, haha, and like take the Void Passage and let the other team 2 fight. I don't know.
But then you'll never feel safe too. Like I'll be looking like a chameleon trying to cover both angles here. I mean, look at this. Chaco trying to fade away, having to be careful. Na'Vi feeling some pressure from right behind them. You know, we went from having like one team in the middle of Lava Siphon to having like over 7 teams within an instant, almost 15-second difference of having these different teams now make their rotate into that north side of Lava Siphon.
How many teams are we going to see with their armor on the floor for about the next 15 minutes? 16 cryptos in the lobby. All these teams just sitting in buildings in Siphon. They are going to just get griefed on repeat by EMPs.
Where are we going? Chaco trying to make plays here, but gets beat. He gets hit twice, and look at his health. That was a 30-30 shots. He felt that. He clenched a little bit before taking that portal. Oh, we've all been in that situation. It was 7T.
That was a heart attack.
Putting in some of that damage here. You don't want to have a very similar situation that played out in game number 1 play out this early in game number 2.
Twerkaholics, NRG running into each other once again. Can NRG finish the job off this time and not let Twerkaholics get away with the, what was it, 16 points they ended up with in game 1?
Crazy reset from Twerkaholics, showing that potential. I also really like their risk and reward assessment when it comes to early game and having to get that knock, even if they don't try to capitalize off of it. NRG do have the Portal Nexus set up right behind them. They're trying to look at Twerkaholics. The Crypto Drone floating around before getting that survey beacon. Twerkaholics has actually ended up backpedaling towards Lava Fissure, their POI, where they also have their own Portal Nexus. And if they want to take their time over by Countdown, there is also a ring console there.
Yeah. They can grab that one. They can go in, you know, there's so many other survey beacons on the way to the next zone. And not only that, but there's actually going to be so much playable space in this next zone, right? Like, most teams have just funneled into Siphon already, and the teams who are playing Edge and who are coming in a little late actually will have quite a bit of space to work with, unlike Kurev, who gets taken down before he can even pop that catwall.
Oh, so unfortunate. Now leaving Jaguares as the solo member. He's got the blue perk, though, with the Crypto, and he's just trying to kind of float around with the Crypto Drone so that way nobody else could see him. He is invisible for now, and it looks like all the attention off of Team Liquid, and now Zero Tenacity dropping down looking at VC go.
Yeah, they just ballooned in here. And all of a sudden, Zero Tenacity, who were happy that they managed to grab those kills onto T-Law, suddenly have their backs against the wall down here at Stacks.
This is great news, though, for T-Law, because not only do you still have your Crypto alive, now you're going to be able to overlook and scout out if launch site is okay, because there is a replicator there. Maybe they can make some magic happen in going for this reset. ECGO, they got the scan, though. 23 enemies scanned off that survey, noting where all these other squads are in that next zone.
Kind of feels like they're just listening out for the other teams right now, trying to work out if they can finish off some of those kills around them. EAC, though, have actually taken up a position on the highway outside Big Maud. Could be an issue for them as we get the respawn from T-Law coming in.
And they will be able to rotate on the other side of that zone, right? They don't really have to go through Stacks. They're going to be able to wrap around over to the north side of launch site, while still being aware that Zero Tenacity had rotated from the tunnel vault side, exiting out of Stacks. So if they want to play by the edge of zone, they also have to be aware of the teams that will be rotating on the edge of this Lava Siphon zone.
Get the sound of the dropships alerting them. Someone's respawned in their vicinity. Zero Tenacity, quite split up right now. There's actually one member coming into the tunnel behind BCGO. Meanwhile, the other two are in the building. Do they collapse upon them?
Just try to take it. No, okay, he put down the tether over on the high ground just in case. But like you mentioned, you know, being separated like this, it's difficult with VCGO, at least, though, now moving out of that tunnel side. Zero Tenacity are going to be looking at them. Some 30-30 shots, but lackluster attachments here, though. Gonna use your iron sight.
By
No extended heavy mag.
you mean none.
Yeah, literally. Literally 0. It looks like they're on the sticks literally, too. I mean, having to put down the bat, the 2 shield cells as well. Got to work with what you got here.
CR, as we can see, looking to make their move into zone. Currently not inside and maybe running into Monster, perhaps even NRG. As you can see with the zone here, it looks like we might be getting one of those crane endings somewhere near the ditch to the north of Lava Siphon. Teams like Na'Vi set up very well for that. Even maybe Young Black Ricky holding Grandma's house just outside Geyser there as well can be a good staging ground.
Seen a few end zones where it could pull towards the north side of Na'Vi by that fence line, but I do feel like it won't pull directly to that north. We're going to have to see. But usually in zones like that, we know it's so chaotic for the teams that have to play underneath on that low ground. Looking at the squads, though, that are still inside of these buildings over by Lava Siphon, still with Alter, of course, being in play. What kind of plays we could see in trying to get into a nice rotate once these squads do know where that next zone is going to be. Because there is that ring console right in the middle of that Lava Siphon building.
Yeah. We've got, what is it, like 1 Gibby in the lobby ready to take advantage of that. Maybe VKG can pull it off. Not that they're anywhere near it, I don't think. No, they're way too far up. They're playing near the bridge.
Crazy Raccoon getting that knock onto Timmy. The finishing blow here. Lots of poking from afar with these G7s as well. Look what Alienware after their reset, though. We're talking about being on the sticks. I mean, being able to get the reset is huge here for this squad.
Yeah, and you've got to also think about how Alter changes how these buildings play out. Previously, you know, you get a thermite down on the stairs. There wasn't really any way for a team to push you. That was enough to ward them off. An Arc Star could buy you valuable seconds. Now, they can come at you from any angle with the Void Passage.
Am I seeing this right? Did the Mythic Bin just spawn right on top of Na'Vi's building? That is incredible. I mean, that's going to be difficult here. They could definitely try to pull it off, seeing how they can. VKG also looking at them, too, from afar.
Well, I feel like the Mythic Bin is always spawning like way out in Narnia, and it'll be some weird team like Twerkaholics on the edge who manages to get it, right? So the fact that you get Godspot and the Mythic Bin, that just seems a bit much. It's a bit on the nose.
Take those. And the zone is continuously pulling out on top of them. Great call out here from Na'Vi, setting themselves up. VKG eliminated the first squad to get eliminated in this lobby, by the way. We still have 50 seconds left before this round 3 zone starts closing in. But let the Rampage charge up as Twerkaholics slide in and send Eternal also to the lobby.
I almost thought about doing a Rampage sound as he was just, yeah, and I was like, nah, that's Vicky's thing.
Especially with the ballistic. Come on, come on. You know what? I'll encourage it, Gino. Get like an April Fool's patch going in here. Do the sound effects for the weapons. It makes me so happy, by the way, having the Rampage out and about, especially with the time to kill changes as well.
There was a Rampart player in one of the other lobbies who actually picked it up even without the sling. Hey, you know what? I want to hear from Liquid. What are they up to? What are they doing?
Aquí enfrente de mí. Cántale, rota. Grito aquí abajo a mi izquierda. Está atrás, sí, está muy tocado.
Aquí juega de izquierda, nos necesitamos meter al puente. Aquí adelante, ten cuidado.
Quédate. Aquí tenemos zona. Sigo jugando arriba. ¿Se van a pelear, no? ¿Camión?
Sí, sí. Van a salir peores de camiones, pero estamos mal aquí.
Bueno, jugar abajo, ¿no? ¿Podemos jugar abajo?
Sí, dale. Hay un team.
Te voy a arrasar.
Hay otro team aquí abajo. Aquí tiene abajo, sí.
Rota bolita.
Hay 50 del fondo, 50 del fondo a la derecha.
Ya te juego bien. Dale, uno.
Está aquí arriba.
Es el último aquí, mi pin. No, está one, man. ¿No puedes ir con Jaguares?
¿A dónde?
And being one shot, they do not get the clutch. Liquid Alienware get eliminated. You saw them slide in with the confidence with that Rampage. Got to hit them with a gratatata real quick, but then unfortunately falling short, leaving that player one shot. Now here comes Twerkaholics sliding in, putting in a bombardment of nades before they try to position themselves right outside the trucks. And you can even hear it in Liquid Alienware's comms that they knew that they wanted to try to get here too. Here you go with the P20s and the tether. They get that last member. VC Go get eliminated, but okay, wait, not when you just saw that Kraber. Hold on, let's all take a moment here.
And they decide that it's not even safe there in the caravan, so they'll just immediately take the Void Nexus there for the safe reset. I like that option. It actually pulls them close to the zone as well. Maybe they saw that afterwards and said, hey, this is just an easy way to make our next rotation. But you saw how even the caravans are less safe than they used to be, right? If nades rain in, you hide behind the little chairs, you go to the other end of the caravan. There's usually some spots where you can at least mitigate some of that nade damage, but not anymore. You sit there, you're gonna get immediately whisked out by a Void Passage.
Can you imagine being VC Go and just like having to deal with the Void Passage, the tether on top of it? You think you're sliding through the door, but then you get stuck on the edge of the truck. Crazy Raccoon. Stuck in a corner though. NRG looking at them from the high ground.
Okay, it actually shifts on the other side of the crane. So, you know, we were talking about Na'Vi being in the building next to that one, which would be quite good. And of course, you know, they got the Mythic bin, so he said, sorry, can't have Zone 2. We'll send that over to CTE on the eastern side here. So, still pretty close to that bridge. We're going to see, yeah, teams like Furia. They've got Unreal Nightmare there underneath. That's who's looting those boxes down the bottom there. And then Young Black Ricky still at Grandma's house behind them. So Furia, yep, you can see spotting them out right now. That is a big threat to them. They need to worry about that team.
Still pulling on the side where you could play off the other side of that fence, kind of find yourself in a crater that we were highlighting before.
Actually, that's a good point. Yeah, it's almost like Furia are a threat to YBR here because, yeah, the way this zone has actually gone that far north, they can play from up at Grandma's house and then just be looking down through that zip line towards the teams below them. This could be huge.
And the zone pulling in and closing right behind Crazy Raccoon caused their demise as they get pinched too. I believe it was BG also looking at them. Energy made a quick rotate. Nice Kraber shots coming in from Lily, trying to get the kidnap, but having to look behind him, looking from both angles, needing some help as enemy was also incredibly low.
And it looks like there's going to be too many members here for him to deal with. Enemy just has to get out. Luckily, he's already taken the door, so it is going to be a little hard for the teams to follow him, unless, of course, they work out where he is, and then they can just alter through the wall. And that's what you know, stuffed up Twisted Minds to start with, right? You could see Alb was looking around. He had no idea where the attack was coming from. Alter just makes it so hard to hold these positions.
Soul being also right underneath them too, right? Full blue Evo shields as we see Unreal Nightmare getting the respawn on Huntsman. NRG have secured the upper floors of this building while enemy still tries to stay alive for Twisted Minds. Getting information is Timmy, though, being on that crypto, and you can see with the Ash Portal going up on the high ground, Na'Vi now sending them bombardment of nades themselves before dropping down, trying to follow up after feeling up the pressure. I love this play from Na'Vi. What a clean fight to take, noting and being aware of the timing that they had between the nades and then jumping into the Ash Portal.
But yeah, like that wasn't even their own Ash Portal, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and Ash Portal doesn't last for very long. The fact that they managed to coordinate that as a team is actually sick from Na'Vi.
Gotta love that little 3-2-1 out here. Still with a Kraber in hand, you see the crypto EMP now. Oh, another benefit here being right through the phase. Still getting caught out by Furia. Got nice catwall here too, but having to play not only around the catwall, having to be wary of the teams that are now moving out of that building from Lava Siphon.
What is waiting on the other side of this catwall for Na'Vi? Do they dare go through the Void Passage and see Furia on the other side, especially while Timmy's on the other side of them with the Kraber?
Oh, he's not the only one with the Kraber. He annihilates Na'Vi. Timmy, though, before he gets inside the drone, so come up from right behind him. NRG get eliminated. Last 5 squads left here. We got YBR, Soul, Twerkaholics, and Unreal Nightmare, and CTE still alive as a solo.
Okay, so they actually made it onto the other side of the fence. This is so good for Young Black Ricky here. Watson fences are set up. It's going to be hard for other teams to climb over onto them. S8 now eliminated by Twerkaholics, who were looking to make it back-to-back very good games for this team. Currently sitting in first position, 39 points. An excellent start to their campaign here in this second series.
They ain't gonna let that reset happen as well, right? BlackRoad now sliding in from YBR, get the finishing blow on that knocked player. Also hear that respawn up in the distance with 4 squads left. Unreal Nightmare trying to stay alive with the rest of his squad from before.
Yeah, there's only 5 team members between the other 3 squads, Vicky. Young Black Ricky are just doing circles here looking for rats to pick off. As that respawn came in, I think, did they both die to zone on the respawn?
Yeah, actually.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, now we've got it's hide and seek. Twerkaholics and CTE. Who can stay hidden for longer?
Zone closing in. Look at floating, playing off the slow ground.
We're quiet. We're silent. We're trying not to move here. The first to get spotted is the first to lose.
Play for placement at this time with YBR holding onto the high ground, but with the crypto drone, they scan the stragglers from right underneath. Twerkaholics being the ultimate left, and they look at each other with CTE on the other side.
Just let them play the 1v1. Come on, guys. Let it be a clean 1v1. There we go.
And they give it to them here with Young Black Ricky being your champions for game number 2. It was inevitable with their positioning. But the respect on the Ultra 1v1s off the low ground between Twerkaholics and CTE. I do want to look back at what happened with the CTE res. It looked like by the zone, did not allow the players of CTE to make their way since they were taking so much circle damage anyways.
Yeah, I think is it 25 a tick, I think, by that final zone, something like that. It's pretty horrendous. Either way, yeah, they don't make it back in, and look, it was the honorable thing to do by Young Black Ricky there to let the other 2 teams play it out. I felt like they could have picked over and tried to steal those kills, but they were just like, no, it's all good. You guys go for it.
I do have to say, though, Twerkaholics was lighting up the feed, and they were absolutely fragging out with their KP. So having to look at how that KP has distributed in general is going to be interesting to say the least, since, of course, this is game number 2. It helps kickstart your positioning in the overall standings here.
A team that I don't think many had on their radar coming into the ALGS Open, Vicky, but we knew that there were going to be some talent found here, discovered, and then put on the map here as we go further into this tournament and see if, is it just these early lobbies that they'll be showing up in, or can they go all the way and hang with the big dogs? 20 kills and 29 points for Twerkaholics in match 2.
20 points? Twerkaholics, what a statement from this squad. That is one way to showcase how strong you are on a map like World's Edge. Of course, our next band legend is also going to be Crypto. After we saw certain plays here with the Crypto, especially in that second game, for a lot of teams to get the information that they needed for a lot of these buildings.
Yeah, and we saw, Vicky, I mean, it was it's such a stark difference to go from 4 Crypto players to 16. I mean, that's just amazing how we see the players change up their play style from one game to the next.
Being able to be flexible is the name of the game with these legend bands. With YBR also getting that dub, of course, securing themselves a total of 17 points. Looking down the list, with Twerkaholics soaking up all the KP, right? Leave some for the rest of us, because if you look at this first top 10 squads here after game number 2, NRG, Na'Vi still, I believe, 7 KP each here apiece.
Wow, Twerkaholics running away with it right now, 45 points. So almost certain to go through to winners bracket round 3. Now, essentially, they're just playing for placement points, or playing for, seeding in the POI draft. YBR with that awesome performance there in game 2 will jump up into second place with 20 points. And then 18 points from Monster and Na'Vi just behind them.
And by the way, that was floating with 12 KP just himself from Twerkaholics. So floating, it's just really literally running it down in a lobby like this for game number 2 is a statement here where you want to carry a lot of that momentum into the next game.
Rostamania, it's always happening in Apex, and I can't wait to see if perhaps there will be, you know, someone to look at this team and be like, oh, maybe we should try and grab that guy. He's looking pretty good at the ALGS Open here. And we'll have to see if Twerkaholics can back it up for Game 3 after 2 amazing performances.
I'm getting looked up, down with these big frowns. They already thrown by the size of me.
Nobody do it better than me, not incredibly. I do this competitively, uneditably. Falling silent when I walk up in the building. Worry about their future like I'm here to snatch their children. That line was brilliant. It's about to get critical. This moment is pivotal. Get to feed the streets, they say my influence umbilical. We gon' make it grimy. They gon' get behind me. Told you I'm the best. I done said it with my chest. So for real, nobody try me.
I already feel that it's eyes on me. I'm getting looked up, down with these big frowns. They already thrown by the size of me. Two frowns, but my new stuff, I will not live in the past.
Going to catch your breath for a second. Look at your neighbor and check him. We bout to march, so if you not, get to stepping. I done told you who I am, bitch. I'm a force to be reckoned with. I think just be mad because my voice is so decadent. I'm setting the precedent. No mistakes and no accident. We ignoring the standard set because our lowest is passionate. This alone is a classic hit. I'm a verb amongst adjectives. If the industry full of then my words is a laxative. It's go time. It's show time. I ain't coming down until this place is a ghost town. Tired of the faking, but we bringing that low town. No staring this go round. I'm taking no prisoners, so prepare for a showdown.
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Try to see. I have a drone now.
I'm on roof. I'm on roof.
You have holding, sir?
No. Play slow.
Okay.
They're gonna queue up. They're gonna queue up. No, it's fine. We have a really good spot. Play here, Ricky. Play on this heady. Play on this heady.
Done. Yes,
Look down.
I'm trying to see where the solo is.
Yes.
Okay.
So where is everyone?
I don't know.
down below.
Ground, no?
They're all down below.
There could be a solo close to us. Careful of that.
There has to be a solo.
Careful of that. There might be close to us.
Inside, maybe?
I don't know. Can you look in?
I'm looking. No one inside.
Alright, so they have to be low ground or
it's
like
probably
outside the fence.
solo cryptos. It's probably invis cryptos.
Yeah, it's fine. We just play like really
slow.
Play
One guy here. One guy here.
Okay, I'm gonna get on to Ricky.
Yeah. And the other right here. Both rats there. Both rats. Just wait.
Just wait. Yeah. Don't fall. They're skydating. Careful. They might queue up. They're gonna queue up anytime, which is look, okay?
Yeah, it's a duo.
I'm gonna try to look down.
Get the kill. Alright, drop. Jump on him. Kill him.
Let's fucking
go,
boys.
A humorous bit of confusion out here for our squads that, you know, just holding the high ground. Why we are kind of like, okay, is it a duo? Are they going to queue on us out here? Well, no, it was 2 solos, and they were not cryptos playing up the low ground. But I like the common collectiveness once they realize the situation while still holding on to the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most global teams that we have here in our global series, right? You know, Rickstar coming from Australia, Black Road from Taiwan, and Young Hong Kong actually coming from Denmark. So from all over the globe, these guys have actually teamed up here, and we can see that they do have something to offer us.
It's been fantastic, and then you look at our second placing squad after game number 2, Twerkaholics with 20 KP. Incredible for a team that has been coming through from, I believe it was the PSQ Americas. So it's impressive to see the performance on World's Edge in a lobby like this.
I mean, you know, we talk about America having, as a region, being very deep, right? There's a lot of talent in there, and we're seeing that goes even beyond Pro League, right? The fact that a team from the PSQs can come up and show this kind of performance, not only in winners bracket round 1, but also in the second round as well, does speak a lot about the diamonds yet to be uncovered in that region.
As we move on to a game number 3 on World's Edge. Nice performance we've been seeing, nice diversity in terms of compositions within our first 2 games, but we still have that one more game on World's Edge before we make the transition onto E-District. We said goodbye to Newcastle. Next, we said bye to Crypto as we make our way to World's Edge to see where our team compositions are going to be taking us for the squads that have been finding that success.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might be an altar ban next, Vicky. I mean, we've seen how good this character is, this legend is on World's Edge. I think it might actually, maybe, is it second only to E-District? Is it even better on World's Edge than it is on E-District? Maybe not quite. The amount of like full POI rotations you can do on E-District is a little bit insane, but I still think that might be our 3rd legend ban here in this series.
To get set up here, looking at those legend bans, 1 from each right now between Recon and support. Something that we've been seeing too, right? A pretty good spread out of the legend bans as the courses of the games have gone on.
Yeah, like often in some of the, I think when I was watching maybe the match point lobbies, this match point scrim lobbies coming into this open, you would sometimes get 1 assault, 1 skirmisher, 1 controller, 1 support, 1 recon character banned in the first 5 matches. And that does say something. It does feel like we're actually approaching, a bit more balance between the classes, right? Obviously, we've had times where, deliberately we've had the support class very, very strong. The assault class very, very strong.
Recon too at one point.
Yeah, and now it feels like they've all sort of been bumped up, and it's all been ratcheted up to 11, and that's resulted in a lot of good characters across the different classes.
It's fantastic to see that overlook. And again, Torcoholics are leading this entire lobby with 45 points. In second place is Young Black Ricky with 20 points. So kind of even overall once you go from second all the way down to even like 8th, with Soul being there too with 14 points. But Tila already finding themselves in an early fight.
Okay. Looks like they've gone all the way over to a launch site there, I believe that was. I don't know if they were perhaps contesting over like one of the small eggs further down. Twerkaholics once again looking for that early knock. This time, oh my god, actually gets the hit here. They're actually looking to what's countdown. Remember last time they got the knock onto Crazy Raccoon over at Mirage Tour, but yeah, look, they're really trying to max out those sight lines here. Man, how would you feel? How would you feel if you were like the defending world champs in Na'Vi and you are like 27 points behind a PSQ team? Isn't that crazy?
I mean, that's the beauty of the ALGS Open. That's what I love about a situation like this. It kind of makes me feel like I'm going to my roots, coming from Smash and seeing the double elimination and then seeing, just the dark horse coming out of left field and really putting on a performance, and a significant performance of that.
And it's exactly what we wanted, right? That's what we wanted out of the ALGS Open. We wanted to be able to tell these stories of, more than just the top 40 teams that we've seen previously at ALGS lands, and I think that's being vindicated right here.
Interesting though, looking at where the zone is pulling, looking like it's going to be very similar to our first game end zone, maybe pulling over to that north side of Skyhook. For the teams that have already gotten that scan, Furia obviously had called in the evac tower earlier. They split loot Skyhook West, where they also have a survey beacon and the ring console to work off of.
Yeah, with 2 Evos currently spawning in Skyhook. You can see one right next near Trials and the other one further over to the east. Considering the Skyhook East team sometimes can be left in the dark a little bit with loot with Evo, that's actually not a bad option for them. Especially they get the tunnel loot as well here. They get into the vault. That gives quite a bit of help over to Monster. I think it's, what is it, like 150, 200 for the whole team? Yeah, okay, so yeah, they were waiting. I love this. Oh my god, okay, 70 pushing onto them right now. Monster get out just in time. Na'Vi are actually very close to being on top of them right now. This has gone from, I was about to say, really good play there by Monster into almost a nightmare for them. Because if you looked closely there, Vicky, as I think they are actually going to get the reset. Let's just lower the heart rate a little bit here for a second. What they did was there was an Evo cache in the vault. They waited for their teammate to hit the Evo Harvester out in Skyhook East so they could get to blues. Then they hit the Evo cache for the insta-purple.
Oh, that was huge here. Making moves just 3 steps ahead for them to reposition and hopefully not getting punished very well. Na'Vi up on the high ground, and they're not the only ones to across from them. Another team trying to put some pressure onto the squad that's right below, because we know that Furia VKG, having their POI advantage, have already congregated over to that north console of Skyhook that overlooks a lot of the action happening right below them. Energy looking to try to engage, though. They have already used up Ballistic ult. Trying to engage with only 7 seconds left. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds, Aberlele also getting a knock onto VG, right? A lot of action this third game around, though. Really kicking things up compared to our last 2 games.
Twisted Minds getting into a fight in the vault tunnel. We were just speaking about before. They won't find much loot in here. They will find some trouble.
Oh, this is huge. The way that they just played Ring Around the Rosie with the ulcer and then the Portal Nexus to get out of trouble with Aberlele being literally one shot. They have to leave enemy behind here when they do take advantage of that. Okay, moving around onto this other side. I was worried a little bit. When he looked around, didn't hear the Portal Nexus behind him. Thought that was an enemy waiting for them by the Portal Nexus.
Yeah, enemy doesn't make it, but the fact that they've got all the way back into Monument by themselves means they should be able to find a crafter somewhere and grab that respawn. Maybe up in Epicenter.
They don't hear some gunshots. Landslide could be another option, considering there is also a ring console over there, so they could get the little double whammy here, considering Energy taking their time, still looking at the teams that could possibly rotate from the south side of staging, while also looking at Spectre East or in VCGO now. No, sliding in with the P20s. Gets Curve, catching him off guard.
It's the revenge. Remember, Liquid started off by taking down one of the VCGO members, and now they've come back for them. Said you should have finished this off while you had the chance. There you go. There's another one of those crazy altar portals that you can get right from the start here. I mean, you've got to think, right? This map wasn't designed with Ultra in mind, so naturally there are going to be some interesting spots that you can play with that, especially now that the distance has been increased to 30 meters.
It's getting a lot of creative here as we see the finisher from NRG. Well, everyone wants to get a little hint of this. Timmy making a statement out here, getting a little bit of extra Evo charge too.
Not only locking them down and not allowing them to get back through the void, but yeah, also extra Evo. Love to see it. Okay, so NRG, they've been consistently looking for fights in and around, coming out of Thermal Station. Timmy, of course, loves that POI, has played it for a very, very, very long time. Round 3 of NRG versus Twerkaholics. Ding, ding.
This is what the Alter Portal Nexuses provide, though. It's the constant reset as well when you go from one Portal Nexus to the other. Again, you can have 2 existing at the same time. I wouldn't be surprised if the other Portal Nexus that they have from Twerkaholics is on the north side by Countdown, which would lead them closer into that next zone, and also next to a Replicator, too, in case they find themselves in any trouble. Nice, by the way, knock with the charge rifle onto Timmy before he immediately reverts back towards where he was originally with the Portal Nexus.
NRG don't chase. They actually look for different fights after the disengage there from Twerkaholics, now going towards VCGO. Meanwhile, Liquid have actually got the reset, and we see them over at Harvester. Spectre Esports could be the next team in their sights. Meanwhile, as most of the rest of the lobby has found their way into Skyhook.
Interesting to see how slow that one member of Liquid Alienware has been playing, actually. Taking their time, maybe trying to play objective. There was an Evil Harvester right there, but starting up the fight after getting the res onto Timmy from that charge rifle shot from the Twerkaholics. Yanya gets a follow-up. VCGO get eliminated right before we go over to a quick pause.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing Alta, so I guess that time either, didn't have the requisite Nexus available for them to use, or perhaps they just get caught off guard. The trap sprung by NRG was too quick, too powerful.
I do want to highlight something as we saw the action kick off pretty early on in this game 3, but remember that we do start the series first 3 games onto World's Edge, of course, before we transition onto E-District. But on this game specifically, Alter is the most picked legend, meaning that Alter will not be able to be played on E-District. That's going to be something to keep in mind, considering E-District, in my opinion, is one of Alter's strongest maps to play on, especially with the layout of the chokes, too. So with this quick match pause, that's just something food for thought here.
Yeah, it's kind of home ground for her. It's really the place where she's come to prominence in the ALGS. It almost feels like teams might not have tried her out and might not have refined her play at a pro level to the point we see now if it wasn't for E-District.
Seeing the adjustments that a lot of these teams have had to make around the different map pool that we've introduced into the ALGS, but something else I'm seeing in this specific game too is how many squads have already moved up over to that skyhook zone. We know that so many teams could coexist in these buildings, so you could expect so many squads to still exist in that round 4 mark.
NRG sitting in 6th at the moment. Timmy waves to his many adoring fans. Recent addition of Winnie, who was previously coaching in her native Apex South, has now moved over to bigger and better pastures, like so many other Australians have before her.
I feel like we should really highlight her credibility too, right? She has found so much success across so many different rosters too, so.
Yeah, you know, I was talking before about how consistently what is sort of now the core of the S8 roster have found at LAN, you know, almost top 10 or top 15 every single time, even from the first time they showed up at LAN. And yeah, absolutely, you can give part of that credit to Winnie.
Wait to see what we got to fix out here. It's been a fantastic time within our day 1 of the ALGS Open, but even better to see a lot of standout squads that we wouldn't otherwise see here in a pro league setting. So specifically Twerkaholics and their performance in this lobby.
Yeah, I think they've definitely won some hearts and minds. Won over some new fans here. Furia had an absolutely killer start to the day. A little bit slower here on World's Edge, aren't they? Only 6 points so far. They have been landing at Skyhook West as well, which is, I'm sure as you know, one of the most coveted POIs on World's Edge. It was first pick, right? Because Furia were coming in off a tear in Winners Bracket 1. That gave them the priority pick. They immediately pulled the trigger on Skyhook West. And as we actually highlighted in Game 1, you know, you can get, you know, like insta-purples almost with, you know, rolling through the Prowlers there in Trials and then the rest of Skyhook West. So it can be a very powerful POI to play from. Many teams over the course of ALGS, you know, top teams in their regions have always tended to congregate towards that side of the map, not only because of that, but also, I mean, if Skyhook zones happen this often, then why wouldn't you want to play from there?
Hey, I mean, while we sort out all the technical difficulties going on here for game number 3, we're going to take a quick break, and hopefully when we come back, we'll continue on with game number 3 here on World's Edge.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Open live from New Orleans. We still have things going here. It's been a long day of competition, and we are moving through our final series here on the main stage. Thanks so much for hanging with us. We've got a little bit of a tech delay up there on the stage. Decided we give our casters a break, and we come back up here and hang out with you guys and chat about those first 2 matches, because this is the perfect time to do exactly that. We have a lot to go through. First of all, I guess, you know, we'll give some kudos here to Jamerson with the Twerkaholics call, okay?
You know what? I got to give it up. I have to give it up to production. You know, Ben was like, you're going to talk about Twerkaholics. I'm like, sure, let's do it. Let's do it. And here we are.
It was a great call because they have honestly shown up. But what we're getting right now out of this series, we'll start by going back to game 1 here, is the fact that we are getting these newer squads really showing up. So talk to me about your thoughts here on the first match.
Well, first we get a skyhook zone, and those, they make it really fun because people can survive so long, right? You love them because it looks like what those games are going to have when the teams get really competitive are going to feel like. 20 teams alive. Monster wins this game by, you know, fighting their way into market and just letting Twerkaholic and Na'Vi and BK all fight here at the end. They kind of go crazy, and they come in for a free cleanup wipe, and Monster takes that win. But as we were talking before, Twerkaholic, they get second. That's the first signs of this team that we were talking about before, kind of underdogs here, showing up and kind of being like, well, hey, we're here to stay. That first set wasn't just a fluke.
And then turning around and giving us that same type of consistency again when we are looking at match 2. But for me, Monster played this perfectly. We watched them holding the west side of that zone. They rotate around and they take their time when it comes to clearing out the rest of the team down here on the bottom. And we were kind of questioning what they were going to be able to bring to the table because these lobbies are getting more and more difficult as we're moving through them, and they looked like they knew exactly how they wanted to handle that first match, setting themselves up well here in the series. But then we move on to match 2, Zephyr. Talk to me.
I mean, once again, we don't really get to see them for a second, but Twerkaholic's an absolute staple here. I love this little moment where we get this kind of, what is that little crab-like creature that shells and then shells and then shells and then shells?
A hermit crab.
Incredible. What a name. I'll tell you what, Furia getting wiped by Na'Vi, then getting wiped by NRG, then getting wiped by Soul. Lauren was screaming in the green room. She said, who did that? Who took them out? As, you know, we just can't get enough of the Kraber. But for the rest of these squads, Twerkaholics, they themselves, albeit down to a single one. Hey, we get to see the 1v1. We just missed this behind the scenes.
Yeah, I love this little moment here because like both the solos on the low ground were like, hey, we're gonna try and have a 1v1. Let me throw some nades up there first so that you guys don't 3P this 1v1. Let us have an honorable one. But they still try to 3P a pop.
And I don't know if you guys noticed that there, but Floating himself had 12 kills. Doing that here, like we said, a team that we weren't really aware of, just crazy on your first time at LAN.
And I mean, we were talking about this when we saw coming out of match number 2, 20 kills there for Twerkaholics. You can see them now as the series results stand here so far at the top of the leaderboard. And look at the point differential, and it is all about the slaying power. We talked about this with so many other teams here so far today alone. I mean, Jamerson, this is, they're untouchable. They're double second place.
They're more than double the reigning world champs. They have a 27-point lead over Na'Vi, who was on a tear in our last set.
I mean, this couldn't be any more perfect. I mean, we talked about the potential for underdog stories. We talked about the opportunity for these newer squads to make a name for themselves here on the main stage at the ALGS Open. And Zephyr, I don't know who the scriptwriters are this time around, but it is perfect for day 1.
I'll tell you what, we still have plenty of time, though. It is early when we talk about the overall pacing of these matches, and while they're still having a good time, apparently behind the scenes, I will say it is still 4 games out until we settle things here, and while there has been a massive staple in the success of Twerkaholics picking up some good KP, that doesn't mean that any one of our major rosters like Na'Vi, like our NRGs, like even Crazy Raccoon, who sits in 20th with 1 point, they all have a chance to potentially work their way back into it and once again make their way into the top 10. I remind you, for all the folks at home, day 1 is usually this place where we say, oh, it's one bad figment here. And then you say, don't worry, that'll be something they can recover in our group stage. They ain't no group stage this time. You in the bottom 10, you out of here.
Yeah, I mean, keep that in mind. We do have also that elimination round running in the pit right now. But you mentioned a team, Zephyr, that I want to ask Jumba about as well, because you said when we were looking at that leaderboard, we have literally the reigning champs below a team like Tworkaholics right now. Talk to me about Na'Vi. Obviously, we're on World's Edge right now. We still have E-District to go too, to keep that in mind, but Na'Vi is a squad that can easily dig themselves out of these trenches.
I mean, they're 4th place, so I wouldn't really say they're even in the trenches right now. But the big thing about Na'Vi is they got that experience, like you were kind of talking about, playing with so much lands. Like Sako and Hayarka have been together since 2019. I've been drilling that in with all my content I've done with them already. So yeah, and especially ED, they are one of the few teams at this LAN that have LAN experience on that map.
Sure.
So, you know, once we get there, it's going to be really interesting to see how the newer teams match up when, you know, these guys are a little bit more vetted than them.
I know we keep talking about the fact that this is the first time we're seeing Broken Moon here, Jamerson, but there's still not a lot of time spent on E-District either.
Well, one thing I want to talk about real quickly, though, when we're talking about maps is a constant talking point has been about when it comes to Stormpoint, when it comes to World's Edge, that the teams that have all this experience on it should be leading. But after 2 maps right now, it's 2 of our PSQ teams, our CC teams, that are leading the charge here. So it feels like, again, with the introduction of the Legend bans and now seeing so many, a diverse roster actually of Legends being played, that again, it feels like the playing field has been leveled. But yeah, talking about E-District, that's again another unknown factor that now that might actually put a lot of our Pro League teams on the back foot.
Yeah, I think that we've gotten exactly what we were hoping for out of this day one with all of that variety, whether it was the fact that when we got a chance, and I saw you even taking a picture so you could pay attention to it, when we got a chance to see all of the Legend bands laid out across all of the first series. And one of the things that we were noticing when we were looking at it, and we heard the casters mentioning it as well, in some lobbies, it was either Newcastle banned first or not at all. It was either Catalyst banned first or not at all. And that kind of speaks to some of the play styles that we're seeing in those lobbies as well.
Exactly. You get into a place where things are more aggressive, and we see some of those early targeted champions like Newcastle not really in a place where we even discuss them for the entirety of the bans. On the opposite side of things, suddenly he is a menace that needs to go immediately here. For this lobby, we do start out with a Newcastle ban right off the bat into a Crypto, which does kind of associate that it is a slower paced or more defensive setup. Next up on the docket, I believe if things stay consistent, should be that Alter. I believe it was 16 selections out of the 20. The only teams that didn't was VKG, SJP2 VG, and Zero Tenacity, all of which who are not quite in the realm of doing super well right now, which usually I would say, oh, you're leading the pack, you got some ban-proof history ahead of you there, but truthfully, I don't think that their compositions have been helping them out very much.
Yeah, we were talking about that a lot in the green room, and I think it's going to become more and more evident as we move throughout the competition just how important your choices in those Legend bans and the comps and kind of how it plays in with your maps all factor into the overall competition. But I've got a special note here from production because I'm being told that they heard the fact that chat wanted to see a little bit more Tworkaholics, and with a score like that, I do not blame chat. Okay, so we have a highlight package here for what we got to see out of the current series leaders. Double the amount of points, more than double the amount of points of second place here, Jamerson.
Yeah, I mean, Tworkaholics, they start from the beginning of the game, right? Right off the rip, we saw in match number 3 there, they were taking sniper shots off the rip, right? You get your first cell, what do? I'm gonna go ahead and charge it up and start firing it off on people across the map. And it's great to see that, you know, that their aggression is being rewarded here. I love their playstyle right now. They're just going full balls to the walls here, and they are charging at every team in front of them. And having that kind of audacity is sometimes what you need to succeed.
Well, exactly what you were saying there, what I noticed as we were watching this is they're taking out Crazy Raccoon, NRG, you know, Eternal, these teams that are at the top of the lobbies. They do not care. They're just going to run at you, and they're going to go for those kills. So, you know, that's the thing you got to come into this. Like, when people aren't expecting you just got to have that confidence and take it.
What's so interesting, though, is the fact that I have to remind you that in comparison to the other days and other lands we've been a part of, this is a situation where, hey, yeah, it's fun to be surprised and it's entertaining to look at Tworkaholics and say, wow, I never would have expected that. But if you're a team that is currently sitting up there on that main stage, this is the best break you've ever gotten. This is the best mental reset you've gotten to take advantage of, because I will say this again. If you are in the bottom 10 right now, you do not want to be placed in elimination bracket. You want that grace, that liberty to potentially make a mistake when the lobbies get harder. Yes, a team like Tworkaholics Workaholics is a surprise because their aggression is something that oftentimes can be hard to counter, and especially with these bans coming through, isn't likely to change. You now know that. Play around it and make adjustments.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what starts to set apart our more experienced teams, the teams that are adapting well to all of those changes and the ones that are going to struggle a little bit with that. But we are getting closer to the end of our break here for our team. So hopefully they're getting themselves mentally reset, like you said, and prepared to dive back into the match because we still have a lot more on the table. I know we've talked about it a lot, but we're only 2 matches in on this series. We're going to be finishing the 3rd one, but then we swap maps. 3 more opportunities to get points on the board. So the teams that you're talking about that are currently struggling maybe towards the bottom of their leaderboard still have a lot of time left to really pick up the pace here and make sure that they are improving as we go. And that's still just day 1. I know that it's crazy. We've gotten through so many series here today, but we still have 3 more days of competition after that. So many things still left to talk about before we get into that, though. And before we dive back into match number 3, we're going to send it to one more short break. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you everyone so much for your patience. You guys got me jamming out here in the back once I heard Sim get on, but here we are getting ready and getting on top of our game number 3. We just have to figure out how many of our ALGS LAN Open players could take on one Gorilla, and honestly, we couldn't figure it out, so we had to take some extra time to see what was sorted out here on top of the stage.
Is this like 100 normal ALGS players?
Like
or
400
like,
plus.
Or like Waltzies?
Everybody, oh, that's a good question, Gino. I don't know, I have to theory crap that actually, because I feel like maybe like 100 Waltzies could take on a Gorilla.
I feel like one Waltzy could take on a Gorilla.
Whoa,
I mean, that guy's
that's a lot of credit.
I mean, have you
seen a Gorilla?
Have you seen it? It's been a while since I went to the zoo, but...
They're pretty big. I mean, they're like really scary also. Not only that, like intimidating. You'll definitely deal with some casualties. You have to send out like 20 Waltzies at the very least. But you know what? We didn't have to send them out on stage here, so they don't have to worry too much looking at the players that we have behind us for our series. Everybody is ready to go. We're veering off to start off, again, our game number 3. We're not starting off anew, though. We are starting off exactly where we had paused. So once again, guys, thank you so much for your patience at home.
Just to give you guys a quick reminder, everyone was pretty much piling into Skyhook, and then we had a few teams on the outside. Wow, looks like VK Gaming were actually taking a little bit of aggro from Furia there, who were trying to pop up and surprise them, but they're ready enough for it. Look, the rest of the teams, you know, NRG, for whatever reason, just want to pick a fight around staging. Just don't really want to be anywhere else. They've tried it 3 or 4 times now, not really that successfully. Spectre Esports, Liquid Alienware, SJP2 still looking to come in from across the map. But yeah, everyone else really is just set up around that Skyhook zone. We've even got Twerkaholics here, highlight team from that break section, sitting up on top of Trials. However, the zone will pull away from them, so it's not one of those you know, Skyhook zones where you can sit up here for, you know, 3, 4, 5 zones.
Honestly, well deserved too. I agree with chat. Seeing a lot more of Twerkaholics is always going to be on my bingo card now after the action that we've seen them put on the board. Not only with that 20 KP game, but the way that they've been taking a lot of these rotates, working around a lot of these squads that now have them in their line of sight, looking at Crazy Raccoon in one of those buildings. Another squad right next door to them. So many other squads that have congregated over to the east side of Skyhook.
CTE playing very north. Kind of hoping might pull up towards, say, train station, which does tend to favor both that building and the diner. Catalyst only gets so many reinforced doors there. It's kind of hard to choose sometimes. Which ones do you go for? Are you worried about people, squatters coming in from the ground floor, or are they flying in on a Valk and evac tower, you know, some other method?
Or are you going to be surprised by an Alter trying to infiltrate your building here?
Yeah, so look, they decide to split it up. Some reinforced, some cat spikes down on the other ones. Speaking of teams flying in, there's NRG just landing outside this tunnel, and they've got Spectre Esports very close to them. In fact, all 4 teams that we talked about rotating in are now coming in towards either Grandma's house or this tunnel. Spectre Esports look like they've beaten the others, they've won the race, and they've made it into Skyhook first.
Looking at the fact that we've only had 2 games played, right, it's pretty normal to see the score, aside from Twerkaholics being the standout team out here. But it is interesting to see how Crazy Raccoon still only has that 1 point, not really able to secure the KP and the placement points that they're trying to find themselves in. This could be the opportunity, considering it is a Skyhook zone, but even a better opportunity for YBR that have the Mythic bin right here next to that building.
Nice.
Oh. We'll take shots from afar. Gonna reposition away from that Arc Star. Here's the Nemesis here coming in from the audio, but had utilized the ballistic originally to try to poke and see if they could get around this choke point. They know that there is that team right alongside them. That's going to be Liquid Alienware that are by Grandma's house that have been able to get that survey beacon.
That's so funny that you can pop straight up to the top of the drill tower now, and that used to be such a hard spot to get into. You had to Valk ult to take a very exposed zip line, and now it's just straight up there with invulnerability to boot.
Sensei with a double dash here too, while 17 now trying to come in on the other side, leaving 2. Red already losing out on that shield. Do you want to take the Alta Portal? Yes, you do, opening up that portal Nexus, playing it safe here to go for a reset.
Spectre Esports, only 1 point to their name as they go to the halfway mark in the series. It's going to be a tough hole for them to dig themselves out of.
We're dropping down, going to be able to also, something else, you know, that we have to highlight with Alter, because it's just been great being able to play her myself. Like, being able to also get the loot that you need from the death box as well, overextending, exposing yourself, really comes in clutch when you're playing safely for end zone.
Yep, yeah, that passive gift from the Rift allows you to grab 1 item out of a box, you know, from quite some distance, and even banners as well,
Yeah.
which can sometimes be quite helpful if you don't have access to a crafter. We see Ring 3 closing. It's going to be a different part of Skyhook to last time, a different quadrant, of course. We probably still will get that same crush around the middle where the teams who decide to sit in Skyhook, the middle part itself, just go up against each other, and it's a bloodbath every single time. But CTE and Eternal have the buildings that are most sought after in that northeastern part of Skyhook.
Especially since you have those open windows that you could take some shots out of. While we take a look at Twerkaholics, looking ahead at 7T, looking to see if they want to rotate from the north side, where we know that there's already 3 squads. Make it forward with Unreal Nightmare being by the train station and not in that next zone. But these teams don't really know where that next zone's going. You could really take a guess with a survey beacon if these squads have been able to get that information. But while we take a look at Twerkaholics, let's jump into a listening with Twerkaholics as they make their next move.
If there's a light mag over here, there's a evac here. Mag.
I got 3, I'm fine.
Here. I'll drop you this house. Oh yeah,
Team
player.
across with watching fences, but I don't see them moving around. They'll probably moved by now. There's boxes back there that we could loot. I think we moved.
This looks sweet.
Yeah, we moved. They're on the opposite side.
I'm gonna keep height, okay? Bring the keep height. Right.
I'm gonna look for these fucking boxes.
Hey, that's right.
Yeah,
Right in front of you. I'm grabbing south right now. I got the light mag. You need use though, okay?
Right. I got one. I have stopping guns though. I'm running double light.
Okay, I was better. I found another one.
Nice.
Let's walk in more.
There's a team across of us right here, so we gotta be careful with that.
Come on, side.
Yeah, and there, I saw them. Must have rolled already.
I think they
Probably
wrote.
wrote.
I see death boxes in another building.
Yeah.
Where are you death boxes like us?
Good move.
You're like 5 seconds ahead.
I'm looting death boxes.
I'm looting with you. I need bats, by the way.
I got
I
30.
only have one.
I can drop. I have 30.
Alright, so grab. I think we TP underneath one of these teams.
This building for you?
No. There's a team there.
Can we split hold the second fort? Wait.
I can TP right here.
Wait.
We can go low ground. We can just go low ground. We can just go low ground and use your ultimate.
Bind! On us!
Yeah, I'm dead.
You're good. Hey,
Betting.
What's the other building? We're good.
Yeah, I think we ultra Q to the bottom floor, Casey.
I think you need ASC because we're gonna start out. I'm gonna get first for you. You need a CP to us. We're gonna need a nuke from across if we don't. We will 100% guarantee die. I'm not sure. There's the hard things to havoc and everything.
I can't hear shit you're saying.
I'm saying you need an ASC piece across.
Alright. Can I TP from here? Yeah, I can. Ready? Yep. I'm gonna TP on this corner, you Q us, okay?
Okay. Go again. Just forcing.
All good, boys! Bottom. They got pushed, I think. They got pushed, thing. He's running gates, gates. I have no bats.
Heard, nade in.
Joe?
Batting.
Gates, come
They're
here.
all there,
Come here.
Yeah, nade's on them.
Batting.
Pop and stall.
You're trying to get they walk up! One!
Dead.
No, I swear to God, Ash is weak! Oh no! Look!
2 of them are cracked. We're good.
Thank you.
Took the TP!
Okay.
Audio got worse almost. Yeah, bro.
All right, Workaholics there. We see them go down after an interesting Ash portal into Alter Q combo just to get into the building. Interesting to hear a lot of talk about loot, and after all that, they still managed to have no bats by the time they get into this final building. It really felt like they could have used a lot more of that time to be planning the next rotation, and I honestly think that's one of the differences you see between the really high-level teams. It's like all that kind of stuff, it's already taken care of. They don't even need to discuss it. It's just unspoken, and they're really going high-level with their strats and wondering and planning for all the contingencies that could happen, and that's how they find themselves in end zones.
That macro versus micro, right there. That's the highlight right there too. But I do like the vibes of the comms that we heard from them before they were eliminated in the lobby, giving an opportunity for other squads to try to catch up here with the huge point gap that they've already sponged up. Monster playing now off that low ground that we saw Tworkaholics dying, and now the team trying to swing off to the left side. Can't go anywhere with the zone closing in, and it's round 5 on top of it all.
Na'Vi right in the middle of zone, but they've only got 2 left alive. They're on top of a res beacon, actually. I wonder if they're about to bring the Alter player back in. S8 go down. Monster eliminated in 11th place as well. The diner, the 2 buildings we actually highlighted there, not so great, because Skyhook's still in, and that means we've got Rampart teams up the top, shielding them as they try and exit those safety positions.
I love that as a verb, shielding right here, because that's the perfect use right now when you have the high ground on top of the fact that you're rocking the Gibby and Valkyrie composition. You have that 3rd perk right here, the purple Evo perk, where you can actually get the scan across buildings, but you don't even need it in a case like this, in a circle like this where all these squads are out in the open.
Oh my God, so CTE send Na'Vi at the edge of zone there. They do actually get that respawn, so Alter's back on the table for Na'Vi as they move into 2nd place on 28 points. still quite a bit behind Twerkaholics on 47, but of course they've been eliminated already, and we've now got 5 squads left alive. The other 4 teams, all on Skyhawk, as you can see, on various levels. This is very much like that infamous circle that SSG won LAN in.
Yeah, actually, when they gave up that high ground, fully sent it onto TSM2 from that other team that we saw that was also holding hype. But here with NRG now losing out on Guild, playing up that low ground, looking to get a reset, to try to go for the revive. Crazy Raccoon being eliminated, sharing some of that space. NRG still on that low ground. BK Gaming still on the high ground, while Furia are in the middle part of that building.
Yeah, interestingly, one of the ramps coming down from Skyhawk will actually be in for a little while. It'll be interesting to see if that gets used.
And right now, with Timmy trying to make the clutch happen for NRG, Furia want to take advantage of the fact that they have 2 members of NRG down. But with the res getting pulled off from Timmy, Guild is able to pull off the shield back.
Okay. With a Havoc in hand, NRG want to leverage that to try and grab a dub here, but they have to worry about VKG coming down from up on high with the Sheila. Furia, we saw them trying to dance around with the Void Passage and play tricks on BKG sitting above them, but it's come to naught thus far.
It's the respect from Furia in that initial engagement versus NRG, right? Because they know that Na'Vi have them in their line of sight once his zone starts closing in right behind them, as it is right now. BKG having to fly right back up on height, waiting for the zone to close in. They see the mother load right below.
And it feels like a lot of teams have been sending ordnance towards Na'Vi, but they do have the Watson, has this gen being able to avoid a lot of that.
And with Fury getting eliminated, NRG meeting back to them in the lobby, BKG, 2 squads left versus Na'Vi taking up so much space, whereas BKG are feeling the pressure. Na'Vi walking in, and they take the dub for game number 3.
An impressive dub here from our reigning world champions. We saw they were a duo sitting out in the open, managed to find a little bit of space to pull off the Moby res, repel further incursions as team charge towards them, and all from that, they get the reset and then weather the storm against the other 4 teams who were pushing out of Skyhawk. It's a big win there from Na'Vi and actually pushes them up into 2nd place overall. It was a huge game, 11 kills on top of the 12 placement points they get for the dub. So 23 points added to the Na'Vi tally here.
Gotta close in the gap after what Twerkaholics did in the first 2 games, securing themselves 40+ points alone. But Na'Vi, that's a statement to be made before we make that transition onto E District. 11 KP, NRG with 12 KP too. So loving to see that double-digit KP across the board for that top 10 squads.
Also love to see VK Gaming here coming in with 14 points. These guys are so consistent at LAN, but I mean, I think a lot of people were actually counting them out, right? Saying, oh, you know, trying to point to scrim results and saying these guys look washed, but every single time they show up, they do not disappoint.
Always trying to play it safe, playing in that end zone too, right? That's why they waited as long as possible before dropping down. They looked at the mother load over to their side, but they also did not take up the space that Na'Vi did when they had to walk up into the next zone, allowing Na'Vi to soak up the last bit of KP from the 3rd squad that we saw. VK Gaming coming in 2nd, and of course what we saw from NRG when they were holding down the low ground, even after they had 2 members knocked from Furia.
Ooh, Guild coming up with 7 kills here in game 3. Feels like he has been waiting for an opportunity to really hit back with a good team since he left Moist. And this could be it. Can we see Guild go all the way here at the ALGS Open?
With 7 KP, that's definitely one way to kick up your momentum too, as Twerkaholics still leading the pack with 47 points, but going down rather early has allowed Na'Vi with that dub, with that 11 KP, to now move up and secure 2nd place with 41 points.
A little bit of a gap between them and NRG sitting in 3rd place with 38 points. You got to remember, you know, mostly the cutoff is around 33 points, sometimes, you know, a little bit higher. But that means a couple of these teams are most likely already moving on to the next round of the winners bracket.
Also sets up to see where that bubble team is, right, within our top 10 squads. Of course, it was only 3 games, half of our series thus far, and we still have 3 more games to go. I want to hear from you guys over by the couch, because it's been a fantastic day so far between Genome and I can't wait to see what goes down in E District.
Great job, Vicky and Gino. Thank you so much for getting us through that third match of this series. We will be switching maps after this, but now we've made it through World's Edge, and we end with a Na'Vi win. We talked about them at length during the pause, and then we also get NRG finally finding a little bit of rhythm, getting 12 kills themselves. So we see those established squads stepping up, but still behind Workaholics in the overall standings so far.
It's okay, it's okay. we talked about this before we went to that, or while we were in that small break. It's the opportunity for these teams to climb back into it, given the chance now with the extra one game, going into the next map. They weren't going to fall so far behind, and it was just going to be the sub-PSQ teams and the Challenger Circuit teams taking over.
Give me your thoughts here, Jamerson, because we got to see what the experience does. It doesn't count you out after a rough start, a slow start. It's all about knowing your map, being able to pick up that performance, and now heading into E-District, ideally using that momentum on the new map.
Yeah, I mean, the most important part is that the experience affords you, you know, just being able to secure at least 6 points, right? That's what we always say when it comes to any game, securing 6 points. And that's what they do. At least secure that so that when they do have a pop-off game, they do catch up relatively quickly. And so we get to see how they understand that they can still play patiently, that they can still play that center zone style, and then figure out the lobby as the match goes on. And so it looks like Na'Vi is figuring it out a little bit faster, but we do have to talk about the differences in that Skyhook zone. A lot of the teams in that first Skyhook zone in game number 1, in match number 1, thought it was going to be pulling over towards that eastern edge. What did we see here in game number 3? Na'Vi ended up taking that same building that I believe that Furia took with priority in game number 1. Furia decided against that one in game number 3, and it was Na'Vi who ultimately benefited from it.
Okay, we've got one more thing before I get into that. I want to hear quick thoughts from you on that third match as well, Jumba.
Well, I mean, just going off of what Jamerson was saying at the beginning of our set today, he said that today has felt just like a vibes day, and that's the biggest thing I'm getting from Na'Vi is that, you know, in previous lands, we didn't talk about them very much. That's very true. We saw them as underdogs, and you know what? With the confidence they built with that win, they got the vibes today, and I think that's what they're really rolling with. Like, they're just not letting people push them around, and like you mentioned, getting 6 points here and there. As soon as they have a pop-off game, they're 6 points behind that that team in first, Workaholics, for a second there, who was once upon a time was double their points.
Yeah. I mean, and now these teams are going to have to change it up yet again and head on over to a different map. Before we do that, though, you know it wouldn't be an ALGS event unless we had something new and exciting to talk about. You might have seen it already earlier today, whether that was on social media or at some point today here in the venue as well. But a new legend is being added to the lineup, and that is Sparrow. So let's check out what he's going to be bringing to the Outlands.
Being called a prodigy isn't easy. The pressure, the expectations. Nah, I'm just kidding. I was born for this. And yeah. The future is here. Are you ready? I've got endless determination, a lifetime of practice, and a total lack of media training. Success, they don't come overnight. Just watch me put up a fight. Locked in, I'm feeling cold as ice. Let's move. I don't know how to slow down. Find my target. Time to say ciao. Doing work on a holdout. It's looking like it's a blowout. More eyes on you means less on me. Putting an audio with top. Making my way up to the top. Sing it out. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny I'm in the games, I'm on your screens, and now I'm on billboards? Oh, check this out. Que figata. It's looking like it's a blowout. Putting an audio with top. Making my way up to the top. Coming in high. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny. Later, champ. Here I go. Do it again. Surprise. Woohoo! I didn't know I'd end up here, but I do know how it ends. Yeah! I've heard losing builds character. Let me know how that goes. Been waiting my whole life for this. Yeah! Been getting so right for this. Hey! Been waiting my whole life. Grazie, we did it.
Pay attention.
Apex Legends Prodigy coming May 6th. Lots of new content in store for everybody home. I hope you guys are excited about that, as we are. An adorable kitten, and I know, Jumba, you said you wanted it in the green room. Italian being brought to the game, okay?
Yeah, might have talked about that a bit too much, and that's my favorite part as an Italian myself. But mostly, honestly, I say my comp brain turned on. As soon as I saw that tracker dart scan the beacon, I was like, okay, what can we do with that now? Like, that's, but yeah, you know, andiamo. Like, I like that.
It's going to be bringing a lot into the game, and you wanted to see how it's going to work. Here are the abilities. We're going to get an opportunity to look through this. You've got the passive of the double jump, that tracker dart that you were just mentioning, Jumba, as the tactical, and the stinger bolt there as the ultimate. Zephyr, what is one of the things that you think is going to be really cool to do here?
I like the fact that we're getting something that is just as mobile and informational as any other Legend out there. There's a lot of power here to play, and while I don't quite have the class on hand here, I know for a fact that this kind of multifaceted Legend is something that can fit in a lot of places, and albeit maybe not comp ready, I might say, I do think it makes for quite a fun selection no matter what trio you put in.
Yeah, and I would have to add on to that. It does feel like it is very much multi-dimensional, right? You've got the mobility of a possible skirmisher, you've got the recon ability, and then also with that stinger bolt, some control coming in. So it feels like this could be a very easy flex into any composition.
Not to mention the additional arrows and the explosive arrows for the bow check. So, I mean, I think that this is going to be really fun to bring into the game for the new season, and we get to take a look at the perk tree here as well.
Look at this. This is insane. Extra traps, gain attack charge, and +2 traps. That is
Life Siphon, that's what I'm looking at. Health and shield recovery upon damaging enemy with ult. Life Siphon's pretty cool.
This is the first time we get to see this, so we're as invested as you guys are at home.
Ult now has 3 charges with fewer pulses in smaller radius. You know what? I think that smaller radius is probably going to be fine if it's like 25% smaller.
Sure.
Yeah.
I wonder how much heal comes off of the damage there. Is it scaling with the total damage, or is it something similar to what we get out of Bangalore, where it's a slow siphon? I haven't played it. I have no idea, and I'm very curious to see what ends up being the strength.
And I do have confirmation, Recon Legend.
Are we sure about that? I know we got confirmation, but are we sure about that? Especially with those perks. I mean, it feels like, again, this is a very much hybrid Legend.
Love it.
Very strong for recon, especially if you get to play around the scan as well. Of course, the additional passive makes for a distance among the passive that is not usually seen outside of selections other than crypto, which can make for, as you all were saying, a flex pick that can pop up, especially given the fact that we do work with bans so much more often now. A team that likes to get more aggressive, likes to play around that extra speed you saw from that perk and the visibility that comes alongside it. I mean, throw that with a ballistic, that's absolutely insane.
He's spiraling in the best way. There's so much information he has to process and he wants to talk about. Hopefully all of you at home are just as excited as Zephyr is, because I know we all are. But while we've been doing all of this, don't forget we have our elimination bracket running in the pit as well. And we have Lay standing by with all of your updates.
Yeah, look, I'm not trying to make you guys jealous, but I did get my hands on Sparrow, so I have actually played that character already. And I'm just going to say, don't touch it. I'm locking it in because I love the bow check. But what I do want to cover here is we do have the winners bracket second lobby, as well as 2 of our elimination brackets as well. So things in the pit are heating up because some players and teams will be heading home. So for winners round 1, at the tippity top, I believe it was TSM. So if we have a look at that, match number 1 for TSM. Out of the gate, 12 kills, you know, placing first in this game alone definitely assisted their current lead in the standings. It was an incredible start into their matches. Also want to cover GHS Boom. They had a 19-kill win. I think that's the highest amount of kills that I have seen today in a single game. So they were sitting lower on the leaderboard, and that game alone also brought them up into that top 3 spaces there. And our winners bracket, and we move over to where it kind of counts at the moment. This is the first elimination bracket, Infinite with the 30 points there. A lot of these teams will be sort of saying goodbye to us. RRX with 27 points. Leave No Witness, one of our fan favorite teams there, you know, hitting it where it counts the most, you know, with the 29 kills and the 44 points. It has been quite exciting watching their feat. Outside, also another great contender with 33 points. This lobby was fairly close. Infinite taking that solid lead, but it was a very close race indeed. And basically, we had a wild match from movie star Koi. They had a 17-kill game. I thought that was going to be the craziest kills until it was beat in the winners bracket, but this allowed them to have that lead over Source Gaming, who have been super consistent in these first 3 matches. I also want to go down to Ruckus there in 8th position. This is a team that I did cover earlier. I spoke to them before the event, and I asked them how they were feeling. They're like, you know what, Lace, we're not going to do too well. We're just here for the experience. But look at them now sitting in that 8th position, which has been an extra feat for them. But you know what? We still have 3 more games left. So I'm going to throw over to Dia and Graceful. Take it away.
Let's do this, Graceful. We are jumping in very, very soon to E-District. So as we transition out of World's Edge, we got a lot on the line for these teams. However, with Twerkaholics in the lead, I gotta say, I've never been happier to jump into a series. Twerkaholics really, really impressed me in the first round. Second round, it seems that has just leveled up, which is really interesting as a Challenger Circuit team to be performing this well against teams of Pro League caliber.
I mean, that really goes to show, you know, how important momentum building really is. You know, we saw signs of life that they were already being really proactive on their edge. They're saying, hey, please don't come our way. We're going to push you out. Reply Totem, get out of our way. You know, Crazy Raccoon, get out of our way. And now they're just throwing hands with everybody, showing, hey, we're here to, you know, stay. And they've really been consistent across the board, not only with kills, but also placement points, which is, at the end, you know, even if you can make it into, you know, top 10, top 5, but if you can also add kills on top of that, you don't even need to close out games because you're getting so many points from both sides.
And as we jump into E-District, the game literally starting right now. It's your 4th match of the last set of the day here in Winners Round 2. This is going to be your 3rd group, and so we'll jump around a few other groups in the coming days, but for this particular day, for this particular match, we're going to be starting things off with Na'Vi. Obviously, a team that I predicted coming into today, into this match. They did very, very well in the opening round, so I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it was a crazy prediction, Graceful. This one was pretty on the nose, and after their win just last game, I got to imagine that E-District is feeling pretty good for them.
Most definitely. I think they're super comfortable already. We've seen, you know, the way they play proactively and also very calm and patient throughout the whole game. All of the games alone, now leading into this map where you actually have a lot of more room to make plays, because this is one of the maps where teams are not scared of picking any POI, because all POIs are super solid in regards to, you know, other maps, you know, like KC perhaps, where, you know, you feel confident regardless of where the zone pulls because there's so many playable areas.
Oh yeah, Twerkaholics already getting aggressive, and this time it's floating, changing things up, not sending the Ash forward. You're like, you know what? Mirage has got to have their time in the sun. So nice pickup, 1 kill.
I said get out of the way, Reply, get out of the way, CR, and what do we see? Already chopping away at them. You know, they're really hungry. And I'm so happy to see that if they can carry this momentum later on into the tournament as well, who knows? You might even see them way up further in the rounds.
Are we evac tower? We might evac tower on Crazy Raccoon. That would be heat. You know, normally we see Humbert Labs in Old Town fighting. We don't normally get Vibe Isle taking fights really early on, but it does seem like that's what Twerkaholics are aiming for, as they are already jumping on top of the remainder of Crazy Raccoon. It's going to take them a little while longer to actually fully catch up, since everybody does move at around the same speed, and Crazy Raccoon do seem pretty intent getting out of here, but both these teams have to be concerned. White Shields, they're moving straight into the line of sight of Furia, who were just exiting Heights.
They are still chasing them, because this is actually not a terrible strat as long as you make sure you don't get pinched, because at some point they will be stopped by another team, in which case you can pinch them still as long as they keep running.
This is true, it's true. I got to be worried about the Evo, so we'll keep our eyes on these teams. I will say for now, Twerkaholics seem to be calming down, if not by their own volition, certainly by Crazy Raccoons, who have no interest in dealing with them. Furia have vacated Heights and are starting to move down towards the south. So let's talk about the ring. Na'Vi actually rolled a pretty good ring, given that they landed draft point, and this one's pulling us around that draft point viaduct area. We also had 7T and VCGO, who landed in that same area, that will have first dibs on great spots in zone.
I mean, Zone could definitely be pulling, you know, southwest of Viaduct, which is a very common zone here.
Yeah.
Where, once again, quite a lot of playable area, but this is one of the parts of the map where I don't really like it too much because there's too much elevation to that point, where one team will be shooting at absolutely everybody, essentially. And bridges like this is a great example of what you got to be really careful for. If you get caught in a crossfire here, everybody has sight on you because the sight lines are really good, although there is cover. However, as good cover as there is, when you have 25 angles to look at as well, it's impossible to hide, you know, away from everyone.
Yeah. There is, I think, a lot of risk when we incorporate the verticality that actually, as we talked about with Sparrow, is becoming more and more common in the game in terms of mobility as well. So E-District, certainly a big focus on the verticality, and we'll likely see a lot more Legends that can access it prioritized. And actually, speaking of Legends that can access it, the fact that we've got Alter taken off the table in this particular game has changed E-District. I hesitate to say for the better, just it's changed the way that you have to play it. Be it better or no, you simply got to adapt at this point.
I think that when you realize that you don't have that vertical mobility, really, is that you get punished a lot harsher than you think. You know, sometimes you think, no, we could just do this rotate, but a lot of the rotates are now locked behind zip lines, and if not, walking up a slope, in which case it's way harder than just having, you know, an alter queue through a wall.
Yeah. Yeah, right now, you know, I don't think we'll see any teams pulling out the Octane anytime soon, but, you know, there's a little verticality. You know, a few more buffs, you never know what could happen. What I am pretty sure is going to happen is this Furia and Twerkaholics clash, because Twerkaholics are not a team that wants to turn away from a fight, and I don't think Furia play particularly scared of teams like Twerkaholics either, so really curious what's going to be cooking in that northeastern corner of the map. Well, Zero Tenacity down here in the south actually seem pretty comfortable with one of those highly vertical spots that you talked about.
Yeah, most definitely. And other teams that are already placed quite comfortably in the zone already, just making sure to see how many teams are rotating in. We saw the pacing be a little bit different from round to round as well, where, you know, some teams ended up playing slower, some teams are playing incredibly fast. And now we're seeing people being a little bit more laid back because we're going into the later half of the series now, where people that haven't been performing are already really, really scared at this point. They want to make sure we get a couple of points here and there to see if we can make it. And some teams that are already on points like 3, 1, 6, 9 points, they need bigger games. And at this point, you have to guarantee it through most likely a top 3.
And while we are still in the upper bracket right now, it is relatively safe. We are seeing the quality of the games take slow upticks as more teams know how to survive into the end zone, but I do want to make the note that if you see your favorite team in the bottom 10, don't worry, they got another chance.
One more chance indeed, but you know, if you have a slow start, it is terrifying. As we talk about these games as well, there might be many games that you have to play overall if you make it far into the tournament. But if you don't make it that far, that's not a lot of games you get to play, do you?
That's very true. Twerkaholics running up on Furia. I said I was excited for it, and it is not disappointing. Madness hiding behind the wall and floating. Playing with the invisibility on Mirage just to try and get a little bit more space. Forcing utility out of Furia, but using his own. That is a big nade on floating. Phoenix Kit will keep him invisible for a long time, but it won't do the same for Lunix, who goes down.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing as well, is that when you're fighting, they're already getting walked up on by CTE behind them. And this is the thing, is that when you have too many teams, especially on the same side, lurking, you know, floating around you right there, looking to join the fray, you end up getting pinched, all because you wanted to take a fight. Now they got punished. Furia is still alive and thriving, and CTE just even got a KP for free out of that.
You said this earlier about Twerkaholics. It was the same team. When they were chasing down Crazy Raccoon, you can chase a team, you can shadow a team for as long as you want. Your priority always has to be not being put in a pinch. And as soon as you see Furia in front of you, your mind has to turn to who is behind you. CTE, the biggest changer of this engagement between Furia and Twerkaholics, simply because they were in the right place at the right time.
And that's the thing, DS, that is the most interesting part. Which team in your lobby decides your playstyle as well? You might play macro-wise the exact same way, but the teams around you don't play the same way because it changes all the time in this tournament format. You fight 5 new teams, 10 new teams, 5 new teams every now and then, and everybody has different macro.
SA UL set up on a rotate into zone. They've got Unreal Nightmare ahead of them and are trying to find a safe spot to play. I am really curious what this team has been playing like. Jesco and Legacy have been doing really well lately, and I can't wait to hear what Sharky's got to say. So let's jump into a listen in with SAUL.
Can we just like sit here? I think we can sit here and thought. Did they even know we're here? No.
Need to watch out back though, hard.
Yeah, no, it's like impossible from here though.
Are we in the next zone?
Let's go. No. One's close to me.
We need to hold our back. We're trolling like this.
Yeah.
I'm walking out.
Hopefully you don't see. Next port I can get like
inside
bottom
close.
4-story. Inside close.
No, I'm
If
ready.
not, fuck. Do you reckon we just, is it a what's in here now? Like, can we just like force
Cat.
kill inside?
Cat, and he's got to go on it.
Alright. These guys aren't really gonna fight. It's a Watson team far. Fuck, I don't really want to play their second floor. Get port? 90%, I'm gonna have it.
Yeah, I'm holding an Octacell as well.
I'm gonna look for the bottom floor. It's only really
His Q's gone. His Q just disappeared.
Okay, can we go there? Follow them.
We can come. I'm waiting for you.
Like, yeah.
Don't see anyone.
Go on.
Get rat.
Yeah, opening.
Going.
You see them?
Still might be ready.
Going up.
Yeah.
Few left.
Few left, yep. And on middle. Picking out right.
Yeah, I don't see them.
Opening door.
It's a really nice time to take a look at what they're thinking as you make a rotation into zone. It might be slow side. This may be a calmer end of the zone for SAUL, but the way that they're playing, really respectful of their enemies, whereas on the other hand, we've got fights galore, and of course it's going to be Na'Vi, who have been taking fights the entire day and winning them the entire day. Two very different looks at the game of Apex Legends, as Na'Vi are going to claim at least one more knock, at least one more full thirst, at least one more point, and continue moving up the leaderboards.
With the way everybody was teleporting across the screen, I wasn't sure if that was Alter or Wraith, but it ended up being Wraith TP coming through. You know, them staying active right there, taking fights is always a good thing. They're still confident throughout this many games throughout the day, and they're still in that same form. I'm really proud of them. However, in that form, Monster, having a good early start, has now been reduced to one little cat hide.
Yeah, I mean, just when you run into Na'Vi, it happens sometimes. It's happened to the best of us. Quite literally, it has happened to the best in the world. That when you run into Na'Vi, sometimes your game it takes a sharp downturn, and that's all right.
This zone, like I predicted, southwest of Viaduct, where the high ground is especially elevated up, you know, there's the middle bridge, and you have the height and the low on both sides. Very playable areas, but very oppressive from the height.
So point out a team for me. Whose positions do you like right now for the late game?
So the thing is that people will be fighting for the same side at some point. VC Go was in a really good spot, but it always comes down to the same way that Na'Vi has been playing a lot. We're playing 50% of the zone, but can we hold the teams out? This is our space, can we hold it? Because a lot of the teams, as we saw as well, are recognizing this is the god spot to fight for, and they are taking that fight to them. Now it comes down to, can we hold that god spot?
As much verticality as you can have does seem to be the answer. SAUL actually getting a little bit of their own, but a lot of sight lines to manage, even when you're able to jump up on top. I like the way Davis Wave is playing right now, really aggressive. You know you've got 2 shield cracks, and that could be the opener for you, so good to get aggressive when you're able to in the early to mid game, but you do not want to overextend on a fight that you're not sure about.
Yeah, Sharky also looking for angles here, even with his tag. Huge utility and ult and nades coming out, trying to shake down Legacy off the height. Now they're all on low ground, I believe, and split, so let's see if they can make a play off this.
Legacy, oh no! Gets taken out from the side. Sharky covering the team. Unreal Nightmare. Unfortunately, lose track of the situation, and with Davis Wave down, SAUL have a big advantage. Jesco does go low, and Sharky gets shot in the side, but both seem to be all right for now. Keeping my eyes on Jesco's health bar as the rest of the team regroup. SAUL get back together. together, Unreal Nightmare get wiped off the map.
They saw 2 people drop, but forgot Sharky was hiding behind the counter. Immediately rips him with the thermite in the rampy. Now we're seeing them retake the positioning. Thank God, because they're also getting help from behind. They were getting shot across the map as well. But now that also shows that, hey, we can no longer fight as much as we want to, because with the zone, next zone is about to show, people are rotating in.
It's the opposite end of the ring that we're looking at now, down here in the southeastern side, where Crazy Raccoon, Zero Tenacity, and Na'Vi are, as opposed to that northwestern side where Liquid were taking a look. It seems to be actually pretty calm down here. Crazy Raccoon haven't encountered too many teams just yet, but you are closing the gap onto Na'Vi, onto Zero Tenacity, and Crazy Raccoon are going to have to pick at least one fight, if not 2.
The sad part is that they're fighting for the side where 3 other teams are also looking to fight. And that's what I mean about the timing. Do they even have anything to stall for that timing to be able to join the fray late, or are they going to get held out early on? VG right now, though, in a building, looking to get engaged by Furia, who at this rate doesn't really have a lot to lose on current 11th spot.
Well, right now, I mean, Furia need to risk it for big points. And the fact that they got a great opening nade is a really good sign for them. Keon comes in, finds 1 knock, and through the cat wall, things do get a little bit more complicated, but it's such a numbers advantage that you've got to imagine that Furia wiped this. Rampage comes out, VG go down, Furia collect another 3 kills, but they're eating nades at the same time, and it's Team Liquid Alienware. They're looking over all of this, now jumping onto Furia, Havoc in hand, and Azul is looking for kills, and he finds an invisible Mirage. Nice job to take out Furia, and it's a quick, clean third party.
And that's kind of what we're saying about the timing of when do you pick fights. Is it too late? Is it too early? This was definitely too late because they had teams lurking for that. When the zone is about to close, I always say it, when the zone is about to show or close, you got to be mindful. People are looking to be on the move. T-Law right there, ready to jump in.
And if it wasn't for the nade, though, like really, really good nade, just to make sure that the fight stays open, extend the window of time where Furia are unable to reset. Another nice job from Team Liquid, scouting out the S8UL rotate that they're now essentially unable to take through this Wraith portal, having to go back with the rest of the squad, get ready for a fight. Liquid Alienware prepared to hold out their 1 opponent on the north side.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely rough because they're collapsing on the north side. This side, without evacs, now that, you know, you don't have Alter to get it through some couple of walls, you gotta kind of just run straight at it, and it's definitely hard.
S8UL caught in between a rock and a hard place, or Liquid Alienware and VK Gaming are going to swing, looking for Spectre Esports underneath the bridge. Spectre not having too hot of a day either, but S8UL are picking fights with a lot of squads right now. Team Liquid Alienware shooting them in the back, and it is just an untenable position. Liquid Alienware, it's not like their spot's looking too much better either. They get fuse ulted right on top of them and have to reset, allowing S8UL to do the same thing. There's a lot of pressure directed towards this area of the map, a lot of eyes on Liquid Alienware and S8UL.
They're really happy right now. You know, S8UL just got eliminated because they were on different layers. If they were on the same height, that would have been a complete, you know, madness. But now, Liquid got to completely reset. Now puts them in the game once again.
And Liquid Alienware don't have to deal with them anymore. VK Gaming actually doing a favor to Liquid, again, on the north side of the map. But south side, we were focused there earlier. Crazy Raccoon actually still alive through all of this, and Na'Vi playing the bridge as well. Our attention continuing to be drawn towards Liquid, however, as they pick a fight with VK Gaming. And this seems to be the fight that could decide the whole game. QQ jumps up onto Nazul, almost takes them down, but nice reaction from the Wraith. Does get him out in time. It is VK Gaming struggling for, but still achieving dominance over the high ground. Liquid Alienware have a big puzzle to solve. How do you take out VK Gaming when they have so many defensive tools? Watson ult, now Catalyst Wall. VK Gaming, can they actually be unseated?
I don't know, man. It's gonna be really hard because they got that little comfy corner with the gen down, but now they're getting crossfired immediately. Niazul through the other side of the wall. White Swan got a pick with Wraith straight into Fade is exactly how you need to play it. You walk up, you take aggressiveness, you get it down, you get out, make sure that all of your team is healthy. Now you deathball. You start holding hands here, like I like doing with you, and you make sure nobody goes down. We're here together. We need to stay together.
And there's so much trust on the team as well. VK Gaming go down, and it is to clean team fighting from Liquid Alienware. Nazul really playing well on the Wraith. You can tell tell that there's a lot of comfort on the team, a lot of practice with being able to jump in, use the Wraith as a fragger, and then get out. Really, really nicely done, and I like to see that comfortability on a squad like Liquid Alienware, who do want to boost themselves up the leaderboards a little bit further. VCGO will fall, and it looks like we got Crazy Raccoon now on top, now jumping down off the bridge to third party a fight, and it looks like they'll be able to. Na'Vi are already down, SJP2 go down, and as Crazy Raccoon use the Bang ult to try and reset, will they be able to, with Young Black Ricky right above them?
Yeah, fights are happening everywhere. Energy is running into Tilo, and they're getting mobbed by them as well. The biggest point about this is that the northern side was first a collapsing point by everybody needing to go through the choke at the same time. Now everybody thought the same thing. Oh, everybody's going to go through there, let's wrap around. Now we see all the teams on the southern side. Team Liquid all of a sudden in the best spot on the map. Now we can see, can they hold it before any of the teams decide to fight for that spot?
Now, this is a really interesting position for YBR, who are positioned just above Crazy Raccoon. You can drop, secure the kills, and give up your chance at winning the game, or you can play for control of the high ground and look to win. I'm looking at YBR right now. I'm seeing them play for the win, but there's still a lot of obstacles in their way. Will the pressure get to them? Will they end up jumping down on a team a little too early, as we've seen so many do before them?
Yeah, and this is the thing where, you know, some teams have cats, some teams don't have cats. Depending on how you make up that delay or not, depends on if you can coexist on that bridge or not. Because if not, they have to fight. But the craziest point is, Crazy Raccoon was all the way down low. We need to decide on, are we gonna fight for the northern side or the eastern side?
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon likely gonna have to deal with Liquid Alienware pretty soon as well. And Liquid are doing a good job of, after having had their big fight with NRG, it was crazy that it ended up getting that close. They've taken a chill pill. They're sitting inside these buildings. They know they've got a lot of cover, at least for now. They get to watch all this happen. Wall's going to go up on the low ground. Got to imagine that's Twisted Minds throwing out the wall, just given the direction. But Twisted Minds aren't doing anything with it just yet. Instead, using it for cover, maybe trying to force a couple of teams together. Skynade's starting to come in from Crazy Raccoon as well.
I mean, they're going to have to drop down now. And the scary part is Liquid got sights on them if they drop down. It all depends on if Liquid or not are going to get shot by Crazy Raccoon, but it seems like Mind is hopping on them immediately.
Yeah, they are the team that has caved to the pressure. Twisted Minds are the ones that dropped down onto Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Raccoon managed to wipe that, only losing one, but gets the reset already in time to make it back up again. Will Tilo have done enough damage? They did immediately wipe them.
Last two teams, Liquid Alienware and Crazy Raccoon. From the mid-ground, Liquid Alienware finally emerge. It is a 1-for-1, but Nazul once again using the Wraith to go back into the void and pop out once again, playing like the fragger he is, taking down Karanpe and securing the win for Liquid Alienware. That is clean 3v3 fighting, clean edge play from Liquid Alienware.
My question was whether or not, you know, Liquid Alienware is going to take damage before they got into the last 3v3. They didn't take nearly any damage at all. They just mopped that fight immediately. And then Niazul, once again, really great showcasing of how you have your Wraith play the front line like that, in a way that you get it down, you get back out, you get back in, you know, you recoup with your team to stay on the same page, so that if they shoot me, you will get them for me. If they shoot you, I will get them for you. And great example of how to play Wraith.
Yeah, this was a fantastic way for Liquid to demonstrate their restraint in an endgame scenario, because I think you would typically see teams be baited in by the Twisted Minds jumping onto Crazy Raccoon, go, this is our time, we're going to secure the KP, we're going to be the ones who are the third, the fourth party, and we're going to win the game. They didn't do that. They kept in mind that there was another team coming off the high ground, made sure that that team was wiped first, and from then on, I actually want to say, I think Crazy Raccoon played very well. It was a positional advantage that Liquid Alienware had that they closed out appropriately.
I mean, we might say positional advantage, but you know how many teams they fought for that spot? They even got pushed by Energy. We couldn't see it because so many fights was happening at the same time, but they even got that fight down, came down to the last person, clutched up twice and got the reset. And now, clutching up twice got them at 19 kill points and first place, 31 points total. Pretty much secures them. They're feeling really good about this game.
Not 19 KP. Just to be clear, that means that 1 in 3 people in this game went down to Liquid Alienware. There's no way around it. This is a great performance, and it's the kind of performance that I've wanted to see from Liquid Alienware, that I love seeing from this roster, because they became known, they came onto the scene as this incredible fighting team, and now at the ALGS Open, they are taking that all the way back.
And Nia Soul as well. Most kills, most damage done. He's just playing his role perfectly at this point. In this game, he played it almost completely perfectly. He has to, you know, stick to his true role, because at this is the rate where you pick roles while we're playing this character. You need to play it the way we want to play it in this composition, and he just did that phenomenally.
Yeah, like you said, it really is about being able to work together as a team, and Azul knows his role, knows the part he has to fill, has helped move the team up to 3rd place in the lobby with 2 games left to go on E-District. Na'Vi still sit in 2nd, only 1 point behind Twerkaholics. But the battle for moving up to top 10 is really the focus. Now Liquid Alienware, you can rest easy at this point. You've actually played this very, very well. And it's down to SAUL, who are right at the cutoff for 10th, as to whether they'll be the ones to make it, whether they can hold on to that spot in the next 2 games.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
¡Es el último! ¡Vamos, ¡Dos aquí! ¡Mi pin! Viene uno por la izquierda. ¡Bájalo! ¡Balista en vida! ¡Bájalo también! ¡Balista está en vida! ¡Está atrás de él! ¡Está bueno!
¡Bien ahí, amigo! ¡Bien ahí!
¡Mierda, güey!
Bienvenidos todos al primer día del ALGS Abierto, as Liquid Alienware might say if they were casting this game, but they're not. They're out there on the stage slaying teams and taking a 31-point victory in our 4th game of the day, the first of theirs on E-District of the whole tournament, and they made it look really, really good. The question is, Graceful, will they continue, or better yet, who will step up to take their place on E-District?
I think a lot of the time now, as we're going into the later parts of series, is that teams have either warmed up or they're terrified. They're one of the teams that is more than likely breathing out at this point because they are indeed safe to make it through. But now they're looking to see, like we said, you know, we heard before, you kind of want to reinvent yourself to a degree. When you see so many bans, how do we play this differently from normally to what we're comfortable to? And if they can keep this form in this comp and apply it to other compositions, they're in a great state to move further into the tournament. And we all, you know, are expecting to see them in the finals.
Yeah, I'm certainly hoping to. I'm crossing my fingers. Liquid Alienware, like you said, can certainly rest easy for today, although I have no doubt that they'll continue to play in the same form as they expect to and wish to see in future rounds. 2 games left on E-District, and with already a couple different rosters picking up wins. We aren't getting the repeat winners that we were earlier in the day because this is the second round of the upper bracket. The quality of the games, the level of competition, slowly but surely is going to be increasing as the tension rises through these matches. E-District, we got one look at it. There's a lot of verticality on the map. Yes, we know. There's also a lot when we move to other areas, other POIs, of survivability within buildings that we'll get to see showcased even further.
Yeah, I mean, I think the map is great in its own way because it really forces you to adapt to the environment. Although a lot of the, the lighting on the game might look the same in many POIs, they feel very different when you play because some have multiple layers, several layers, like in verticality. Some are pretty straightforward, but there's not that much cover. So you gotta really make your macro alongside your comp to make sure that you don't get stuck in certain areas. Like we saw there, a lot of these teams actually came down to one person surviving the fight, managed to get a full reset. But we're talking just a tiny bit too fast, too slow, and they could have gotten clean by a 3v4v.
And I will say, to the strength of Apex Legends, not to just sit up here and talk about map design, but I do think that that's something that a lot of maps do really well. I thought World's Edge did it really well a while ago. I think that Stormpoint does that really well. Different areas of the map can feel very different. E-District has really taken that to another level with this totally urban design. Really nice to see it in the ALGS, especially here at the Open. Liquid Alienware, of course, are going to be starting us off over at Lotus. And you can tell that it's Lotus because it's got all the
very beautiful Lotus flowers.
Lotus, yeah.
Very beautiful. I liked it. I like the visual, do not like fighting here. It is so many floors, 3 rooftops that is hella high, it is rough. But looting this in peace, very comfortably and also very aesthetically pleased.
Yeah, you got the mood lighting, you're like, hey, you want a shield battery? Let me get you a shield battery, bro. No problems, no problem. Liquid Alien, we're very, very happy, of course, not just with the win, but with the environment. Now the question is, what are they going to do? What are other teams going to do as we move into the second game? Twerkaholics and Crazy Raccoon, that was an early fight that we saw in the first round on E-District. I suspect we got that brewing once again. Taking a look at the minimap, it certainly looks like Twerkaholics are rolling up on them.
This zone pulling more towards Electro Dam, maybe a little bit southwest of it now. Crazy Raccoon and them Twerkaholic once again, are they looking to fight? I don't think Crazy Raccoon might be looking to, but Twerkaholics is not letting them breathe at this point. Are they going to chase them once again? But we have now seen both success stories from them chasing people and also them getting punished. Have they learned from that there's team lurking nearby depending on timing? Can we fight or not fight? We'll have to see. But in the beginning phases, they are trying to run you down.
Yeah, as the teams get closer and closer on the map, you got to imagine there are some crazy mind games as well, right? Twerkaholics, they're coming. Crazy Raccoon setting up the trap. Twerkaholics anticipate the trap. And we go back and forth, seeing who ends up surviving. Right now, the teams are basically on top of each other. Could reach out and touch each other, but Crazy Raccoon are just that one floor above. Elsewhere on the map, however, it's YBR who are actually collecting a little bit of KP early on into the game. Watagashi going to go down. Not too high stakes for anyone just yet. Still plenty of time to disengage, as this is not a knockdown, drag-out fight.
Yeah, I mean, really nice discipline. They get it down, immediately smoke for the ring console, get that, so they just go ahead with their planning and macro, and that's really how you should play. Sometimes chasing could be fine, but a lot of the time, as long as you play what you have been pre-planning initially, things are going to work out fine. As we see, they're already in top 4, feeling kind of comfortable.
Crazy Raccoons continue to stall this fight out. Workaholics, though, on the edge, and Crazy Raccoon actually spot a member, but fire no bullets. Both teams actually very scared of what could, should, would happen here. Sang-Jun will be the first to fall. A little bit of hesitation as Crazy Raccoon. Now you start eating some bullets in the back. It is a 3 versus 2. Not in the favor of Crazy Raccoon. This may be time for another disengage. Invisibility going to help out just a little bit, but Aquarius does not have that sort of flexibility, and instead is going to get sent. Baranpe follows him up, and Crazy Raccoon unfortunately go down. This bit of indecision around the fight with Twerkaholics.
Not only indecision, but they got split in that fight. Twerkaholic actually made that essentially into a 2v1v1 instead of a 2v2. I think they could have won that fight perhaps if they took it straight up, but they ended up getting split. Now, not really sharing damage. They just took it all one at a time into dying. Another fight for Viki Gaming, almost one magging. However, P2022 strong trades immediately, and, P20 is strong, and R9 looks good, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's some tenacity there. Oh, no! Ends up going down. What a tragedy. But VK Gaming, some good team play, covering each other, do end up at least wiping out another squad. is going to be a little respawn for Watagashi as well. It'll be very, very welcome. Get everybody back into the game. But a lot of this fighting is happening towards the south end of the map. NRG taking note, maybe looking for a few kills, but Timmy gets slowed and has to portal out. That's an Ash portal expended, plus the Fuse ultimate by Guild. I think defensively, and NRG probably don't have a lot of tools to take the remainder of this fight. I'd like to see them disengage and start playing for the later sections of the game by getting into zone.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're feeling comfortable right now because it is only round 1 closing with 2 minutes left. People are still feeling like, hey, all teams aren't here yet, or they're too deep, because this is just about, you know, people haven't really moved in just yet, enough teams for them to be too scared of taking fight. And they're really trying, which is the most important part, actually trying.
Unreal Nightmare in the fight up against Mind. Seems to be doing pretty well right now, but I'm always hesitant, especially around these buildings, although Brain Blast, there's no altar in this game, so I don't actually have to be as tense about whether there's going to be a portal through the wall anymore.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to relocate and disengage at least one of them will make sure to get that reset, even if enemy does go down here and Unreal Nightmare does get some more KP. They do indeed. ALGS managed to get out, and they're probably going to get a reset. But 2 KP is really good nonetheless.
Yeah, Unreal Nightmare, I think, walk away from this pretty big victors. Twisted Minds will have a pretty easy reset as well. They're playing on the edge of zone. There aren't a whole lot of teams in the northwestern side of the map, and so Twisted Minds will be able to get back up. It's just a matter of setting their macro back a few steps, whereas we're seeing Unreal Nightmare, who play now on the edge of this upcoming zone, likely going to have to play through a choke point in the later stages. I think we're far enough along in this game that it's no longer free rotates into Electro Dam and the surrounding area. If you are outside of this POI, you're going to have to fight your way in. And for right now, because you don't have to yet, we're going to see a lot of those very same teams choosing to play edge and try and find each other and collect some KP.
Yeah, for now, people aren't collapsing just yet. It'll probably happen after next zone fully closing. But people are just relaxing on edge. We saw a lot of teams play edge last time. Could be between 7 and 8 teams. Now we're looking at a measly 5-6 teams maybe. But people are just waiting, looking for the zone to close before they get more information and then decide their next move.
A lot of potential to coexist here. Yeah, you saw that right. It is a seer, and yeah, you saw that right. It is a caustic. We're getting innovative here on the ALGS Open stage. SJ2P in a pretty good position when it comes to covering this choke, but it's not a game-winning one just yet. It's still pretty difficult to decide where exactly this ring is going, but I favor NRG's position from earlier over by Galleria. Lots of flexibility there. And of course, Twisted Minds, who on the outside will have have had the ability to recover. Everybody's back in the game now, and we'll see what their game plan looks like in the next 5.
Big reset. Zone looks to pull towards southeast of Electrodam or just northeast of Galleria. Really good, comfortable spot to where you have a lot of playable area, so endgame is going to look really good and fun. However, as we also see, a couple of teams have, you know, taken more aggressive positioning, playing a little bit too much space, I believe.
Twerkaholics maybe picking another fight up against VG. Right gets fried by the P2020s, and Kate's doing very well on the Mirage, getting aggressive at just the, if you'll forgive me, right time. Floating, goes for the kidnap, doesn't hit it, but instead hits the 1 clip. And VG go down so quickly. That's Twerkaholics when they are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, that was also the absolute perfect range for that roller spray. He couldn't even move right there. He stepped left and right. That strafe did not matter. He got immediately decimated. Love to see it though. Action is fun. Speaking of action, Furia in a Mirage heal.
Yeah, doing all right to actually control both sides of this. High ground and low ground accessible with the Wraith portal, and Noct gets everybody all the way back up to that high ground of Electro Dam where you really are playing for the end game. But it's curious who they're up here with. Furia have high ground, so do Team Liquid.
I mean, Team Liquid have really, you know, shown each other that we are willing to take any fight. Niasu leading the charge mainly from the front line. Are they willing to fight them this early though when there are teams, you know, moving in right now? I'm not too sure. They're happy just coexisting for the moment, but a fight could break out at any point. Other teams still on edge a lot, as we can see VK, Eternal, Twerk, Twisted, Unreal. All of them are still waiting for next zone prediction before they're gonna probably move on either towards a beacon and or a ring console.
I think Liquid Alienware have the chance to get a scan here as well. I will say in this Furia engagement specifically, since both teams are on height, I'd be surprised if Liquid take that fight early, if only because I think they prefer something a little closer range. I normally see Liquid Alienware really excel in the mid-range fights, whereas Furia do have a few more options when it comes to long range, or seem to be a little bit more comfortable taking trades in that area. I think both teams pretty happy for now, however, holding on to their spots. It is elsewhere, like what we said, Twisted Minds we're going to start making their way into zone, and even EEC out here, who are right next to Twerkaholics. You know, Graceful, that's the danger zone.
It is literally the danger zone. They're saying that, hey, if we see you in our LOS, you're in our space, and we don't want that at all. However, you know, not really too rushed yet, because next zone, even fully closed, they can still rotate in zone. Zone doesn't do that much damage. A lot of space, a lot of leeway to still make plays. 17 teams alive on this map means you have almost endless amount of space to play.
You have so much time as well, and so much cover to play with that you're realistically not going to get unseated if you can play correctly, if you can control space. And that is something that I'm actually seeing slip out of the hands of EEC right now. They're playing very small behind these boxes, and with the nades coming in from Twerkaholics, it is see legend, kill legend for Twerkaholics. Nice job by Lunix, does take down one, follow up by Floating and Kates, and Eternal gone down just as quickly as Crazy Raccoon, just as fast as VG. Twerkaholics are on a rampage this game.
The thing that I like the most about that is they all naded, immediately got cracks, and then immediately sent it. They were all on the same pace, swinging that. Sure, the Ash is a little bit ahead of because of the double jump, but now that you saw this team is also slide immediately into the water, climb up and clean it up, 3v2. It was really great to see.
Kate's gonna heal back up, see what Twerkaholics' next fight is. Right now on their path into zone, it does look like YBR stand in their path, with Na'Vi just a little further north of them. Twerkaholics definitely the team, the X factor to watch, not even in winners round 1, which I already thought they were having fun in. Winners round 2, as we said, they have really, really stepped it up. Have they stepped it up to the point where they can boogie with Na'Vi? I guess we'll find out.
I think that, you know, we're seeing a lot of promise from them coming in from earlier rounds into this round, which, you know, you could consider it a little bit earlier, even mid if you would like to. Higher levels is very different. As much as, you know, we like to say that, you know, oh, it's so chaotic in the early rounds of the tournament, later rounds is more disciplined, like more punishing in a sense. And that you have to adapt to that as well. It's a completely different playstyle, which is a lot of times people say LAN is different from online, and that applies even throughout one LAN tournament.
Twisted Minds getting aggressive on SJ2P. That is Denze having fallen down. We talked about Denze a little bit earlier. Challenger Circuit Warrior for the past few splits, and while he's played his fair share of ALGS Pro, he is still a player that keeps jumping around and has done, I think, incredible things in the Challenger Circuit. Hasn't really found the consistency. Maybe here for SJ2P, you can finally find that. You can finally find a LAN result that you're aiming for. Twisted Minds have recovered quite nicely, though. And a quick loot is actually going to be really nice for them into the next zone, because they are not there yet, not by a long shot.
Yeah, this zone is where it actually starts to hurt. You can still rotate with medkits, but it kind of hurts. So we're going to see them rotate quickly now, and yeah.
With Twisted Minds taking the evac tower in, I don't think they're particularly safe right now. It is going to be about choosing a landing area, and Enemy at least picks one. Bit split from the team, however, so Twisted Minds are going to have to get back together. That little bit of, I don't want to call it indecision, but being on different pages doesn't cost them now, but keep note of it, because it could cost them later. Right now, focus instead up on the high ground, while they have a pretty safe low ground position, is going to be really nice for them, but Twisted Minds, for their part, their objective is simply to survive. Right now, you don't have to get aggressive. This low ground, it's giving.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of happy. They moved in a little bit, but people that aren't happy right now, Jesco stuck in an arc snare, managed to get out though, get the reset. The fight didn't unfold the way that they, you know, they were definitely not hoping to get pushed there, and that happened, so they're very happy about that. Even got a KP off that, very happy. Now, as they're fighting and the zone is about to collapse in 1 minute, this is where the zone is scary. You no longer want to rotate in zone pretty much at all unless you have like a TP, like a Wraith TP or Ash TP. Now is when people actually are going to collapse. We already see northeast side completely stacked, but the west side, however, kinda scary.
South end pretty scary as well, especially if you're a Twerkaholics fan, because NRG seem to have found their number. It's 2 members down Twerkaholics already. NRG have everyone up and I don't see Twerkaholics escaping Galleria with their lives. Be a very difficult rotate for anyone, except, of course, if your name is NRG and you've already cleared everyone out of the POI. Even then, you've got a long way to go. You've got to go through YBR. You're probably going to have to face off against Twisted Minds, who have put themselves on the south end of zone as well. And you've got SAUL coming up, 7T, and, as we said before, YBR. All starting to move in towards this north side, where we still have Furia and Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, I mean, zone closing in 10 seconds. Teams are now getting pressured a lot more. VK Gaming in the middle of the fight in the water. Dav is going down, and that's Unreal Nightmare getting eliminated. They had a good showcasing. They didn't go down without a fight, though. They took down 2 with them.
Very well done from them. I got to draw our attention to the kill feed as well. Liquid Alienware have fallen during this time. Furia took the fight with them, and that means Furia have all of the height in Electro Dam. Big shift towards the end game. VK Gaming will go down to Twisted Minds. Great timing on the fight, and they're continuing to look for a little bit of KP as well. This is the defensive play that we talked about earlier that Twisted Minds needed. Quick grab onto NRG. Doesn't cost him anything, but it will take down Lunix, costing him his life. It was the Ash tether from Lunix, not actually finding any purchase. But NRG's rotation in, going to be necessitating the cat wall. Gets used, and an Ash portal from 7T behind them is crazy, but it's working. NRG are gone, but Mox pays for it with his life. It looks like Red will do as well. That Ash portal, I see the dream graceful, but it kills them.
That was Papegas. That was a grief. What are you talking about? What is a grief?
I see. He's like, no. Listen, guys, we got the angle, but the zone is too much.
I would say with hand on my heart, that was Pepega and grief. No, we cannot have that in our games. Energy very sad about that, getting jumped by them. They both end up going down with the zone moving in, and this zone ramps up really quickly as well. On the other side of things, though, we also see a fight about to happen here with Sharky.
SAUL, low ground. Looking over here at Monster. I don't know if they're going to take the high ground, but shooting at the toes of Sharky isn't making him any too comfortable. Jesco is going to take some space for the rest of the team. Legacy helping out as well, and I think Monster lost a few too many to retain control of the fight. They'll go down, so will CTE, and that's to YBR in the south side of the map. Meaning that we still got Furia and Twisted Minds and Na'Vi all sitting in this one corner of Electro Dam. And I say Na'Vi, that might be temporary. Uchako just went down. Hyarka gonna try and stick the rest for right now, but Na'Vi are playing very, very small, and that cannot be a good thing.
Furia once again looking as proactive as they did in the earlier round where they were dominating, now punishing everybody from above. Albarelli almost going down. They're still gonna get clustered from there. But they're going to have to eventually maybe drop if they want to get for a 3P or not. But they can already play on the upper end of this building as well to look down further. We'll have to see. With Rave TP going up and down, they're looking to see if they can push other teams into each other so that they are forced to fight and we can clean up.
I cannot believe that Abraleli survived that journey to take out Na'Vi. Crazy as it was, he managed to make it. Ooh. This, however, could be the end. Fuse is just too much.
There they come.
From above, Madness is making it work. Abraleli goes down. You know that's the go button for Furia, who smell weakness and take out Twisted Minds.
That's what I'm saying. They're just trying to push each other out, and if they see an opportunity, they jump at it. Oh, we didn't get one, we go back up, we reset, we try one more time. They will keep trying this until they work, and if it doesn't work, at some point, the space is not playable enough for all the teams, and they're forced to fight each other. We'll have to see if they can do it one more time around, because right now, other teams are fighting.
YBR have lost 2, and this looks good for Spectre, who grabbed some of their first points in a while. It's been a team that has played very quietly, but to take out YBR now puts them into the top 3. A huge game for Spectre. They've just got SAUL and Furia to go through, and Furia, a tall task, literally and figuratively, at the very top of this zone, with high ground, with sight over everything. I do wonder how SAUL and Spectre will approach this, and I love the portal from Noct. Taking an off angle. This is exactly how you're meant to play the Wraith.
Yeah, he's playing the Wraith to push once again people into each other because they just own essentially 90% of the zone from here. Nobody can contest them for this height ever because they will just drop to the next height, and then to the next height, and then to the next height. And eventually the other teams have to fight each other. It all comes down to who decides to play for second. In this case, I would like to believe that the other 2 teams have to play for second because you need to make sure that you get consistent points, especially when you're Spectre here. They got a couple of points, but is that enough in match 5 with only one more game to go to push them into the top 10?
Yeah, we're going to see Spectre pull off an 8th pretty soon, likely onto SAUL. There's a little bit of cover that they can play, but realistically, these two teams are fighting, and there's not a lot they can do about it. Furia want to retain high ground for as long as possible, and as this round closes, there will not be another one. So Furia will have to choose who to drop and when. I wonder if they'll have the portal, if the ultimate accelerants have gone out for long enough, because Noct having access to a Wraith portal, that would be huge. On the low ground, Spectre Esports do take a portal themselves, putting them right next to S8UL, and I gotta be honest, that is accelerating the timeline, Graceful.
I mean, this is the firing range I'm talking about. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. They're literally just looking down from 3 different angles right now, seeing who they can kill first. The other teams are just playing for second at this point. And now, Jessica going down kind of early. Furia's looking to close this game out.
You say they're playing for second. I don't see them playing at all. S8UL fire a bullet, not a single bullet in the other direction. And now you've got Spectre, who again do almost the same thing. Keon, to his credit, does end up going low, but Noct on the low ground is untouched. Furia have complete control of this, and Spectre and S8UL both are crumbling in the hands of Furia. The high ground, the gameplay, the flanks is too much. You cannot contest Furia when they look like this.
That's what we've seen before. You know, that game was humongous for them, pushed them up all the way, you know, on the leaderboard, making them pretty much safe even in this round. That's the form we've seen previously from them that we know can happen. And when they get the ball rolling, I honestly want to know how many Wraith TPs they did just to get kills alone, because that just showcased it. However, a little bit sad on the second place right there, because they could have had more KP. Instead of letting them, Furia, decide who are we going to take KP from, we need to also put a little bit more kills on the leaderboard for me.
You want agency in your games, and Furia, they were a team that really enforced their will on the lobby, looking for weakness, jumping down to get the kills, and in that last 3v3v3, I saw 2 teams playing just simply not to die, not to win the game. And that's going to be a really important adaptation. It's not a bad thing, because that's gotten you this far. But when we look towards future rounds, when we look towards actually winning the ALGS Open, you have to be able to play to win the game.
Yeah. Even if, like, sometimes, even if you're not winning the game, you at least have to get the most points out of the game that you can get. And sometimes playing for second is that play. You need to just get 3 extra KP, or maybe 2 or 1, and then a placement, rather than worst case scenario, if they were targeted by Furia, they'd have gone out third with nothing. Now they got second with nothing, but they could have had second with 3 kills.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about the difference right here. 27 points to second and third place being 13 and 16 respectively. It's a 10-point gap, and that is almost all made up for by the kills, the placement points, a very small difference between these squads. So Furia retains some nice control. YBR, another really nice game from them as well.
Yeah, I mean, we also saw the off-pit side of the spectrum. We saw Crazy Raccoon on 20th again, because when you have too many teams playing the same style, we can't all survive here. We can't share that one bread. We got to, you know, somebody got to win that fight. They ended up losing that fight, and that's just sometimes how it goes. Even when you have planned macro, if you run into each other teams that have the exact same macro, only one can come out on top.
Especially when you got Twerkaholics in here. Twerkaholics, my boy, is sitting at 58 points. Still really riding high on what we're seeing from Twerkaholics. Na'Vi followed them up. Furia now put themselves in there. And 7T actually sitting right at the cutoff for our top 10 teams. Things are really getting risky as we've only got one more game. Can 7T hold on to that spot? Will we see Monster, Crazy Raccoon maybe overtake them? There's a lot going on here as Crazy Raccoon, Unreal Nightmare, CTE, Spectre, who we saw have a good game, all have a fighting chance, but you've got to go hard in this last game. We'll be back after the break.
Being called a prodigy isn't easy. The pressure, the expectations. Nah, I'm just kidding. I was born for this. And yeah. The future is here. Are you ready? I've got endless determination, a lifetime of practice, and a total lack of media training. Success still come overnight. Just watch me put up a fight. Locked in, I'm feeling cold as ice. Let's move. I don't know how to slow down. Found my target. Time to say ciao. Doing work on a holdout. It's looking like it's a blowout. More eyes on you means less on me. Putting in audio with top. Making my way up to the top. Sing it out. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny I'm in the games, I'm on your screens, and now I'm on billboards. Check this out. Che figata! It's looking like it's a blowout. Putting in all the overtime. Making my way up to the top. Coming in hot. The first in line, the next in line. I can't deny.
Later, champ.
Here I go. Do it again. Surprise. Woohoo! I didn't know I'd end up here, but I do know how it ends. Yeah! I've heard losing builds character. Let me know how that goes. Been waiting my whole life for this. Yeah! Been getting so right for this. Hey! Been waiting my whole life. Hey, ragazzi, we did it.
Pay attention.
Red Bull is the official energy partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Red Bull are bringing the energy to New Orleans with the Red Bull Gauntlet booth. They have 4 stations where you can hot drop into solo lobbies to get your score on the leaderboard for a chance to win Sony in-zone gaming gear, as well as other premium prizes. So head on over to the Red Bull Gauntlet booth, grab a can of Red Bull, and throw your hat in the ring. I tell you what, Graceful, if I were a little bit better at farming solo queue, I'd be going for it, but I think you should step in for me.
Am I allowed to?
That's probably not allowed.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure before I jump in there. Yeah.
I think I'm on the mic. As it is, I am glad that we've got Red Bull as a sponsor here because I know a lot of our, not just teams, but talent are enjoying having the energy around them. We've also got some fantastic merch coming up. I mean, we've got merch here at the booths, but not with these designs, not with these cool designs that you might be looking to get your hands on if you like a little Loba, like a little Octane. I like the Pathfinder grapple as well. And I like the comic book-ish look at Revenant. It's the, it's like your, I'm looking for the word, Graceful, help me out.
The banner?
The banner. Yeah, that's why I love you. That's why I need stuff like that sometimes. The word slips out of my mind and, well, hopefully it won't happen to us in Game 6. Although the tensions are high and my foot's starting to cramp, so you know the energy is, the energy is getting to me.
I mean, I'll be there to help you throughout the whole thing. As long as it's game related, anything outside of that, you know, I'm a stay-at-home dad for my dog. So, you know, gameplay's all I got, bro.
That's all right. I think here, at least, that's all I need. That, a little bit of stability to get me through these rounds, because I will be honest, Graceful, they have been volatile. With the last win belonging to Furia, we have had some high kill point games. We've had some of them on the lower end of the spectrum as well. YBR with only 5 kills in their own win, but still well enough to put them into the top 4, and I will say a safe place to be moving into this last game. Right now, VK Gaming, Twisted Minds, 7T. These are the teams that are in the top 10 now that risk dropping out. Look out for these squads, because if they get eliminated here, they're going to be dropping down into the elim bracket.
Yeah, not only that, you know, the cutoff is currently at 26, I believe. With bans coming out like this as well, some teams might be feeling uncomfortable. We saw a little bit of what you said was unorthodox picks like, you know, Seer or even Caustic we saw as well. Will that affect some of these teams or not when it's literally the make or break game? You know, remains to be seen.
I tell you what's really going to affect a lot of them, and that is the absence of a Wraith. We've stuck with the Ashe, though, so you've still got somebody to throw at other squads to get real aggressive when you're looking for the frags, and that is something that Ashe has excelled at doing, that as well as moving the team around. So we've still got some squads with mobility options, but when we think about Furia's Wraith that arguably won them a good section of last game, and the same thing happening with Team Liquid moments ago, yeah, the Wraith is going to be pretty sorely missed. What we won't be missing is Crazy Raccoon or Twerkaholics, because that seems to be a given. If you're landing near Twerkaholics, I think moving into tomorrow, the coaches have got to do their VOD review. If you're landing next to this team, you're getting sent.
Yeah, I think that's also one of the things, like I said, when you're having the same ideas and plans to play the game, they're getting punished for it right now. At some point, do you feel like you have to stray from your plans and pre-planning to adapt to the fact that you are kind of getting chased down the whole lobby? Or are you going to stick to it because that's what you've been practicing? This is an ordeal that a lot of teams go through, and some even take it all the way to the grave, I would like to say. And I think that adapting is almost key, because at this stage of the tournament, you're not looking to win this lobby. You're looking to make top 10. And I would like to see some adaptation, because if not, they're on the cusp right now. If they get chased down one more time, Crazy Raccoon, they're moving down.
Yeah, this fight could be their last in the upper bracket. Not their last at the tournament, thankfully, because Crazy Raccoon, I know they've still got a lot to give, but Workaholics are certainly looking to make their tournament lives a little bit more stressful, a little bit more difficult. Aquarius getting looked at right now. I'm really surprised at the way Crazy Raccoon are playing this. They have to know that Workaholics are right here. Like, it's been coming the whole time. I swear Aquarius saw them.
Oh, but a trade happened though. Lunix also going down a little bit here. Kate's getting hurt quite a lot, but hitting for the trade 130. Seems to almost getting it down. Couldn't hit the last shot. He's holding the tip right now. They're, however, 2v1ing, making sure that's a 2v1 at the end now again. Let's see if they can properly get the reset, but it seems like they can. Almost even the rest here, I think.
Very low health bars, getting sent. Floating actually is alone, not holding hands with the team, but gets back to safety with his squad mate. Kate's on the low ground, on the Bangalore, is going to take the 1v1 up against Sangjun and will win it. Crazy Raccoon go down, and Crazy Raccoon are going down to the elimination bracket.
Elimination bracket, but not out yet, you know.
Yes,
maybe that lobby will be easier for them, because now they don't have a team, you know, bloodthirsty running after them throughout the whole lobby. Unreal Nightmare, however, also on the cusp at 22, needs this game to stay in the upper bracket.
This would mean a lot for Unreal Nightmare. A lot of Challenger Circuit innovators here. We got the chance to talk about them a little bit earlier, but I got a lot of fond memories of watching Davis Wave in the Year 4 and Year 3 Challenger circuits. I'd like to see them make it a little further, hopefully with the ease of mind of being in the upper bracket. But those are the stakes right now, is being able to make the short run possible and get in to the finals with as little stress as is absolutely necessary.
Do you see this comp? I like it a lot. Maggie Bloodhound.
Tell me why you like this comp.
Yeah, I like this because you are going. That's it. You're holding W. If you're not doing that play, you're playing it wrong. And I like to see it. They might be on 17th right now, but what do they need to win this? A humongous bomb.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, that's a Maggie ball essentially.
I like where your head's at. They've designed a composition around their specific in-the-moment needs. That's living in the moment. I appreciate it. I can see it now. The beauty of Eternal's composition moving through the south side of the map. They're right next to Zero Tenacity right now, but will ultimately be going over up towards City Hall, where we've already got a lot of squads piled in there. SAUL, dead center of zone at the moment, but take a look at where you can actually get ring scans on the way in as well. Over at Resort, over at Lotus. I'm looking over towards the south side. I'm not seeing nearly as many options. Maybe Neon Square? Nope. But Blossom Drive, certainly so. So Blossom Drive, if you are coming from the south, a good place to play that mid to slow game that we talked about earlier.
Yeah. Right now, though, Mox, Red, and also Mask looking with the Seer to see if they can make a play. Even with the Seer ult up, however, you might have the information, but can you close out the fight? It doesn't seem like Mask can, because he is getting absolutely steamrolled by that L-Star. Red, however, managed to get out.
Yeah, fortunately, at least there's one survivor, so you do have the chance to craft banners, get everybody back in the game, and I'd expect 7T to actually be able to pull that off. VCGO, there's quite a distance between them and 7T, although with the survey beacon, they may be able to chase down the solo. Red should know that they've been scanned, but VCGO are wasting no time in closing the gap. It'll be difficult to escape, especially should they choose to Valk ult on top of this. Keep our eyes on whether they do just that on 7T. Yep, they're spotted. We could be saying goodbye to 7T right here.
We could be saying goodbye. Not only them, but the scary part is there's 5 teams around the 20-point marker. That's the make or break lobby right now.
And 7T are in 10th right now. If they go down, they are surely going to the lower bracket, and they do. Nice chase down, elimination, and honestly efficiency to take out the 10th place team. Now that's open for squads like Monster, Crazy Raccoon, and, you know, VCGO. They could get up there. 16th right now, but you could do it.
I mean, 15 points. a game, you know, a winning is 12, they will at least have 3 kills most likely to win the game. That pretty much puts them already at the top 10 cutoff. It depends on how heavily split these points are. More than likely, if you're on 15 points, you can definitely make it. Sure, you could make it from, you know, 5 points as well, but if you're on 15, you're in that safe spot where you just need to win the game, really.
SJP2, a squad that really needs kills, have actually heard the fighting and moved down towards where we saw VCGO take out 7T. VCGO vacated the scene of the crime, however, moved a little further into Street Market, and SJP2 are not going to come up really with any kills for it, though a little bit of loot will do them good. Staying on the outside of the zone, though, they are playing Edge for a very good reason. When the kill points are this important, playing zone simply will not do it.
Yeah, VCGO also on the hunt here for VK Gaming. They managed to catch one of them pretty much, even though the Bangle tried to stop them, wasn't enough, still managed to catch that down. I think that the other teams ended up splitting again.
SJP2 have actually noticed this, and off the evac tower coming into third party. So while VK Gaming lose one, VCGO are going to get third partied by SJP2. No hesitation on this. Remember, it's a squad that needs kills. Nice nade going to land. Caustical gets thrown out, but VCGO, quick relocation on the Ash, and not losing Taylor may be just enough to keep them in control of this fight. SJP2 struggling to follow up on the high ground, and VCGO, great awareness to escape that, where Zero Tenacity get taken out by EEC.
Zero Tenacity, one of the teams that were already in the lower end of the leaderboard, already going down. Eternal, however, managed to get the reset. They're still in the game for now. A lot of these teams that aren't currently around the 30 marker, which is just touching on 20, can make it. VCGO as well. Levi getting a trade.
Thankfully, it's a trade. It didn't look good, but SJP2 have managed to climb up the hill and take out 2 members of VCGO. The kill points are all they need. The squad wipe doesn't matter nearly as much. So Taylor escaping won't really be haunting SJP2, but it is the lifeline for VCGO if they're able to escape this encounter with the last remaining member of VK Gaming.
Pretty much 90% of the action we've seen so far has been on Edge, as we can see the map right now. SJP2 currently completely alone on the southern side. Eternal far, 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 far east, but next zone fully closing, we'll see a lot more action as well in the center zone, which I enjoy to see. Building fights, in my opinion, a lot more interesting because there's doors to play, there's balconies to play, there's rooftops to play, you know, low ground, everything.
There's so much. The world is your oyster, or I guess the building would, in theory, be the oyster, but that doesn't really roll off the tongue nearly as well. Twerkaholics, still a team that indoors or outdoors makes me very excited to watch them. They've had a lot of breakout fights this game, this series, but even this game, taking out Crazy Raccoon, our first team to be eliminated. And Twerkaholics are looking for their next victim. Right now, CTE lie directly in their path, but inside the building, perhaps CTE are safe.
Yeah, I mean, everybody is pretty much lined up now, either inside a building or on the cusp of inside the second zone even. Waiting 1 minute and 15 seconds is all they need before they're going for the next objectives. However, CTE says, no, we're going to take this to Twerkaholic, or did Twerkaholic once again send it to them?
Yeah, I spoke way too soon. CTE made the mistake of being on Twerkaholic's screen, and that alone means that they're going to get sent. What shots from I'm Lunix. Taking down Chase Mob has almost single-handedly reversed this fight with the Ash ult, but it's time for Twerkaholics, if they want to, if they can, to finish off the fight, as they've still got a lot of recovery to do. Floating will take out Jay, and that leaves just 1 member left on CTE to take out. Map around this corner will get 1 magged by Floating. 15 squads left. CTE not part of him, and CTE are going to the Elim bracket.
The thing that I like the most is the constant pacing change between Floating and Linux in a way that he got the down. Even if he let them reset, that gave him space, Floating enough space to walk inside the building to make that play happen. And they're always on the same page in terms of pacing. We might be saying, you know, they're sending it, but they're sending it together. It's never one man sending it. It's all 3 of them taking angles, and I like to see that.
Yeah, but I mean, even pretty unusual when you see an Ash poured away. I typically take that as a fight loss. But the turnaround very quickly on the fight as well, letting the Mirage not only get inside the building, pull off a res. There is a lot of great communication happening on Twerkaholics. They're playing their lives, but they're still playing them with their teammates in mind. Now, looking at their next, shall I say victim? That might be the right word. Just seeing how Twerkaholics have played so far, the opener on the triple take is enough to at least get them to close the gap. But Twerkaholics, they have got their eyes set on VG.
they are not stopping anytime soon, and they haven't been stopping this entire series, and they're showcasing why. But can they run into a Sheila behind a wall? That, I don't know. That might be the one thing stopping them.
Yeah, I got pretty jump scared by that. You see the wall and you're like, oh, actually, maybe I'm dead. Right, actually might be dead. That was a way too aggressive Ash, and floating does not let it go unpunished. That is 2 back-to-back 1 clips for floating. Actually, make it 3 if we include the previous fight. And VG, they're gone. That's not even close.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Indeed, 1 mag, pretty much, like he not only 1 mag 2 people previously, just add another 2 to that. Who's next? Next one is it, add another 2 to that. Floating has been on point right now, and you have to remind yourself, this is a team in CC that has been really far down low on the leaderboard comparatively. And now on land, they are showcasing that, hey, we might not have had previous, our past record hasn't been as shiny as people might have thought about us. But if we can perform here.
Yeah, it checks notes 36.
36. Okay, let's see. Pretty far down. But if they can perform here and even continue maybe into the next couple of days, who can contest that?
I mean, it bodes really well for them. And, well, I've got another point about CC and talent development later, but for right now, I think we got to focus on Na'Vi and what's happening in the rest of the lobby. Right now, actually playing pretty aggressively, but not actually finding the kills to go with it. SJP2 disengaged in front of them, while Unreal Nightmare will unfortunately go down a bit early. That's going to leave them struggling for points and not making it into the upper bracket. Instead, being bumped down to the lower. Teams that still have a fighting chance. We've still got Spectre in here, I believe. Yep, floating around. And SJP2 fighting for their own spot. They started this game in 18th, moving up slowly but surely. Maybe they can make it.
Oof. They could definitely make this, because we not only saw a red armor and double purple. They might have gone down right now, but if they can get this reset by any potential mean, I say that as Twerkaholic is a team right next to them. I am not too sure they can, because they're already walking up on them.
Yo, when Twerkaholics have you in their sight, things tend to get a little hairy, and Twerkaholics are not giving up on this SJP2. That's a big crack coming in for them. Kearney's on 50 HP. But Lunix hasn't found a way in just yet. Caustic actually being very valuable for just a moment, buying you time to reset. Well, Twerkaholics take another fight. EEC have rolled up on them. Kate's gonna be very low, floating, moving in on the fight. Let's take a listen in with Twerkaholics and see how they're approaching.
I gotta heal.
Above me, jumping up me. I got him, coming. 2.
3 seconds.
He's just pulling me. Kate, go rest. Get rest, Kate.
I got it.
Curly boy trying to fool me there? Hello? I'm about it. They're swinging on the backside. Punch it down! Go to feet. Cover your side. One dead. Right side. Come
I'm batting.
I'm looking over. I think she's playing middle.
Okay.
Above. 100 above. I'm climbing. She jumped on you.
Dead.
Nice.
I need a medic.
They're resing behind. Hey, heal.
Yeah.
They died. Heal. Yo, I can see PS bottom right side building. We gotta take a fight with them, alright? Wait. The team on high is just gonna hold us, I think. The team right, left, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We could go right side. I can see PS there. Oh, no, yeah, they left right side. That's what I'm trying to say. There's no one on our right side. Everyone's fully in.
That's the passion. That's the energy from Twerkaholics, keeping them through these fights. You trying to swing me, Graceful? Twerkaholics even note that they have a team on height trying to hold them out. That's Furia, and they go the other way. So playing the opposite side of this zone, where Furia are left with the last member of, there they are, SJP2, who now go down. 10 squads left. Of the teams in the bottom half of the lobby, of the teams on the verge of elimination, we've only got VCGO, and actually, as I say that, we've only got VCGO. Liquid Alienware are going to fall as well. A big shift in the lobby, but not one that'll knock them out of the top 10, not by a long shot. Instead, my focus really got to be on Twerkaholics. Can they keep doing what they've been doing? With Furia gone, it's looking like a yes.
I mean, the sad part is one of them actually went down to the zone, I think. Yeah, Kates went down to the zone. They're able to reset, it looks like. However, they were calling out everybody else's mistake. You trying to thirst me, he said.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, don't thirst me like that. You actually lost the fight because you tried to go for that. Now they're looking to... He even planned it even before they reset. He said, we're pushing that team. They didn't even know where, what armor they had or anything. Yeah. We're pushing that team. They are feeling confident.
If team, then push. That's the only line of code you would need for Twerkaholics right now. S8UL, bit of a different strategy. You did mention building fighting, a really big element here in E District, and we've seen a lot of different ways of taking fights. These are very different buildings that we're starting to approach for the end game. They're a lot safer, especially with Watsons in them. Although with Twerkaholics, I mean, what it really is safe. Even NRG aren't safe. Guild has gone down, floating, gonna get turned around on. Kate still pulling off the res. And Lunix is going to get back into things. VCGO are down, and while Kates is still cloaked, he's going to pull off another res, letting Twerkaholics constantly reset, constantly be a thorn in NRG's side. Yanya's on the low ground. Kates looking for the kill, but he's getting shot in the side. This could be risky. This could be it even for Twerkaholics. Floating, last one left, will take out NRG. The Twerkaholics, they are giving us everything in this second round of the winner's bracket. Floating has to move. Unfortunately, will not be able to pick up the team. Na'Vi are looking at this going, I don't even know what just happened to NRG. I think their name was probably Twerkaholics.
Na'Vi looked at that and is like, why is this fight happening? But I guess we'll take the KP. It doesn't really matter too much. They're sitting right now comfortably in a spot, walking in with the zone. Twerkaholics down to one last member, I believe. Other teams are collapsing on the northeast side right now. Twisted Minds, however, looking quite solid as well.
It's very true. And now looking at the teams that we've got remaining, all of them in the top 10. So at this point, the victory is about securing your placement, the next POI drafts, the victory, the glory, the ALGS Open. It's about showing us what you've got. S8UL still looking for their own shot at really achieving the top level in this tournament. Right now, sitting at 7th, I wouldn't even have called them safe necessarily coming into this game, and I'd love to see the ceilings of this team that we know is very talented.
Yeah, I mean, Zone also pulls away a little bit. Na'Vi getting engaged on a little bit because Twisted Mind says these guys are going to look at us eventually when the zone closes. Can we do anything to stop them from staying up there? However, they're never going to just rawly push up there because they're going to get shot while running up the hill. They just decide to coexist for the moment now. But fight will unfold in just a few seconds because the zone is pulling towards Twisted Minds right outside of their wall. Everybody else is right now fighting from northeast side though.
Big question around who can collect KP as well. Can you beat Twerkaholics? Floating, making a big argument. 29 kills, Nazul 16, and Team Liquid, were they still in this game, could have challenged for that title. Right now, it's just Na'Vi that are closest to Twerkaholics. 55 points to the 78 of Twerkaholics. You're going to need a lot of kills to make this work. Monster Ash TP into the center of zone. Na'Vi lose a member as Uchako goes down, and Zidane doesn't seem to be too far behind him. Maybe struggling for a real grasp on this fight, and it will be Na'Vi being taken down. Great turnaround by Twisted Minds to do that to him. And Twisted Minds, with enemy down, could still make the top 3, but no! They will be shut down themselves. Young Black Ricky gonna lose a member. That's Young Hong Kong that's gone down, but a chance at a res here. Gonna be stuck even in this building. Do they have time to pull off the medkits? I don't think so.
No, this is gonna be rough. They're gonna have to jump out into the fight right here. But not only that, there's actually Floating right there got jumped because they probably thought that was the other team inside.
And we talk about the high ground, low ground disparity. S8UL on the low ground, yeah. Monster on the high ground. It looks like Monster will be taking the final game of the day here in New Orleans. Fantastic end for Monster, who have shot their way up the leaderboards, and with that win, certainly secured themselves a top 10 and a continuation in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we always keep talking about where is the cutoff gonna be. I always like to say 6 points average. All of these teams that were in the contest of are we gonna make it or not, a lot of them moved up. I think the cutoff went from like 26 all the way up to a higher average. Now we'll have to see when we see the leaderboard, but teams are definitely happy with this performance. I think all the teams that needed to perform pretty much performed.
You know, it's difficult to put that qualifier on it even, because while we did have a lot of clutch performances at the end, I'm still looking at teams like 7T who got shut down so early. And while I know that they wanted to show up, they got caught out on rotation, never had the chance to. Crazy Raccoon as well. I mean, what are you gonna do? Landing next to Twerkaholics, it's a curse that has taken down more than one team at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw it happen to Reply Totem, we saw it happen to Crazy Raccoon. Not only that, that was only the initial stage. They kept doing it throughout the whole game, and they were hungry. Yeah, before we reached it, no, we're going for that fight after, and they just kept it going and kept snowballing. And this momentum, I really hope, because we saw lights of it in the beginning, and then it snowballed, and now what happens tomorrow?
Yeah, questions arise. Like we said, Twerkaholics, who are still working on their CC performances, seem to be doing very, very well in these lobbies, and it could bode well for, I want to keep talking about them, but we got to talk about the leaderboard. Yeah. 20 points to Monster. First place, that's really nice for them. Like we said, secures themselves a great spot. S8UL at 13 points, second place is still going to be enough to keep them in 6th place. Actually, technically ahead of Monster with the consistency they gave us today.
Yeah, I mean, and Twerkaholics with 18 kills.
Yeah.
This leaderboard, however, is very it's very good to watch if you're a veteran or old player watching. Oh, we only see the big old teams, you know, making good results. Now we see many different flavors on the leaderboard, and that makes me so happy because this talent is around all of it. It could be anybody watching, could be this good, maybe on land. Who knows at this point? Anybody showing up and popping up to this extent could take it home.
I mean, that is the beauty of the ALGS Open, and I'm so glad we're getting this in year 5 because it gives all these teams, and I'm looking at them right now, the chance to perform in such a remarkable fashion and give themselves the best shot at performing on an ALGS stage with the best teams in the world, the teams that you're seeing at World Championships. It's been a fantastic day. It has been a very long day as well for our teams, our players, our analysts, perhaps, but they've got a little left to break down for us as that last series was quite a lot to digest.
Thanks so much, Dia and Graceful. Way to hold it down for those final matches. You're right, it has been a long day. I can't even imagine how our players are feeling after going through all of their series, and we have a lot to recap after everything that we saw. Specifically, let's just talk about it right off the bat. I mean, Monster coming in this series, Jamerson, 2 wins on the board.
Yeah, just hold on. I'm still getting over that 18 kill. And then, of course, riding the third.
Yeah.
But yes, Monster definitely did a fantastic job. Honestly, like, I think when it comes to the early rounds, right, in day number 1, you have to be able to find that balance between playing aggressive and also when you need to just go ahead and play for zone. And when you do play for zone, you do get rewarded a lot of times, especially when you have a lobby where a lot of teams are looking for the fight on the edge. You have a lot more space in the center of the zone. Monster were able to see that. Other teams that were also able to capitalize on that, VK Gaming.
And when we just heard the casters talking about it, that's enough for Monster to make their way into the top 10. But like you were so focused on, and rightfully so, Jamerson, it's now Twerkaholics at the top. 56 kill points if my contacts are working here, Zephyr. That is an insane amount of slaying power.
It's innumerable, which is hilarious because it is quite literally numerable. But I will say, 56 points, especially going into a round 2 of our tournament, is absurd because you've elevated the skill level of so many of these teams, so many rosters that arguably should have been in a position to make this a hard job for the likes of Twerkaholics. And granted, we get to see them there. Navi, Furia, NRG, Liquid even, all popping up within that top 10. Some faces, though, that are a bit surprising. Eternal, a leader of the pack coming out of our initial round, down there, now forced to play through our elim rounds. The same can be said for Crazy Raccoon and so many other rosters who were on the top echelon earlier today.
And obviously, this wasn't the only series we had going on. It's time to check in with what we had going on over in the pit. This was Winners Round 2, Series 4. Wow. And we heard Lace talking about it when we checked in with her earlier on. GHS Boom had a really strong performance, ending up at the top at the end of it.
Yeah, GHS Boom, they've been on the second stages all day today, but I've been seeing that they've just been up there at the top every single set. So, you know, they're feeling good come the distance here all the way to New Orleans. I'm also looking at TSM there. This is the new TSM who find themselves top 3 and feeling good going into winners, bringing back guys like Dupe and Skittles, who are some of our favorites, but also Jen, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Yes. We did see, we got Zesty Besties making their way into that top 10. They were on that second page for a little bit. Rock over there on the second page, but Alliance in there, not as slay heavy as that first round, but still making their way up there right below complexity. Lots of recognizable faces here, but that of course is winners. Any of those teams on the second half will just drop down into elimination. However, on the other side of things, we were not so lucky with elimination round 1. This is series number 3, and you can see the 10 that stay alive on the left here, Jamerson, and unfortunately the teams that did not on the flip side.
Yeah, not too surprising with these results, seeing teams like Reply Totem and Leave No Witness being able to survive throughout all of this. We knew going into, of course, this open format that we're going to have a lot of casualties on day number 1, and we have to be realistic about the power levels of a lot of these teams. And so these results basically pan out.
And then, of course, that means that's our first 9 teams eliminated, but we did have another elimination round 1. Lobby number 4 also concluded. Those are the 10 squads that stay alive. Zephyr and another 8 will be sent home.
Some bigger names there. Source, Forbidden, got to check them out on the exposition stage as they were playing out there just earlier in some of these rounds. Some big names that we've heard pointed out from Lace, of course, between Ruckus, still managing to keep themselves high. Very, very sad to see the likes, though, as we look at those who are eliminated. Nibble, Africa. We had that beautiful piece earlier with Masuko, and it is such a shame that a journey like that has already come to an end here on day 1.
Yeah, this is a rough day, you know, for some of these squads. We'll take one more look at our confirmed eliminated teams after day's 1 competition, but it was not an easy day. That's what, you know, happens here. Our lands are typically not easy, and with this many more squads competing and so many other teams trying to step up to the plate, it was that much harder.
Yeah, a long day, you know, a lot of games, a lot going on, and lots of people. But the biggest thing is I can't imagine what the pressure would have been like in those lobbies when you know that there's 17 teams going home today. So yeah, it was tough. I feel bad for those competitors, but at the same time, I admire them for coming out and putting up the effort that they did.
100%. I mean, it's definitely not going to be an easy situation. First time at LAN for a lot of them. Commiserations to all of our squads. They put everything they had on the line, and now it's going to continue from here. I mean, there's going to be more teams that will get knocked out, but even more that are going to find success, whether that is as a squad with slaying power or the individuals. And I'm excited to see this because it's time for our Sony in-zone kill leader. And with the teams that we saw all day putting up the numbers they did, I want to know who is on this list.
No way. With that last series, taking it away, and of course, he was the last surviving member in that final match, and you know what? They were on 1 today, so no surprises there whatsoever. When we were talking about W King earlier today, this is what we were talking about, Graceful. This is what they were doing. They were sending it on every squad ahead of them. We were talking about, of course, having due deference for your elders, but here you also have to make sure that, you know, you can't give them all the respect in the world. You have to play your own game. You have to be able to say to yourself, you know what? I can hang with the big dogs. I can take out the likes of Na'Vi, and they were doing that all day long.
Yeah, I mean, this was just such an impressive performance. You mentioned it, Zephyr. When this type of individual slaying ability is happening when you're in lobbies with juggernauts like the current reigning champions, it really starts to speak to what they're going to bring to the table as we move throughout the competition.
I think we talked about a little bit in the green room earlier where, you know, it's great to see what this aggression can lead to. Now the question for a team like Turkaholics as we look towards their future play in our winners rounds is, can they find a place of discipline, right? That same amount of discipline that leads to wins, that leads to consistent point placement, that put them into the top 10 reliably, because truth is floating is incredible and has shown that here today, but you don't always have incredible days. Something that a lot of these teams have learned how to do is know how, when they have a poor performance, how to still maintain good point scores and at least find their way into top 10 positionings, even if they don't feel like they're the ultimate fragger.
Absolutely, and of course, at the end of it all, the P20 still being that reigning weapon. That was our Sony in-zone kill leaders. That was a very exciting one, too, to be able to see where all of our players fell. But it wasn't just individuals. We had so many series up here on the main stage. So it's time for our Alienware Aces. It's time to highlight moments throughout all 3 of our series that we got to see here today. Starting off with LG at the very top of the day. Jamerson, Zephyr, you guys got to be here for that series, and they were able to do very well for themselves.
Yeah, we got to see a sliver of the beginning of the three-peat in this set, right? starting in game number 2, where they won out in the 2v3, and it was hard to choose, right? Because in that game, I believe they had 22 kills, but here in the next 2 wins, I believe they also averaged 14 kills across those games. This was an easy victory for LG. They were basically playing the way they normally do, but only better.
Sure, and then of course we move into Series 2, Zephyr, and we've got Fury taking out the likes of Na'Vi and NRG.
Love this one, the turnaround. We got to chat with Keon. They said, we can hear someone coming, and that was all that it took there. Even Keon in the background, maybe bursting for the batteries as it's up to Nock to finish the job. Even still, this is just a small highlight of what Fury has been capable almost all of today. And even while that last series was maybe a little blemish, they still find their way into the top 10 and work into a win overall.
Of course, and then even though it was later on in the day, our teams did not slow down. Specifically, Twerkaholics didn't slow down Jumba, playing it all the way up to the 6th game like absolute animals.
I mean, we've talked about them all day. I think this is very reminiscent to year 2 lands with Team Burger. Fun name, team you didn't expect coming out or slaying out. And we got guys like Waltzy and MT who are now some of the goats of our game. So yeah, you know what, they've done amazing. They got their kills by sending teams like Crazy Raccoon off drop right here and picking up those free kills early on. That's how they were racking up so many of those points against LAN champions. Like, can you believe that? My thing now is, can they continue this throughout the event? I know we said that before the set, they did. I mean, they're impressing me, so I hope that they can do that.
I mean, the casters have been saying it, we've been saying it, every single lobby continues to get more and more difficult. Can that play performance continue throughout the upcoming days? You guys can go ahead and vote for all of those clips on @PlayApex Esports on social media and let us know what you think was the best of the day on our Alienware Aces highlights. And of course, you can also make sure you're watching us all weekend long @PlayApex Esports on YouTube, @PlayApex on Twitch. That way you'll get those drops and not miss a single thing that's happening here all weekend long. But Jumba, you joined us for a very fun series here at the end of the day. Thank you so much. Give me your thoughts on today.
I mean, this LAN, I feel like I didn't know what to expect coming in on terms of the competition, but like Apex always delivers, and seriously, it was already really exciting for day 1. I'm ready to see how the competition levels up and some more of these teams that we weren't expecting to come here and perform to really show out and make names, make brands for themselves, because, you know, thousands and thousands of people are watching around the world. Who knows where it could take you? That's pretty cool.
100%, 100%. I mean, it's just day 1. We're only getting started. Jamerson, tell me how you're feeling.
Yeah, honestly, once again, I don't want to harp too much on it, but Twerkaholics really definitely did impress. It gave me inklings of Solafita Aim Assist back in the day, right? But the absurd thing is that they're doing it here on LAN. When Aim Assist came up, it was all online tournaments, right? It was at the beginning of the dark times. We don't want to talk too much about that. And so they hadn't proven themselves on LAN quite yet. And it took a while before we got there. But for Twerkaholics to show up the way they did in this last set, very impressive.
I mean, I don't even think it is harping on it, because the whole point of the Open is to showcase this new talent. That's exactly the opportunity that Twerkaholics is seizing right now. Zephyr, finally, tell me how you're feeling.
And I like that too, because ultimately that can lead to some of these players potentially getting signed, finding new rosters, and potentially even elevating what we might see out of them in the future of the ALGS. And that's what has made this LAN so special already, even on day 1. And I cannot reiterate how it has felt being here, especially in the comfort of NOLA, but also on top of that, the stakes that have gone along with it. It's never been a case where we've come into a day 1 where the challenge has been raised, and for everyone out there, they've had to face their difficulties targeting greatness.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, really solid point. It's been a fantastic here, day 1 of the ALGS Open. Hopefully all of you at home or here in the arena have absolutely loved it. I know we have, but that is all we have for today. But of course, we have 3 more days of competition right around the corner. And if you want to know when we're going to be kicking things off here tomorrow, it's going to be 10 a.m. CT for winners round 2 continued. I know we did some on the main stage, some on the pit. We're not done yet, okay? And we have loads more elimination rounds as well. And then we will eventually move to winners round 3, 6:45 p.m. CT. Another very full day of series. So make sure you are tuning in, whether that is to the live broadcast or, like we said, on social media, so that way you can see what's happening with some of your favorite players and teams. It's only going to get more exciting as we continue on. So please tune back in tomorrow for day 2 of the ALGS Open. Until then, good night, legends.
man, always coming together. My team is so cohesive. We winning all the time. Hit the fans in the bleachers. We winning all the time. Hit the fans in the bleachers.
Okay, Workaholics now see an opportunity to make their move. Can they get back in on the Newcastle from behind? Yes, they can.
推马，直接推马，声音可以啊！
在对面，在对面，在对面。
再来，再来，再来，再来。
TP 走，TP 走，直接打，直接打。
对，
Before dropping down, trying to follow up after feeling up the pressure. I love this play from Navi. What a clean fight to take.
Just let them play the 1v1. Come on, guys. Let it be a clear spectacle.
Jump on him. Kill him. Let's fucking go, boy.
Two squads left versus Navi taking up so much space. Ravi, KG are feeling the pressure. Navi walking in and they take the dub.
Está buen. Bien ahí, amigo.
Both are crumbling in the hands of Furia. The high ground, the gameplay, the flanks, it's too much. You cannot contest Furia when they look like this. Right, and we're talking about the high ground, low ground disparity. SAUL on the low ground, Monster on the high ground. It looks like Monster will be taking the final game of the day here in New Orleans.
We'll be right back.